Okay, Bill has brought me in on Skype. So, Jean, you can talk about the illusion, whatever it was, the vital illusion. So we're starting, Jean. We've interrupted you several times. We're now starting you, and you can speak.
Yes, but Bob, we all want to know what's up with Ion.
Well, my phone, Ion has blocked my phone to the station. I can call anybody else. I can call my other line. I can call Corbin, anybody on my phones, and they ring and I can talk to people, but I cannot connect with the station. And Ion demanded this song to be played, so now that it's played, we should be able to phone in on the station, but I didn't break this moment yet. Didn't connect.
So how are you connected right now?
Bill called me on his Skype.
On his Skype, so you're connected through the computer. You got to do SIP, Bob. You got to do SIP.
I got it. Why do SIP? Why do I have to do that?
Because it's like Skype, but probably better.
Yeah, but it's probably lousy. Are you on Skype? Are you on SIP right now?
I'm on SIP. I'm on SIP.
It says you're on the phone, 715.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I called it on the phone because I thought there were SIP problems, but I still think those might be yours.
Forget SIP. Okay, you're on the phone.
Really, and you've talked to Bill.
We're now starting the show. The music is finished. We will delete the whole past hour and 10 minutes in the archives. It was a big waste of time. So we're starting. And Jean, because Carolyn doesn't want to do the Carolyn Guertin thing today, you're on to talk about Baudrillard. So take it over.
Got it. Okay, so shall I start? I'll start completely over then.
Yeah, start at the beginning of whatever the quote you were reading.
My setup, yes. Okay, I have begun to read the actual book entitled The Vital Illusion by Jean Baudrillard.
Yes.
And it was published in the year of 2000. And as much as I've read, I haven't read the whole book, but it appears to be centered around the effects of the turn of the century and the very big media play of Y2K, that all of our computers were going to collapse as a result of that turn of the century.
Right.
The first chapter is, he begins by illustrating the idea of cloning and its effects on all of us. And I've had trouble, Bob, absorbing that in a way that I can talk about it. So today I skipped to chapter 2. And I'm going to read the first few pages of chapter 2, and I know you will. It is my anticipation that you will interrupt and we'll talk about things as I go.
Yes.
Okay, so it begins. The title is The Millennium, or The Suspense of the Year 2000. How can we jump over our shadows when we no longer have any? How can we pass out of the old century, not to speak of the millennium, if we do not make up our minds to put an end to it, engaged as we are in an indefinite work of mourning for all the incidents, ideologies, and violence that have marked it? The more or less hypocritical commemorations and recantations give the impression that we are trying to run the events of the century back through the filter of memory, not in order to find a meaning for them. They have clearly lost that meaning somewhere along the way, but in order to whitewash them or to launder them. Cleansing is the prime activity of this fin de siècle, S-I-E-C-L-E.
Yeah, end of the century. French for the end of the century.
Okay. Cleansing is the prime activity of this end of the century, the laundering of a dirty history, of dirty money, of corrupt consciousness, of the polluted planet. The cleansing of memory being indissolubly linked to the hygienic cleansing of the environment, or to the racial and ethnic cleansing of populations. Let me repeat that statement. the cleansing of memory being indissolubly linked to the, in parens, hygienic cleansing of the environment, or to the, in parens, racial and ethnic cleansing of populations. We are turning away from history in progress with none of the problems it poses having been resolved, and plunging into a regressive history in the nostalgic hope of making something politically correct out of it. In this retrospective, okay, I'm going to stop right there because I just thought of Trump. And you've been all about Trump this week. And that seems to be what Trump is doing. Trump is plunging into a regressive history in the nostalgic hope of making something politically correct out of it. Are you there, or am I all alone here?
No, I'm hearing you. How was I all about Trump this week? The show just started.
Facebook. Your post on Facebook and your relating, I think maybe you even posted on Dukes. You were relating Trump to your chart.
I did that?
Recalling it. Yeah.
Let's not go into there. I don't remember that. I didn't do anything about Trump. I posted an article by Trump a week ago, or about him a week or so ago. Maybe someone else has posted stuff about Trump. I have nothing to say about Trump right at the moment, other than I don't see Trump finishing his sentences. So what? He's not trying to say anything consistent.
No, he's in a place of nostalgia where he's trying to make something politically correct out of.
He's not trying to be politically correct.
All right, let's just move on. Okay. So let me reread that sentence. We are turning away from history in progress, with none of the problems it poses having been resolved, and plunging into a regressive history in the nostalgic hope of making something politically correct out of it. And in this retrospective, necrospective obsession, we are losing any chance of things coming to their term. This is why I advance the idea that the year 2000 would not take place, quite simply because the history of this century had already come to an end, because we are remaking it interminably, and because, therefore, metaphorically speaking, we shall never pass on into the future. Our millenarianism, for we have reached all the same a millenarian deadline. Let me start over. Our millenarianism, for we have reached all the same a millenarian deadline, is a millenarianism with no tomorrow. Whereas the coming of the year 1000, even though it was experienced with dread, was a prelude to parousia and to the advent of the kingdom of God, and hence the prelude to an infinite promise, our own deadline remains a closed, involuted one.
Okay, I have to
All we have left.
Roxy. Okay, Jean. Roxy, do you see this Baudrillard relevant to our Zappa thing we're going to start now, or shall we stop it and start the Zappa?
I wouldn't like to interrupt, but one of the things that I'm interested at the moment now about Baudrillard is his concepts of the simulacra.
Yes.
This erasing of reality, and there is no more reality. There's only the simulacra, the not real, the virtual reality, and he explains how the language is the first translation of reality, and as we translate our perception into language, it's already like a virtual reality that we don't really access the real, because it's all concept. It's all filtered by
Roxy,
language.
Roxy, are you saying that with the start of language, we are already making up reality as we use language to describe it?
That's what
Baudrillard says. And I think it's actually what Ian also says, because Ian says all was created by human. And I was interested in this subject because of the things that happened, that I've been thinking a lot about what is God and what is religion and spirituality, because we were discussing the last book of McLuhan, and he says synesthesia, the soul, and the sense of communis are the same thing. And I think this confusion we have is because of the lack of right words, of concepts. We are in this labyrinth of the simulacra of the words that doesn't have to do with the real thing, as Ian is explaining how everything is frequency, how the body really works, and what are we really, what is this hologram. And until now, we were just lost into these concepts and theories that we had been building with language, and it's not the real explanation. But at the same time, Ian says our words are creating, so we are. It's very interesting how the word, the language, the word McLuhan said is the figure and the language is the ground. It's very interesting how it relates to the divine, to our idea of God, or how we put our power outside ourselves, and we still access it using words by expressing ourselves. And I've been trying the whole week to understand this by the things I have been saying about language. And I was thinking how we thought God created nature, and then the human creatures were second nature, that technology, language, and all the creations of men were just the mimesis, the imitation, but not the real thing. It's just like the virtual reality, like a bad imitation. But on the contrary, what McLuhan is saying is it's all part of the same creation. It's all an extension of the first nature, and it's all our creation. So, yes, I was thinking about this metaphysical and spirit, and of course trying to relate it to Zappa and what Ian and Bob are saying. So that's why I was into Baudrillard and the simulacra.
So, okay, so it sounds to me like if we, well, that none of it's really real. The first nature, which
we're starting to understand the hologram, and how this translation or the illusion we have of what is real cannot be real, because our senses are not.
It's been a part of me
senses are not separated. But
Until
now, the methods were focusing on only one sense was being predominant, and the other senses were not interacting as they should be.
We call the sense spiritual, and we make it mysterious, but it's just another sense that we have not been aware of. It's not lofty. It's
no, because perception is not only mystery landscape. Perception is how we translate frequencies. Our brain is translating this, but until we activate in a way and reset the translation, the perception cannot be as it should be and as it will be. We are all going to be synesthetic. And
I like the way you're using the word translate as opposed to perception. We translate what we see or hear, and we use our words to describe what we're translating. That's a different way of looking at how we perceive. We're actually translating something that's real.
Yes, and in this translation, that's why Baudrillard said we can never access the real reality because it's an interpretation, it's subjective. It's like your own creation.
Have you read The System of Objects?
No. No, I read many things from Baudrillard, but I haven't studied really in depth. He's really, really complex.
Yeah.
But I like many things that he's presenting.
Well, this is the first time I've been able to absorb his words in a way that I can actually use my words around them. And that example of using Y2K and the chaos created because we anticipated a total breakdown of the computer systems, and we had an awareness then of how much we depended on them that may not have been recognized en masse before then. And that was like the beginning of just recreating everything that happened before. Where I'm at right now is wondering, what he suggests, what he starts out in the second chapter is that because we're at the point of, we're down to the smallest particle and messing with the genetics, the smallest particle that we believe to be real, that there's nothing left to create. And I don't quite get that one yet. I'm not connecting those yet. How does getting down to the smallest particle that we think we've come up with in a scientific definition relate to the fact that we are, or the idea that we are not creating anything new anymore?
Well, I don't really understand what you're trying to say.
Okay. No problem. I think it has something to do with the idea that, the technologies are getting smaller and smaller and they're serving us, but I better not say anything more because it's just kind of words floating around right now. He is talking about the fact that we've reached the point of being able to clone and replicate our chemical bodies. He relates that.
Jean, the basic point Baudrillard says that once you've made a clone, the original thing you cloned from gets lost, and therefore you don't have an original anymore as the clones get cloned. as the cell gets replicated. So we don't have an original reference point. That's all he's saying.
Got it.
If you project that idea on what he's saying, you'll get what he's writing about. He's always saying we don't have an original.
It's a simulation of the original, and the more and more it gets replicated.
Copied. Yeah, you don't know where the original was, apparently. I mean, maybe some lab has it or something. And so he talks about three kinds of simulacra. He talks about three kinds of simulacra in his earlier essay, late 70s, early 80s. There's the printing press simulacra, then there's the industrial simulacra, and then the electronic simulacra. He lays that out. So it's just a redoing McLuhan with a different word.
Wow.
So you take what'd you say? Roxy?
It's McLuhan, but a lot more complex.
Yeah, Frenchified.
It's true.
They've got to make it really complicated.
Frenchified.
Yeah. And so they have split.
Frenchified.
That's right. That's my big essay is about.
Fried.
That's
McLuhan
right.
French fried.
Yeah, and I do a huge essay on all the French guys. They're botching, blasting, and mutating McLuhan. That's what this long essay that's on the McLuhan and Maui site's about, which I'm starting to go through with Derek DeKirchhoff. We've just started. But you have McLuhan says all media are pseudo events. That means speech is a pseudo event. When you get into real and unreal, that has a whole bunch of philosophical baggage, which comes out of dialectics, which confuses things. So all you have to say is that media are new realities that the brainstem can't respond to. But that thing I read a couple weeks ago, was it last week, Art as Survival? The brainstem it only responds to, we'll call it first nature. And the cortex is creating second nature, technology, and technology is the only thing that's evolving and changing, and the brainstem doesn't know how to react to its changes, the changes of technology or the simulacra. So that's all we're dealing with, when you're dealing with Baudrillard. Just keep it simple. And he's saying the illusion of the end. In millennial news sensationalism of the 90s, there was a lot of broadcasting about coming to the year 2000. So everybody said, it'll be the end. Or so a lot of people thought it would be the end of something. And Baudrillard says, no, it's an illusion that it's the end. And then he starts talking about media, but he makes it the word real and the unreal and the simulacra. He uses non-McLuhan words, and you can't figure that out. It's a ridiculous complexification.
So Bob, it's a ridiculous complexification. What a hoot. So Bob, pseudo would be a word that would describe the in-between timing of real and unreal?
No, in-between is maybe more real. He's saying pseudo, he says media are pseudo, but then he says they're real. They create environments that our brain incompetently reacts to.
Sure.
His whole message is that technologies are nature, and it begins with speech. So McLuhan does complexify it a little bit in his own language. But what is real? Do we need anything to be real? What does it mean to say something's real? I mean, Buddhism says, or Hinduism says, all is Maya. That's an old idea.
Yes. Metal is organic. Technology is nature. Technology is nature. Metal is organic.
What's organic?
Yes.
Metal.
Metal? Metal?
Metal.
Metal.
Metal. M-E-T-A-L. Metal.
That's organic? Why would you use that term?
Weeks
No, you're
ago,
complexifying. Look, it's real simple. You invent television. It's going to alter the previous media environments, your radio world, your movie world, and your book world. And your kids go to school to study books. So if they're going to live in a TV environment, their book reality, they're going to get the classroom ain't going to work anymore. It's that simple. And no one could accept that. No one could say, oh, geez, we're now a TV people, because whatever medium we're using determines reality. It is very real, and it makes the older media not so real, makes them weaker, That's all McLuhan was saying. And nobody knew how to implement that. Nobody said, well, yeah, we better stop sending kids to school. Or maybe we should turn TV off. That's all. That's all he said.
Yes, and I have been sort of trying to understand McLuhan's Catholic humanism. And it's very interesting how he developed his median ecology because he had this interest in the logos and how the logos is related to this thing he wants to understand.
Writing.
That is,
the logos was a concept.
God and the creation and...
Hey.
Yes, but
look at the logos. You're saying McLuhan's interested in the logos. That's a concept. And what was it before writing, and what was it after? Now, I've just been reading McLuhan or Eric on that. Shall I read you what they say about the logos?
Yes, that's why I became interested in this topic. But in a way, he saw that the Genesis, it's all about technologies. And I found that very interesting. Because he then...
Okay, but what you're saying it's all about, what is all about?
Well, he had the need to understand the non-physical, I would say. That how do you approach that when you don't have the right words, the right concepts? He went into studying language, the logos, and medias, and not only the content as a literary professor and critic. He said the figure, the content is not the most important, it's the ground, the medium that is really shaping and affecting our evolution, our perception, and everything. But the thing behind this was really what we would call spirituality or mysticism, but he will never say it like that. He was so intelligent that he went to present this exegesis of the media in a way to understand and to study the fall and the ascension.
Yeah.
And,
okay, let me back up a second.
I find that fascinating because he said,
Jean wants
yes,
to
I just want to say something.
You said that the genesis is technology.
Yes, it's different technology. Right.
So, and technology brings chaos to society. So, from the beginning...
No. Technology is only an expansion. It's not necessarily chaos.
Well, we believe... Well, okay, all right, let me back up a little bit. I just want to focus on that statement. The genesis is technology, and technology has never stopped. Technology is perpetual. From the beginning, we have created, and we call it technology. When we create in the physical, we call that technology. And that never stops.
Well, the physical was never created, was always there. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that's not my point. You said Genesis is technology.
It's the exegesis of different technologies appearing.
Say that again?
That's what McLuhan said. In the Genesis, McLuhan saw how, yes, it's like a sequence of how different technologies appear and start expanding men. And from there,
technologies are creations. Technologies are creations by human creator gods, by creator gods.
Yes. But of course, he was not presenting that like that. He just saw that the first technology was language, and then how this creature that is supposed to be a simulacra of God, an imitation of God, we were created as similar to God, starts imitating God by creating technologies, by trying to expand, try to gain the power back again and become what he called at the end the mystical body of Christ.
Yeah, you can understand that point, right? Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I have another question. So how is technology, you said language was the first technology, how is language different than the hammer created to split the tools created prior to?
In the Laws of Media, McLuhan explains how all creations are like words. All creations are actually like a way of speaking, of language.
So language simulated all creation.
Actually,
when we started,
language contains everything. All reality is translated in a word. And that's the fascinating thing, that he asked himself, how were really words created? Where did they really come from? And in antiquity, there were people that were into the etymology, in studying the roots of the words, because they saw language is not only onomatopoeic, like an apparition that you just say a word like that and this is going to be called a chair. They really try to understand, where does these words come from?
Yeah, so at some point in the timeline, at some point, somebody picked up a rock and used it as a tool to facilitate whatever they wanted to do with something else. And then at some point, other point in the timeline, somebody used words to describe that action of picking up a rock and using it as a tool. And that was the first simulation of actually picking up a rock and using it as a tool. Does that make sense?
Well, the thing is that we don't really know, and I suppose that is why Ion is, for example, teaching how to speak with the angels and to expand our conception of what is language and conversation, communication as music, for example.
Okay, so Roxy, I want to add to that. I want to add to that. So I'm reading Eric McLuhan's book, Media and Formal Cause, and he has a long essay on formal cause. Now listen to this with Ion in mind. It says, to the ancient understanding, this is what Eric writes, to the ancient understanding, the Logos was charged with the power to bring things into being. Have we heard that idea before?
Yes. That's why I say his theory of media and ecology was this exegesis of understanding the Logos and how the Logos creates technologies. But he will not present it as a Catholic theory, but as media ecology. And I think
you're saying he is Ion. You said he was not presented as Catholic. You're saying Ion? Who's he?
No, he.
Who's he in your sentence?
McLuhan.
No, McLuhan says it's Catholic. Okay, let me read you this. Now, what does it sound like? To the ancient understanding, the Logos was charged with the power to bring things into being. Ever heard that idea before, Jean?
Yes, I have. The Logos has been elusive to me for years, however.
No, look, the idea, come on. There's something, if you don't like the word Logos, was charged with the power to bring things into being. What brings things into being?
Okay.
What brings things into being? What? Fucking Ion says your words bring things into being.
The Genesis. Okay, go on.
So listen to this. To the ancient understanding, to people way back there, if there was a back there, the Logos was charged with the power to bring things into being. The gods themselves spoke in thunder, and their speech could and frequently did alter the world and influence the course of events. Naming a thing, tantamount to defining it, meant giving it a structure and an existence. The name, then he says Logos, the name Logos was the thing's pattern of being, its essence, its definition. In the process of choosing and uttering a thing's name, the thing itself was called into existence. Where have we heard that before? I won't wait for your answer. This is Ion 101. Our words create reality. What?
Rapunzel.
No,
That's
don't
the first
complicate
time
it. Look, listen. This is what he's saying.
Okay.
This is what Eric's writing. Naming and giving something definition was rather more than application of arbitrary labels. The name more than simply meant the thing, and vice versa. The two were so closely integrated as to be one. Name and thing embody each other. Defining and naming were each constitutive acts. They were equivalent. This active Logos appears in Genesis as God creates the universe by means of speech. God utters the universe at the creation by speaking its name. He, as it were, God, calls the universe out of non-being into being. Every human act of naming echoes this act of knowing and making. A kind of replay or recognition, human naming demands precise perceptual knowledge of the thing and parodies the divine act of naming and making. Here is le mot juste, which is French for the perfect word. Here's le mot juste with a vengeance. So the ancients ever regarded etymology and the study of names as high science. It could provide a direct route to knowing the essential nature of things, exactly the domain of formal causality.
Oh my gosh, it was the first science. Language is the first technology because we defined it as science.
No. Ion says your words create your reality. That's what this is saying. This is what Eric is saying was the original fact. So Eric McLuhan is saying exactly the same thing as Ion.
But Bob, there was things were created before language. What's the distinction?
Ion says they were made by words. Unless you get complicated and get into later Ion and it was acoustic frequencies. But let's just deal with first level Ion, the first couple of years when Ion was wrong and erased it all later. But he was saying that our words create our being. That turns out to be the understanding of the ancient Logos.
And words are acoustic. Words are sound.
What you just said.
Gene, I want to hear Roxy. What do you say, Roxy?
Yes, what you just said is why McLuhan was so interested in studying grammar and the Tribune.
Yes.
Because he saw the Tribune as the study of language, of different aspects of the outering. He wanted to understand the Logos, and this is what for me is so amazing, that the media ecology, he had already this idea that the words create but his concept of language is not only words. is he expanded to the technologies, and that's the fascinating thing, how he wanted to understand the mystical body of Christ, but he could not complete because he had no. He needed iron to complete his ideas. That is what you're doing.
What did you say about iron? What did iron do?
Yeah, that he needed iron to complete because he stopped thinking all this creation of language and technologies, of figure and ground, at the end was what he called the mystical body of Christ. But I think it's like these concepts like soul and spirit, they're all false premise, and the words sort of are like an obstacle to go further, because you need the ionic to complete and to understand. It's not really the concept of the spirit or the soul or God as it was thought until now. And that's the thing you and I are already defining. What is God? What is the soul? What is the non-physical?
Yeah, Bob, I think it makes more sense to call it a sense. To start calling it a sense as it
calling
is.
What a sense? Calling what a sense?
Instead of using the term spirit or soul or that mystery body, it's actually a sense that we're not aware of.
What is a sense? You don't explain what it is.
You mean the non-physical is a sense?
Yeah. Well, yes, that feeling or experience or sense that the New Agers use floofy terms about spirit or a higher self, or there's any number of terms about that. Whatever it is, mystery.
Okay, hold it. That's enough, Jean. So listen to this. The next part is, what happened to the Logos? If it was exactly what Ian said, and Ian says they take us back to the source, the original power of our speech, and it created reality, and God created the world, that means us, we create the world through our speech. So here's what Eric continues and says, the Logos as constitutive utterance. That means it constitutes, it makes something, okay? The naming, the Logos as constitutive utterance, is the same one that Eric says he wrote about in Laws of Media, and again in his study of Joyce's Finnegan's Wake in his book called The Roll of Thunder. And he says, it is the old powerful Logos so eloquently discussed by Eric Havelock when Havelock discusses how the poets in Homer's time would mime the situation. Okay, the audience would become the poem. So that was the power of acoustic Logos. And another guy, Lane Untruggle, wrote a book, Therapy of the Word in Classical Antiquity. So then Eric says, the Logos of a thing was its essential structure or pattern, its mode of being, its definition, its entelechy. So when the Eskimos said, how can I know stone without the word stone, they saw that the naming of stone made the stone. So that's ancient primitive awareness. So that's what it means when it says the Logos was the structure, was the pattern, was its definition. So then, against this, in Aristotle's time, the new alphabet was exercising its influence over the imagination. A new rational mode of Logos suddenly developed, allowing the older Logos to come forward to serve as formal cause. So the older Logos, which everybody was engaged in making, it got sidetracked by writing, and so what the old Logos did became called formal causality. So when Aristotle talks about the four causes, efficient causality, material causality, final causal, and formal causality is you, the God, making reality. So when you read Aristotle, he's got this effect of writing that points out the world of matter and the world of connecting things to make objects. But the user, the creator, is the human being, and he's the formal causality.
So could I say that language... No, hold on. Give me a second here. There was the word before language. There was form and structure before what we perceive to be language.
How do you know? How do you know that?
Well, I'm trying to use words to describe logos.
No, you're trying to quote Ion. You're quoting Ion, I assume. That's what you're doing.
All right.
No, what's cool about that? Don't say cool. What's that got to do with it? We're trying to define what you're doing. And I'm saying that what Ion says about the original logos is common knowledge in McLuhan land.
Yes.
So what do you make of that, Jean?
It's the closest I've been to having some sort of perception of that term, logos itself.
What's the closest? This last 5 minutes is the closest you've been? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. This discussion.
That's because you're in dialogue. You're too busy reading by yourself, thinking, speculating, going nuts, trying to figure out what these people say, and all you have to do is come on here and talk, and it gets cleared up a little bit.
Beautiful.
Well, I don't know if it's beautiful. We don't need any descriptions. What are you going to say next?
Fine. Jeez. Fine.
What, you trying to stop me? You trying to stop me by saying fine?
No, I am not trying to do anything. I am reflecting on the fact that if I embellish in any way whatsoever, I get a comment from you this evening, and that's fine.
It's fine. Your embellishment is complicating something. You're not getting the original idea.
This is really useful for me, Bob. Thank you. Yes, it is. That's true. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay, so let me read you this part. It says, as language became separated visually from the person who uttered it, that was through writing. You no longer were uttering it, you were writing it. So it was separated from your mouth. So Eric says, who is it? No, this is Eric Havelock saying this, a scholar of the alphabet. He says, as language became separated visually from the person who uttered it, so also the person, the source of the language, the person, the source of the language, came into sharper focus, and the concept of selfhood was born. The history of Greek literature is often written as though the concept was already available to Homer, and as though it should be taken for granted as a condition of all sophisticated discourse. The early lyric poets of Greece have been interpreted as the voice of an individualism, asserting the identities of individual selves to form a necessary condition of Greek classic culture. This, in any strict sense, only became true in the time of Plato. So, Havelock is saying the idea of individualism that came in with the alphabet and writing that Plato solidified is projected back to Homer and people before Homer. And Eric Havelock saying, no, the guys back in Homer's time did not have that sense of individuality.
Wow,
so they had not been
that's fascinating.
Right. Well, I'm glad that spoke to you.
That's, yes. That, when you were reading, when you were saying those words, what came to me was this, we noticed this intertwining of all of, now I have to be specific with my words here. The synchronicities that a number of forcelings are taking for granted now, and we talk about it here on Payday. Things happen, and I'm no longer surprised and amazed by them. I just kind of take it for granted, like, okay, that is right here. I just had a thought about it, and so it appears. It's an what you just said was that, and I'm going to use old terms that you're probably not going to agree with, but there was something about collective consciousness before people started writing words to describe collective consciousness. And as we become more, as I start becoming more aware of my patterns and dissolving them and replacing them with patterns that, or I don't know, replacing them in some sort of way because I listen to Payday all the time and listen to you all the time, I'm experiencing a new intertwining of that old term collective consciousness.
Do you have anything to say to what Pete's saying, Roxy?
No, but I I have something to say about the song that I am asked you to play.
Yes, go ahead.
This, what was it? Radio killed the movie star?
Video killed the radio star.
Okay, that whatever. It's how the new media kill the last creation, and then we are at the point where the non-physical is sort of killing the media star that we call God. Because how can there be a God if we are in our power? How can you accept there is something outside you that is creating reality? And you have to be in the center of your kingdoms and take that role. So, because I was thinking about these things during the week, I understood that song like that.
Yeah. So what did you say? God, Ion killed the media? What was your last stage?
The media star, or what was the song? Video killed the radio star.
Yes.
Yes, like God was the radio star that is, like Nietzsche said, God is dead. But then, I mean, this is something that I've been into my whole life, trying to understand these concepts of divinity and the spiritual. And I am really trying to understanding with Ion. And because we don't want to get into this sort of New Age talk, but how to talk about this very important thing.
Well, McLuhan gives us the way to talk. McLuhan translates Ion as far as McLuhan goes. I mean, Ion goes a lot further than McLuhan, but I find that what Eric is writing here is the closest to what Ion's talking about the history of the Logos.
Yes. And that's why I think McLuhan was brilliant in the way he sort of was very coherent with what he believed, like his Catholic humanism and his theories, and he wanted to get to his students, and he went to study their culture, the popular culture, their comics, the movies, and their music, and then the medias, and he saw how the advertisement, these slogans are so effective, and he was so brilliant that he sort of created these slogans. The medium is the message, is really encompass the whole exegesis of language and creation. It's like the Genesis, and you were saying the Joyce thunders are actually also like a version of the Genesis of the technologies being created and expanding them.
Who did you say, the Joyce scholars? What was that phrase?
No, the thunders of Joyce.
Yes, the thunders.
It's like
yes, the thunders acted out.
Yes, it's like another version of the Genesis, all the expansions of man.
Right. Okay, Jean, what do you have to say to that?
Well, Bob, how would you describe? How would you distinguish the logos from sound, acoustics, tone?
Sound could be just made by the environment. The logos is the human using sound. It's called naming.
So before
does the Pope tell you, Jean? Does the Pope tell you that when you speak, you create your reality? You create a reality. You create what you speak. Does the Pope tell you that? No, Pope doesn't tell you that.
Nope.
Does your parents tell you that? No. McLuhan tells you that. McLuhan says that's what people believed and lived with, a long time ago.
Yeah, but where I'm at right now is...
And Jean, and then what happened is Ein showed up claiming it was the original wisdom, and it says that, what the Pope doesn't say. So it's pretty unique what what Ein says. They don't say your thoughts create reality, they say your words do. Well, it turns out that McLuhan was writing his PhD about that.
Yes.
Yeah, but say more about the logos and the word being the word before there were words.
Did you say McLuhan is more about that? Did you just say McLuhan is more about that? Jean, what did you say? You said something is more about, I don't know what you said.
I didn't say anything about McLuhan. That was Roxy.
What did you say? What did you say? No, just a minute ago. What were your last words?
I said that right now, I'm in the place of wanting to ask questions about the word before there were words. You said earlier that structure and form was created from the logos, or the logos was involved in creating structure and form before there were words as we define words.
That you'd have to ask Ian that stuff.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, well, Ian did say that the cells
Ian, get in here.
spoke. The L's spoke, the cells spoke, but before the cells were the frequencies. That's what we got, 5 months ago.
And you're describing that as the logos.
I'm just showing how McLuhan comes pretty close describing what Ian said for years, that the word creates beings.
And the genesis is technology.
So Ian has come forth to explain formal causality, to fill it out. If formal causality is you and the audience, then it turns out if you're God, that you're the formal causality of yourself. You're the formal cause, if you're an eternal God. So formal causality was not discussed. Formal causality was not discussed for 400 years. It was forgotten.
Yeah.
During the dark age of the printing press. When we got out of the printing press era.
So our words as we know them. So, Bob, our words as we know them were words before words. There were words before words as we know them, as we define them now.
Well, I know. There was grunting. There was what they call verbum, V-E-R-B-U-M. Verbum is grunts, like not linguistic morphemes.
And that goes back to acoustics and tone and frequency and vibration.
Yeah.
The logos.
So McLuhan. So Ion may go further back than McLuhan, though McLuhan does talk about nonverbal mental dance as ESP. But does your
mental dance?
Do your sisters and brothers tell you that your words create beings? That this world, in the Bible, it says God uttered. So the Lord, the God, created the universe by speaking it. Does your local minister say that? Can you point that out?
No, and isn't that amazing, Bob? Really, that's really amazing.
Well, it's not amazing if you realize that when writing came in and then visual space came in with phonetic alphabet, and then that was exaggerated by the printing press, you know that the idea of the Logos got changed. Our imagination of what the Logos was changed.
Yeah.
Due to a new medium.
There you go. Let me rephrase
that. And you could say that new medium. You could say that new medium is a new word. You could say that new medium is a new word. It has the power of the word to create new reality. So the printing press was a word, a odd new mutation of wordiness, and it created a different kind of people.
Okay, so if we're going to anticipate rather than retrieve, what's the next word?
I don't know. Who are you asking?
I don't know. I just said it.
You just said it, okay. You don't know who your audience is. Let me see. Okay, we haven't started Zappa yet. Are you ready to start doing Zappa, Roxy? Do you want to go into it?
Yes, no, actually we started because it's about what we call religion and spirituality and God and all these concepts. So maybe
before we go into the
Stairway to Heaven.
There's some particular Zappa I want to get into, but I'm going to ask Ginny. I see Ginny's here. Ginny, do you have something to say about what we're talking about, or maybe it's Greg? They're not saying anything. Okay. Kyle, do you have anything you want to say, Kyle, before we shut down?
Yes, two things. John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Now, the Word in the Greek is Logos. Okay? So that's the Bible. Yes. Now, I got something. If you really want to expand your mind beyond all boundaries, there was a script written called Matrix Resurrected. And this guy wrote a script who was going to try to get the Wachowski brothers to make a fourth episode of The Matrix. And if you read this script, it literally will expand your mind way beyond what everything that we have been talking about includes. Because what he does, he interchanges the people versus the matrix. And then there's, quote, the reality. But then he creates a super matrix. Whereas the people that are in reality and in the matrix are outside of the matrix and outside of the reality. So, for example, the architect is Trinity's father, but the architect is playing the architect's role in the matrix, and Trinity is playing the heroine in the matrix. But so you can download this. It's at the matrixresurrected.com. I've been wanting to, a few months ago, I wanted to try to talk you into reading this on one of your shows, late night shows. And but it's really and I think what I'm trying to say here is, as expanded as we have allowed our minds to become, we still have not even come close to expanding them enough to understand what Ian is saying. So, for example, when Ian says, you weren't born, well, if we're in the matrix, we were born, because that's the matrix rule. But if we were outside of the matrix, we weren't born. So it's just a matter of where are you in these different realms or different densities or gradients within these universes, super universes, who knows? You know, that we could be a bubble inside a bubble inside a bubble. And so for him to say that we are gods, that's easy for me to accept. But I still, to this day, believe that there is a God over me, a super God. I don't
okay, all right. Yeah, I know what you believe. That's good. All right, so the nobody else has anything to say, so we're going to start the Zappa scene. I mean, I don't know whether you think, Roxy, we're talking Zappa. Can you show me how what we've been just talking about the last half hour? Show me how this relates to Zappa.
Well, all the vortices, what I call the vortices, McLuhan, Joy, Zappa, they were all trying to understand what is this reality, what is the human, and translate it and explain to the tribe the big notes and concepts that Zappa had a whole agenda that was not maybe that evident, and sometimes you just see the satire when he talks about the cosmic debris and how we're lost in the whirlpool, and for example when he sings Stairway to Heaven, he makes a satire of the song. But these things, he talks a lot about these things, and he will present them as jokes, as satire, but actually to make you think about those things. He was not only talking about sex, drugs, and rock and roll at all. He was really going even into the metaphysical. He was really interested in UFOs and all these things. And since he was very young, he was into science fiction and the monster movies and all that. So his brother says it's part of all of just his curiosity of trying to understand all these things. But he was also, when he was very young, very mystical. So there was really this need to understand this aspect that we call the non-physical.
Okay, hold it, Barty. You asked me to, I got to mute some people, muting everybody.
Bob,
I mute everybody.
Bob, wait, Bob.
What, Jean?
Was Frank taking a new approach to the logos?
Perhaps he did ask, is God ESP? That's a question he asked on the United Meditations membership form. Is God ESP? That's one of the few times he talked about God.
Okay, you can mute me now.
Yeah. Okay, I'm muting everybody. And Roxy, you said let's begin with Stairway to Heaven. So I'm going to play that. Okay? Oh, wait. I think I muted you. Just a second. Yes. I think I've unmuted you. Right? You wanted to hear Stairway to Heaven, correct?
Yes, because we want to talk about these things that are sort of taboo, but really to start defining, because we need to understand the non-physical and the mystery landscape.
Yes.
So, but we might be doing it not so seriously to make it less offensive, maybe.
Yes.
Like Zappa did.
Right. Like Zappa, what did Zappa do? Did he make it offensive, or did he make it light? Or did he do both?
Well, I think he was for freedom of speech, and his expressions about religion were offensive for many.
Yes.
But he was actually trying to make people really think about these things, and not just to have faith and accept things blindly, but to to reflect and really understand what is this thing we call God, what is religion, what is the spirit,
okay.
the replay of reality and the replay of the soul.
Right. So what is the Stairway to Heaven? Okay, I'm going to play.
And the big note.
Yes, the big note. So I'm going to put you on mute so we have a clear hearing of the song. Okay, Roxy, did you know that Ion analyzed the lyrics to Stairway to Heaven?
Yes, I never heard that, but it's like,
well, I have it here.
Wonder.
I have it here. I've decided we're going to play it. We're going to listen to it.
Wow,
we're going to listen to Ion explain the lyrics,
yes.
and then figure out if this had anything to do with Frank. Because Frank plays the song, but how interested was he in the lyrics? But we do have Ion.
Is this a meme we're talking about all the time about the replay and the mirrors? And in this album, the best band you never heard, he's just making covers and making this replay of big themes.
Okay. Just before we start, I want to ask Leslie, who saw Frank perform in 1964-65 in the Broadside before they were the Mothers. Are you here to say something about Frank, Leslie? I think she's on delay. Leslie.
Hello?
Yeah, is that Augie?
This is Leslie's house, yeah. This is JD. I'm Leslie and Augie's friend. And
right. Does Leslie want to say something about Frank?
Does Leslie want to say something about Frank?
Are you here to say something about Frank, Leslie?
Is that you? Does he think that I'm you? Are you talking to me? I'm JD.
I'm talking to Leslie. Okay. I just saw Leslie's name there. I thought she might. I always respect what she has to say about Frank.
I'm calling from Leslie's house because I've never really seen you before, and then you're dancing tonight, and I just want to let you know that you rock, and that was like super awesome the way that you danced. We were trying to keep up with you. Whatever your age is, I'm only hoping I can go half as much as you're doing, and I love your show. I've never seen it before, but August showed me it, and Leslie, I'm up in the Salmon River, and we're listening to you and watching you dance before, and you rock out, and it's like, if you keep on going, I'm going to keep on going.
Right. Your name is JD?
Yeah, I'm JD.
Okay, well, I appreciate your words. Thanks for complimenting me on my actions. And, keep watching. All right, I'm going to mute you because we're doing a special on Zappa, and I want to go into our next item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So thanks for your observation. Okay, JD.
All right, well, thank you very much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so, Roxy, I hope that you get complimented like that someday. I hope you get complimented someday.
Whoa. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Since you haven't heard Stairway to Heaven as analyzed by Ion, explaining what Led Zeppelin, whoever wrote the song, I don't remember which guy wrote it, what they meant, what they thought they were saying.
I found it very interesting that we just found out about this castle and the double helix stairway, and how this stairway, you can go both up or down.
Right.
And this is the thing. You can go the stairway to heaven, or you can descend into the darkness, like in the ninth gate.
Like chromosome 14.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't mind hearing this Stairway to Heaven?
No, of course.
Analysis?
It's perfect.
Okay, so let's do it. And if it's not boring, we'll listen to the whole thing, which is just over an hour long. But it might be interesting. I don't remember.
It's the most perfect thing.
Okay. You want to hear the song? Yeah, we now have the song. We heard the song?
But I don't have to say about the stairway.
All right, here we go.
Down.
All right, I'll put you on mute, and I'll bring up the the sound system, Soundflower, and this have this up, and that one's off. I think I've got everything off. Here we go.
This is session 165, recorded on October 3rd, copyright 2009, New Grandview Incorporated, all rights reserved, and we're starting at 6:44 p.m. Hawaii time. Greetings, Ion.
Good morning.
Ion, we have Carolyn and Bob here, and a new friend, Jonathan, who has actually talked to you before, occasionally, I guess. And we're going to see if Jonathan wants to lead off with some topics. I was thinking he has some expertise in Egypt. If he wants to go into that, that's good, if he's still interested in that, or whatever else he wants to do. So, Jonathan, take it away.
Greetings, Ion. Lady who's sure that all that glitters is gold.
Now, wait. We're going to do it line by line. Okay, so there is a lady who's sure that all that glitters is gold. And that's referring to the LeMay. Mm-hmm. What's the reference?
What's LeMay?
Old LeMay. See, Jonathan? See how you
got
the
LeMay,
right
like Elvis. Or just LeMay, L-A-M-A-E, or you mean clothing?
Yeah. Okay, got shirt, the lady's shirt, gotcha. The garment was sparkly, so gold lame, right? It's not gold, but it gives the lady's shirt. Now, do the line again.
There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold. So you're saying, like, it's referring to the shirt?
Yes.
That she's wearing.
No, it doesn't say that she's wearing. It's just that she's sure it's gold.
But we are.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you were describing what is in the writer's mind, right, Ion?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she's buying a Stairway to Heaven.
Correct. With her shirt, with her gold lame.
Mm-hmm.
Or what she thinks of her lame. What she thinks of her lame would be significant enough to cause an exchange for eternity. Okay. So when you start looking at it that way, it's kind of like going, wow, how did you get that from there? But you just did line one, so proceed.
When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed.
Mm-hmm. Literally.
With a word, she can get what she came for.
There you go. Bam. Spot on. That's why that's in your melting titanium. Now, just hang on, Jonathan. We're going to digress a second.
Okay.
That's why this gets to be very significant within your melting titanium.
Yeah.
Because what's significant, Bob, we'll put Bob on the hot seat here. What's significant about that, out of all that so far, what was significant in the words that are spoken so far from the Peapod?
Well, what's interesting is that it makes sense that it's referring to gold lame because you start talking about a clothing store in the next line.
Wrong answer.
Oh, no, okay. She's not talking about a clothing store. It's talking about, it's significant because even if everything's closed down, she can still get what she's came for because what she has is so...
No. What does she have?
The lame shirt?
No. What does she have? Her...
Will?
No, her... What is the word that they use?
In reference to what?
Knowledge?
No, what's the word? Read it again, and I'll stop you when you get to the word.
The last line or the whole thing?
You've only done 2 sentences.
There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a Stairway to Heaven.
Okay.
When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed with a word.
What was that
word?
There it is. And we told you 3 times, but you won't believe us, so we had to use yours. The word was enough. The word was enough.
Referring to her word, though, not.
That's the only one we're talking about.
I'm sorry. Okay.
That's the only one we're talking about. The inference is that even if the stores are all closed, her her spoken word is enough to procure all that she desires.
Is that because of she has power? Or,
yes.
Yeah, but you're not talking about just in herself, but you're talking about in all humans, correct?
That's why everyone would try to want to own a copy of the Stairway to Heaven.
Okay, what did you just say, Jonathan? Referring to what? Her what?
When I was saying it wasn't referring to that she has it's saying that she has a state of power, but no more than any other human.
Correct.
Not like she's a superstar.
Yeah,
superstar or
what she is, but so is everyone.
Yeah, but how come she can get to the store when it's not open?
Because she has the will, because she's human.
She has the word. Her word would make it so, number one.
She has empowerment?
Yes.
It's in the self-love.
But no more than anyone else. It's just
correct. Same way with Thoth and a capital M-A-N. Just like any other man, only they're ascended in their word, and they know their word is powerful enough that the store doesn't have to be open for them to have all that they desire and speak.
Oh, she's an ascended.
Get it online.
She's an ascended woman, you're saying?
We're on the third line, Bob.
Well, we've got this far, though. Are you saying she's ascended?
She's not ascended. She just has the power. She knows her abilities.
Okay.
Her power is made manifest because of her knowing.
Okay.
Because, it says knows a lot in this song.
Okay, good.
Then it says ooh, ooh, and she's fine with her.
No. Ooh. Actually, it's oh. Oh, like if you stump your toe, you say oh.
Yeah, it's oh. It's O-O-H.
Oh. Okay. Good, that was our little part of that. Go ahead.
There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure because sometimes words have two meanings.
Oh, not duality. My goodness.
This is she's clarifying on what she wants.
She wants to be sure what she wants.
Oh, but that's not clarifying. No.
Right.
Okay. In a tree by the brook.
Okay, no, I'm waiting for you to finish. Now, let's hear the lyric again, that part, to figure out what you guys just said.
There's a sign on the wall.
Okay, Connie, simmer down over there.
I don't blame anybody. He's the one yelling and screaming. Turn it off Alan's mic. Okay.
Put me on mute.
There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure because sometimes words have two meanings.
Oh, I see. She wanted to be sure of something. Okay.
Sure. She wanted validation of her creation. A validation of creation.
Yes.
Her creation.
Right. And she didn't want to include the vilifying that's in every process of validation.
But there's a sign on the wall.
Yeah, is that the sign on the clothing store or the store?
No, Bob. That's the mind of reason. That's the consciousness that
he's being too literal about it, isn't he?
No, it's all right. It's okay. We begin there. They were too? You're saying Led Zeppelin? The literal too?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying the sign on the wall represents the mind of reason.
Yeah. There's a sign, no spitting on the wall.
Right,
no
the public
on the
statement.
floor.
Well, I did a lot with the wall as well.
I understand. Hold on.
No, that's Pink Floyd.
It's okay. Hold on. That's the children. That's the children here at the wall. Go.
There we go with National Treasure again.
Always fun.
What'd you say?
Well, actually, it was long before National Treasure.
He said here at the wall and Passes Stowe both were clues in the movie National Treasure.
Yes, but they were around before National Treasure.
But is he quoting the Pink Floyd song, The Wall?
No. He went on it and then expanded it.
He's giving the empirical reference that they were trying to do in National Treasure as well. But
what is National Treasure?
That movie, Nicolas Cage.
Okay, gotcha. So we'll go back to the lyric. We're up to speed here.
There's a sign on the wall, and that's what is.
Mm-hmm.
And she wanted to be sure that what she was reading was fitting with what she was trying to know. Okay, that's good, right?
In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all our thoughts are misgiven.
Now wait. Does it say what color the bird is?
No.
Okay. Does it matter what color the bird is?
With references, yes.
But in this reference?
No.
Okay. Very good. That's pretty literal because they're using the brook as physical, and they're using a tree standing by the water that shall not be moved.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes a stasis. You know what stasis is?
A fixed point, correct?
Correct. And that's why it it comes back to it's not like a sign that they could put no spitting on the floor or no dancing on the tables with spurs. It's subjective. That brings it back to a given, unchangeable, empirical point of reference.
The labyrinth of the mind?
That's founded. It's not a labyrinth if you know the start point. You see, that's the beginning of the labyrinth.
All right. So now, with that in mind, say the lyrics again. That sentence.
In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven.
That's the labyrinth of the mind, Bob.
The
misgiven thoughts?
No. That the thoughts are misgiven.
Right. So it begins with the solidity of the tree versus the brook. Something like what that?
No. Those are constants. Those are fixed. Those are.
The tree and the brook are both constant.
Yes, but the bird may or may not be in the tree, but they're saying the bird is in the tree. So, okay, that's also given. But what does the bird say, Jonathan? It sings. And what's the point of the singing? What about that?
It brings joy.
No, Bob, no.
Let's just say the lyrics.
What does the lyrics really say?
In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven.
Some of our thoughts are all misgiven.
Sometimes all of our thoughts.
Sometimes. That's the labyrinth part.
Right. It's actually, you got nature, which is solid, so to speak.
Yes.
You could even say it's time. It's created.
No,
you can't say that. Okay, I tried to slip it in.
You can't, and they did.
From now to there to...
Yeah, but they didn't mean it like that either. They don't make reference of time.
No, I was just thinking of the eternal image of nature. There's a solid nature, and then the labyrinth of mind interacting with it, projecting on it.
Yes, and they kept layering it from known, till we got to the bird in the tree, and that was subjective. The reason the bird was in the tree is because they said it was. And then with all these knowns, then they bring in, and the song that the bird sings can give misgivings.
Right, and is the bird what's the bird symbolize? Just
Is the bird the mind of reason?
Yes.
Yes, the whole tree and the river and the bird are the mind of reason.
No, just the bird.
Just the bird.
Because the bird gives misleading thoughts, correct?
I was thinking the bird's the thing that knows that you project your own labyrinth of imagination in there, labyrinth of your mind.
Well, so does your mind.
Yeah, so the bird is the mind of reason commenting on the labyrinth of the mind.
Correct. Very good.
The next lyric is, oh, as before, it makes me wonder, oh, it makes me wonder.
Wonder, as in wander about, or wonder, as in give hard thought regarding, or wonder as to question.
I think it's to question.
Well, but see,
you need the spelling, or
that's not clear. And they actually lead you down. The song will go on. You'll come back to be very interestingly amazed with that little insight. But okay for this second.
Yeah, you're saying the insight is that it's not certain what wonder is referring to.
Correct. Yeah. Which wonder?
It actually is what the bird says. Oh, well, where does this line up about the multiple meanings? Who said the multiple meanings line?
It's earlier. It actually says, because sometimes you have the meaning.
Yeah. See, so they throw in a word that could have more than one meaning.
And they use that as like the chorus.
Oh, all the way through. Okay.
Yes.
Well, there it is. That's the expression.
You act like you've never heard this song before. You've introduced it every week on your Melting Titanium show.
I don't know the lyrics. Here's what I know about it. I wasn't a big fan of Led Zeppelin. I didn't even know. I remember in the 80s and 90s in Toronto, whenever they had the votes for the best #1 song of all time, apparently I was told Stairway to Heaven would always win.
Well, Stairway to Heaven...
But don't let me finish. But nothing impressed me about the song. I sort of liked it, but it was no big deal, and I certainly didn't hear the lyrics or even notice them. But when Zappa did it in Buffalo in March '88, and Carolyn was there, and they did the most incredible, and you can see this online, I can show it to you, Jonathan. They did an incredible version of it. Then I remember the line, makes you wonder, and they worked with that. So that's all I know. And
it's so fun because, Jonathan, Bob was saying that this reference was going to be recorded for posterity and forever, and it was going to be in the
Akashic record,
the historical record. And he just said that before when he was going to fight about this, so just fasten your seatbelt. But when he goes back and listens next August the 17th of next year, and he hears this, he's going to remember that he actually said in 1890.
Did they say that?
It's going to be so much fun because he's the one trying to give time, and then he just takes them right back to the 1890s, and we didn't say a word.
And he also said to me, "Don't let me finish."
Right, don't let me finish. Right.
I said that.
Yeah, it's so much fun because
I said, "Don't let me finish."
Don't let me finish.
I was about to take you up on your offer.
Well, what is 1890? What was I supposed to be saying?
Well,
1988. I'm guessing
1980.
No, 1980.
Yeah. Was I referring to when we were in March in Buffalo?
You were referring to when Zappa did the cover.
1988. I said 1890. Well, that shows you I'm riff riding right here, boys. We have a public episode. There's 4 Bobs here talking to you guys.
It's fun. It's fun. So that was just fun, but it was the empirical reference to time, and we just left it right alone. we just see we don't always push against time, Bob.
Yeah. When you set me up.
Yeah, we just right into that.
Yeah, back in 1433 when I was with John Lennon.
When you were just a boy.
JW will get this reference when he listens to it later, but right now when John Lennon was at Michael Jackson's funeral.
What are you saying? Michael's funeral or someone else's funeral?
Michael's funeral.
Oh, what's your point?
My point was that people were misplacing time earlier to prove it. I mean, to back out the no time. I don't want to say theory, but fact.
At the funeral, you're saying? Are you referring to some public event?
No. Someone said that they heard that John Lennon was going to be at the Michael Jackson funeral in person, physically.
Right, and they didn't know when.
They didn't realize that he's dead.
Okay, good. So let's carry on with the lyrics.
There's a feeling I get when I look to the west.
Whoa. Feeling. There's a feeling place. A feeling place. Now, is that a documentable sign on the wall, attribute of reality? Not yet. But it's a feeling when you look to the west. Now, Bob, just leave it alone, because Bob doesn't do well with geographic directions, so just leave it be. It rhymes with what they're doing next, and that's why it's the west. So, no, the wind isn't blowing from that direction, Bob, so you're okay.
All right.
It's off.
And my spirit is crying for the leaving.
Crying for the leaving?
For leaving, sorry, I put in a D.
For a leaving?
No, for leaving.
Now, there's a feeling that my spirit is crying for leaving.
So it left the feeling?
No,
the spirit left?
Yes.
Kind of like the American Pie.
Oh, but they don't like that. They don't like us when we do that, when we mix that one up.
Who's they?
You and you.
Carolyn? Me and Carolyn?
Oh, Connie's all easy.
You mean you and the 2 Bobs?
Yeah, it's all 4 of them, just 2 of them.
Okay, back to, say the sentence again, now that we got a few interpretations.
Yeah,
there's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. Why, Is it crying because it can't experience the feeling anymore?
No.
No.
Because the spirit left the West.
That sounds like the last resort. Let's not go there.
No, that would be the reverse of the last resort.
Right.
Okay, so the spirit left the West.
The feeling place, yes.
The feeling, so while he looks to the West, the feeling is that of remembering the West.
Yes.
Okay, so with that in mind, read it.
There's a feeling I get, I'm probably going to have this memorized by the time I'm done with this.
Yeah.
There's a feeling I get when I look to the West and my spirit is crying for leaving.
Now, go ahead.
In my thoughts I've seen rings of smoke through the trees and the voices of those who stand looking, and it makes me wonder, really makes me wonder. You want me to repeat that again?
Yes,
line by line. It's not wonder. It's not that wonder. Remember we made reference to the wander, waning, waxing, that whole twist? Because now it's starting to show up as an anomaly.
How do you want me to pronounce it?
We don't care. Okay. We're just making reference to notice it. And then you make your own. You're a marvelous creator. Make up your own mind.
You're saying it's becoming one meaning.
Yes, and that's the whole twist, because it's not specific, because they use it many ways, like wandering or wondering.
Yeah, the first time, but the second time.
So each stand is kind of drawing it together, correct?
Trying to, yes. Trying to hem it up, yes.
In my thoughts, I have seen rings of smoke through the trees. I'll leave it there. Does that go back to the original tree with the bird?
Yes.
And the constant?
Yes.
Rings of smoke. Joy, rings of, that reminds me of the Across the Universe song, which I want to do that one too if we have time.
Rings of smoke, that's not cloudy.
We don't have time.
Did I say time again?
No, I didn't.
No, but the rings of smoke, are they getting in the way?
Are they
ephemeral?
Lightning? Are they like rings like in Across the Universe, are they like rings of joy or eyes of joy?
Yes.
They are? Okay. They're adding to the experience, Bob.
Okay. And then the next
a passing fancy that enlightens or increases the visual effect of the pictorial that's trying to be sung.
Right, so now we'll hear the whole thing with that in mind.
Okay. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the tree.
Wait. Where did you see it?
In my thoughts.
Now your thoughts are we had a feeling.
Yes.
So now it's becoming more physical. No, more mental.
Well, no, it was mental. You had a feeling.
Yes.
Okay, you had a remembering. Then you had a feeling. And now your thoughts are.
Well, isn't a feeling more spiritual than mental?
No, not.
I was wondering if
you can become it. You can get so far that your karma can run over your dogma. But that's not about that. You're having a remembrance, then you're having a feeling, and then those are all easy. Now there's a sign, but we're not sure. But we think.
That's the memory part. That's the memory part.
The word, and now you have this whole next stage to now where the thoughts are.
Okay.
Now thought are. That's not a sign on the wall. That's not a feeling place. Now thought is.
And knowing, I think I know.
Yeah, and trees are also another thing in this.
But just see how it's being developed here.
We've thoughts
are.
There's a level of knowing going on. It's kind of.
It's not knowing. It's substantiating a thought.
Is this kind of is this song kind of going through the process of manifestation?
Well, no, manifestation is after the fact. You actually can do it before it manifests, according to this song.
Right, but what did the makers were thinking of manifestation?
Yes, they were.
Oh, okay.
They were.
All right, so let's hear the third phase with that in mind.
I'll read the whole thing. The last whole thing I've been reading.
Yeah.
In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees and the voices of those who stand looking. And it really makes me wonder, really makes me wonder. which is in this stanza more about wandering than questioning.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And it's because now you've substantiated that thoughts are, and that really gets to confuse you in a bit. Because it's like, okay, I knew what I knew, and then I have a feeling about what I knew, and now I think I know what I feel, and when I think I know what I feel, I wonder.
Okay, now there's a...
Rather than I think I know, it becomes I wonder.
I think I wonder.
Yeah.
The next part, I think, will get Bob riled up a little bit.
Imagine that.
And it's whispered that soon, if we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason.
Correct. There you go. There you go. There you go. Jonathan.
In plain sight.
There you go.
Is that the transition from the labyrinth of the mind back to the mind of reason?
Well, it's not even that hard, Bob. It's the Pied Piper.
That would be the mind of reason.
Well, it is the mind of reason, and then that's what validates the signs on the wall.
Yeah.
That validates your memory of your feeling that thoughts are.
And all call the tune, does that mean if we all can recognize this?
If you can make a meme of it. If it's memeable.
Very good. So let's hear the last part with that in mind.
And it's whispered that soon, if we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason.
Yeah, that's the process of a private thought becoming a meme.
That's it. And it's in the meme in this particular place, it's validation of creation. That's what you hadn't got to yet. That's what you hadn't got to yet. When you think about it that way, you're kind of like going, wait a second. You mean this crazy devil-worshipping group of satanic cult archetypal gritists got it and can figure this out and can put it out for everybody to listen to, and then you have these stoned out acid rockers who didn't know where they were that were actually getting creation's story right there in the middle of their acid trip. Very good.
Is that a 3-2-1 process, or are they three?
It's three.
Yeah,
three. There's that three again.
Stairway to Dobbstown. 3 it.
Stairway to Dobbstown with no return address.
So what? Okay, that's very good. So it's
now read it again.
Okay. Yeah, the last
actually now we've gotten to enough of a place. Start from the beginning, and we won't stop you or interrupt you. I promise. Let you get all the way through with what we've done so far. Then all of a sudden you can go, wow, I never thought about that way.
Wait, before I start, Iron, can you make Bob promise?
I can't.
Promise what?
That you'll be quiet till he gets...
I'm respectful.
There's a lady who's sure that all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed, with a word she can get what she came for. Oh, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure, because sometimes words have two meanings. In the tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings, sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven. Ooh, it makes me wonder, ooh, it makes me wonder. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees, and the voices of those who stand looking, and it makes me wonder, really makes me wonder. And it's whispered that soon, if we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason. And you cut me off where this stanza ended, so I'll finish the stanza. And a new day will dawn for those who stand long, and the forest will echo with laughter.
Now, we stopped you there on purpose because that was if we wanted to catch you all the way up for this new place.
I caused a little interruption there. I'm going to rewind it so nothing is missed. We'll go back a minute as he was reading the lyrics. Okay.
Then you'll be quiet till he gets...
I'm respectful.
There's a lady who's sure that all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. When she gets there she knows if the stores are all closed, with a word she can get what she came for. Oh, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure, because sometimes words have two meanings. In the tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings, sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven. Ooh, it makes me wonder, ooh, it makes me wonder. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees, and the voices of those who stand looking, and it makes me wonder, really makes me wonder. And it's whispered that soon, if we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason. And you cut me off where this stanza ended, so I'll finish the stanza. And a new day will dawn for those who stand long, and the forest will echo with laughter.
Now, we stopped you there on purpose because that was we wanted to get you all the way up for this new place. New place. Now you have Bob. You're welcome to join again. Now you're talking about transition. You couldn't have the transition till you got to the coda. And they didn't want to take you down that path until you got the first part's down. So now read just the last stanza.
You're calling it the coda.
Yeah, like in music where you have to you play to the coda, then you go back to the beginning. Or you go play to the end, then you go back to the beginning, then play to the coda, then you skip to the end.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Boy.
No problem.
Yeah, but what's the coda? I thought the end is the coda, but you said you go...
No, the coda is a part somewhere, normally in the middle of the music, that when you get to it, you skip all the way to the end.
When you get to when you redo it and you come to the middle part, the coda, then you jump the rest and get to the end.
You jump to like 5 bars before.
Okay, because I'm thinking that there's this remorse slightly, the spirit is leaving, and then that's like the disease or the problem, and then he has a solution by the end, which is what you're going to read.
And a new day will dawn for those who stand long, and the forest will echo with laughter. Stand long. Can you elaborate?
Sure. Be mindful of your eternalness.
Stand long in like a metronome sense of time.
Exactly. As a whole note rather than 16 quarter notes.
I had to put that in metronome sense of time, didn't I? Good.
So you want to read?
A new day will dawn, a new mind of reason, or am I reading too much into that?
Say it again. No, don't say it again.
Oh.
It's not that. It's transition.
Okay.
Yes, it's an if clause. If you can recognize that there is eternalness, stand long, eternally, then what happens?
The forest will echo with laughter.
That's exactly correct.
Meaning it'll be happier.
No, meaning that you can hear the trees speak. And they will, and they do.
But the forest goes back to the trees with the constant.
It's the tree by the brook, which is a given. It's a given. Nobody's fighting against the tree and the brook. And now the bird kind of can question, but they can't fight with the tree. The tree is, and the brook is, even though they created it. Okay, that becomes the standard, and the standard, that's like the sign and the reason and the word having a resolute substantiation. So we got that far. Now, if you can get that far, then there's a new transition that is being made available.
Yeah, then the trees come alive.
So now, at this point, which one would be the protagonist?
Just before you say that, what I mean by the trees come alive, you start to interact with what you thought was a given, stable thing. You're now becoming aware of your interaction and co-creation with it.
So you're questioning the constant.
Yes.
Yeah. And
we're not questioning it. The constant is no longer a constant. Just like time was a constant, but people think it's a constant. The mind of reason does, but it's not.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The first part is a statement. It's an image of time, a frozen stance, and it comes alive in the last section, and that's the new being. And
right, we're actually at the guitar solo now, so it may. Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when you get, right now, the thinning of the veil is making the Earth start to laugh.
No, it's not. It's making the Earth is already happy, correct? We're just seeing it.
You're just noticing it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're noticing it now.
The Earth isn't laughing at us.
You're reading it.
I mean laughing at. I mean it's vibrating, interacting, and responding to us.
You're looking at the sign and you're questioning whether the signs are right. So you want to be sure.
Yeah.
And once you get sure that your word can open the store, and you don't even have to give the shirt off your back in exchange thereof, then you start coming back to the constants that are, like the brook and the tree, and then all of a sudden the forest can start speaking to you and laughing with you. And
is this kind of like? Is this kind of like they're questioning the constant of I think therefore I am?
No. It's more like the landing in the staircase.
Okay.
Remember, this is a stairway to heaven. So you go up so many steps, and then there's a landing so you can catch your breath.
Yeah.
That's what this is. And then when you get so far up, you're elevated from where you were, but you're not there yet.
But so it's like an elevated point of perception.
Precisely. Go ahead.
And if there is a bustle, B-U-S-T-L-E,
Bustle. Like, a bustle in the crowd, isn't that? Rustle and bustle.
Oh, you mean like on the back of a dress?
Oh, yeah.
If there's a bustle in your headgrow, H-E-D-G-E-R-O-W.
Okay.
Headgrove.
No, say that again.
H-E-D-G-E-R-O-W. Headgrow. Don't be alarmed now.
Is that have we come to the end of the lyrics?
No. We've got another guitar solo and another couple stanzas.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So I never heard of these things. Headgrow. Okay, so what is this thing?
I think it's actually like a hedgerow.
Hedgerow. Yeah, hedgerow. Yeah.
That actually does say hedgerow. We were doing we were separating the different syllables.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
it's saying don't be afraid of something. Don't be afraid of the new experience.
No. What did they mean? What did they say?
You haven't finished it. Go back after the guitar solo. You begin. Now do that first part, and then we'll answer all questions.
Okay. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now.
Okay. That means if there's a bee in your bonnet. If there's a contrast that comes along, you've already got the trees, you're talking to the trees, and the trees are talking back to you, right? So you come into that new place. If you get to that new place, and then you get a bee in your bonnet.
Which is the one-ing. That's the one-ing.
Yes, that's very good, Bob. Redefining, and you notice from your new elevated place, not at the top yet, but you're way further than you were, and then you get a bustle in your hedgerow, or a bee in your bonnet, or a little bit of contrast, or a splinter in your foot, or a pain in your back, or a
broken guitar string in the middle of your solo.
Blisters on my fingers.
Right. If that happens, don't be alarmed. It's okay. You're just noticing it. It was actually there all along. But now you're in an elevated place where you notice. And if you notice it, don't be alarmed. That means don't run back down the steps. Just keep on your ascension process.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's just a spring clean for the May Queen.
There you go. Perfect. It's a spring clean for the May Queen. Did you get that?
So it's just nothing.
No, it is something. It is a seasonal response. You have seasons. It's a spring clean. What do you do in the spring? You have spring clean. You move all your furniture out of your house and clean your carpets. Okay? And that's for the May Queen.
Because spring happens in May.
Right. Go ahead.
Yes, there there are two paths you can go by.
Oh, now wait a minute. Duality again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you've reached the landing.
But in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on.
Yes, that's metronome time.
Mm-hmm. And then it repeats the ooh, it makes me wonder.
Now go back.
Okay.
Now, Bob.
Hello?
He's taking a break. Hold
I'm
on.
here.
Oh.
Okay. You want me to say something?
No, we want you to make sure before we go too much further, if you have questions, we want them engaged.
Well, it's a very good description of the wanting process because you get so far and then you reassess, you redefine, and that's, you want to clean it up. You want to do it better. You want to get it better, and that's a spring clean.
Mm-hmm.
It's a natural cycle. You will feel that way. Once you get your bliss, then you'll feel used to it, then you'll want to change it.
Mm-hmm.
A new season comes in.
Okay. Now, very good. All right. That is correct. In Paradises Are Lost,
Right.
your definitions change, but now here's a new...
Oh, yeah, so that's the other point. To know if you get to a little bit of heaven, you won't know you're there unless you get a little contrast. So naturally, you're going to get some contrast, and this is what it's addressing.
But you get to choose. Once you hit the landing, you know, the part way up the stairs, way to heaven, you hit a landing, then you get to choose direction. But you don't worry about that because you still have tick-tock time that you can go down one way or go down another way, and you still got time to go the other way.
You can, is this, maybe going up and down, but, well, actually, that's what I'm referring to. You mean that I can go up and down the stairs?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because people get crossways, they get elevated high and lifted up on the purgatory road to heaven, and they get so far and they go, wait, I didn't want this. I have everything. I just wanted to be a superstar. I didn't really want to be the king of the world. Oh wait, no, this isn't what I wanted. I was going in this direction. I was going in this direction.
Is that another tie into the Beatles?
Just easy. We were in a rampage. Excuse us just a second.
No, that's what happened. It might have happened to the Beatles, but it happened to Michael Jackson. He said,
I think he's upset that we're interrupting his rampage.
No, it's okay. We do that. Bob does it all the time, and we allow, so it's okay. But the point is that you have these illusions of grandeur that you proceed toward, and then the next thing you know, they become manifest in your reality. And then all of a sudden you go, wait, I just wanted a little fame. No, I just wanted a little money. No, I just wanted a little happiness. No, I just wanted a little fullness.
So it's not regret, but it's, again, making sure that redefining.
It's redefining wanting, as Bob said earlier perfectly. It's wanting as you're doing your ascension process. It's allowing you the idea that if you get a bee in your bonnet, that it's okay to take a break, take the bonnet off, shoo the bee out of it, and you can do that various and different ways, and there's still time for you to continue your ascension. All right, continue. No. Did we get to the end?
Yes, you got to the end.
So now do it again.
Okay.
Not the whole thing, just that. Yeah.
If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, sorry. Don't be alarmed now. It's just spring clean for the May Queen. Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. Ooh, it makes me wonder. Ooh, it makes me wonder.
Very good.
Then the next stanza is, your head is humming and it won't go. In case you don't know, the piper's calling you to join him. Dear lady, can't you hear the wind blow? And did you know your stairway lies on the whispering wind?
Now, do you understand, Bob, while we were talking about from the west, don't worry about which way the wind's blowing.
Because the wind is whispering. Wait, does that go back to the whispering if it's all whispered?
Yeah.
Oh. So it combines those two analogies?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so...
And the reason it does is because you're at an ascended level, and so your whole concept of reality has been questioned, vilified, validated, and verified through those different steps of accentuating if this indeed is the joyful path that is your place of direction or wanting. And that was a could give us a little of it.
But that's what you're saying. Is that what did they think they were saying?
This was all conscious to them. This wasn't just an acid trip.
Well, no, it was not an acid trip. No.
Okay.
Might have been based on the insights from acid trips.
Maybe. That's a creation too, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was giving it more authority, I guess.
All right, that's fine.
Giving what more authority?
Their knowing of it.
Mm-hmm. The way they could combine where they were to come up with those words that had that meaning, that could work out a sign, work out the process.
It was completely conscious to them, is what we're agreeing on.
And the reference was from realities that people could embrace.
Now, did all the members contribute, or is it one writer or two of them doing?
Or is it like the Paul McCartney thing? I know the Lennon McCartney thing.
Remember that question when we get to the end. If you still have that question, we'll answer it.
Okay, so let's hear the lyric, the stanza again.
Okay. Your head is humming and it won't go, in case you don't know. The piper's calling you to join him. Dear lady, can't you hear the wind blow? And did you know your stairway lies on the whispering wind? Guitar solo.
Right, now is that mixing up the labyrinth of mind and the mind of reason there?
It's combining what do you agree?
Everything that has happened before.
No, it was the last part of the lyric is combining the wind from the west and also the whispering that from the train. It's whispered that if we all call the tune.
But it includes the irritation, the wanting.
Well, you get beyond. See, you come to the ascension, so you don't give that. And if you get a bee in your bonnet, that's not a big deal anymore because spring clean will take care of that, and you still have time to get through this process. But here we go.
Well, wait a minute. So the first lyrics of this first part of this stanza is saying that.
Yeah.
Can you just read the first?
It seems like they're mocking it again. It seems like they're mocking.
But it's not. It's just giving it enough attention that your stairway to basically the short version is that even though you might notice these bees in your bonnet as you ascend, that it's in the wind is the staircase, the stairway toward heaven. The wind is, or the wind is made of? I mean, what's the difference? Okay. No, we're not being cheeky. We're asking what's the difference.
If it is, it's more. If it's made out of wind, it's not as a big thing as if it is wind. If it is wind, it's more uncertainty.
But now, wait a second.
No, it's not. Never mind.
Well, that would be like saying the plane can fly because of its power, not because of its influence on the wind.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, the climb of the plane is based on wind current of where it's attaching itself to, in which context it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, without the wind, no matter how much power the plane had, it wouldn't be able to fly.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So, if you look at it that way, then it could say, okay, so the stairway to heaven is not on how big is the engine on the 777, the actual
on the wind or the allowment.
The wind of the allowment of allowing it to ascend. Allowing it to ascend on the wind. And then we'd say, instead of emphasis implied, we'd say flatulence required.
And we're on the left stanza now.
Okay, wait, no. So I've drawn up the lyrics here, so I'm looking at them for the first time. Your head is humming, and it won't go, in case you don't know.
Yeah, that was the stanza we just went over.
Yeah, it won't go, in case you don't know. What's the warning?
Yes, it won't. It was not that it won't go. It's not that it won't go.
In case you didn't know? Is that what? In case you don't know?
Even though you don't realize it, that's still the way it is.
Your head is humming, and it won't go.
Yes.
In case you don't know.
Uh-huh.
Is there a problem if it won't go?
Well, you don't fly. Okay.
Oh, okay. Your head is humming and it won't go. That means we got a problem. Okay, so after the spring thing, this seems to be continuing to saying you got to be in your bonnet. It's another way of saying your head is humming and won't go. In case you don't know, that refers, in case you don't know, to the next line. The piper's calling you to join him. So it's like you found your knowing in the hedgerow stanza. Now you got to deal with the mind of reason, the public again.
Well, the signs.
Yeah, the signs.
Yeah, the actual music itself on this, and then when you get to the point of being through, you can play it, and the speakers on this are so blasting that it'll come through for everybody that you might even get a different experience. Do you want me to play it through here?
No, later when we finish.
Later, yeah. But you have time to key it up now. Key it up. What do you mean? Get it on the thing so you can say play, and then it'll play. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, your head is... Okay, so if there's a bustle, you got to be in your bun. Don't be alarmed. It's just a spring clean. Yes, there are 2 paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on, and it makes me wonder. Okay, so that's a little...
So that means don't major in the minors.
Right, and it sort of continues it. And actually, you know what it's doing? There's the warning and the bustle to your labyrinth of mind about how to handle that. Now
you're lost. Don't worry about it. Just go on with it.
Yeah.
Because now you're in a ascended place.
But now, that's for your labyrinth of... That's your personal. Now the social comes back in, the signs. Also, your head is humming, it won't go. In case you don't know, the piper's calling you to join him. You're being pulled, your personal revelation is being pulled into public meme land. You got to figure out your relationship to that. Dear lady, can you hear?
And the difference between where you are and where you in meme land is.
Right. That's part of the difference between you and you.
And that's the ascension. You sometimes don't notice that till you start up the stairway to heaven.
Right. When you refer to, often say, the difference between you and you, is that the difference between the labyrinth of your mind and the mind of reason?
Sometimes. But it also can be from where you are and to where you want to be.
Yeah, within the labyrinth of your mind. It's ratios.
Maybe, but it could be as simple as, let's say you and Connie go to fighting.
Right.
How long does that last? About a second, because she'll go to bed. She won't fight with you.
Right.
But let's say how close you are or how far away you are, depending on the contrast that you're trying to make your point and she's trying to make her point, and she's trying to let you know that you're right, but you don't understand the question, or you're trying to tell her that it's okay, but I don't understand this, and that the distance between you two sometimes is that distance in the contrast that you're coming to understand. And sometimes you get it all figured out and everybody's good. And then sometimes you kind of like going, well, fine, Bob, stay there until you get over it and then you'll be okay.
Right.
So the distance between the two is that distance between you and you. Bob that's going to let it go, or Bob that has to be right in the conversation.
Right. So
that's a distance between you and you.
And this is partly what this stanza is about?
Yes, it is, and it's also the distance of, okay, here I am, Snicker bar less.
Yeah.
Okay, and then here I am over here with 4 Snicker bars and I'm swallowing, just one right after the other. Now, how far is it from here where I am without a Snicker bar till I get to the place where I am with 4 Snicker bars going down my throat hole one at a time? Now, that's a distance too. And you set the rules. No, the distance is I don't do Snicker bars till I head to the beach. And it's 9 o'clock in the morning. I want a Snicker bar now. I can't go to the beach now. Well, Carolyn did want to go to the beach early. Well, we could work this out. Hey, Carolyn, I'm about ready to go to the beach. It's Bob, it's 10:15. You're not even awake yet. What are you talking about? No, I think it'd be great. We'll go there. You want to go a little early so you're not having to come home and then do all the stuff and then try to go to bed at 9. So, yeah, that'll work out great. And then you convince her that you have complied with her request to go to the beach earlier, when the reality of it was just so the distance between you and you could be closer so you could have your 4 Snicker bars before lunch.
Right.
That's another example of the distance between you and you. And the conformity thereof is making it a shorter stance or a longer stance.
Right, so that makes sense. Your head is humming and it won't go. In case you don't know, the piper...
Wait a minute. Non-physical's making sense.
Yeah. Wait. Your head... Your head is humming, it won't go. In case you don't know, the piper's calling you to join him. Dear lady, can you hear the wind blow? And did you know your stairway lies on the whispering wind? That implies enjoy the ride.
Absolutely. And start laughing with the whisper of the trees.
Yeah, of the threeing, 3 to 1 or threeing, that's already been laid out in the previous stanzas. So you now know the process.
Yes, but you didn't up until now.
Yeah.
Okay, now go ahead.
As the wind...
No, as we wind is what I see.
Sorry. As we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our soul.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. As we continue the path, as we wind on the road, what was the next base?
Our shadows taller than our soul.
Now, wait a minute. The shadows. Bob, what do you know about shadows?
That's your other selves.
Well, sometimes shadows are long and sometimes they're short. But guess what it's actually giving inference to?
Well, later in the day, if you go by the sun, the shadows grow longer because the sun's at a different angle. Is it referring?
Well, the angle is what we're trying. Yeah, but that's not. You're great. That's perfect. But that ain't what we're talking about. No. It's a very, very good example because then it'll let every people listening to this understand it. But it actually, what it's giving is once you get to the whisper of the tree, that's when different worlds can come into your environment. Because remember, this is a stairway to heaven. Heaven is in a different plane. Heaven is not a 777. Heaven is a different world. Heaven would be a parallelism for this world.
Did part of Led Zeppelin die in a plane?
Did he die at all?
It wasn't a he, it was a group, but... Bob?
I don't know. Somebody died, I think. But
if so, that'd be quite ironic. But
right, but the thing, Jay, Ion, is that's what I mean by shadows, parallel worlds. So you're agreeing with me?
Yes, absolutely. But they did it so softly.
Yeah.
So softly that everybody just was like, oh, okay, cool. They mean long shadows late in the day, short shadows top of the day, kind of thing. Okay, and now that's good. Now continue. If everybody's good.
See, your stairway lies on the whispering wind. There's the pointing out the parallel worlds. Then it said, and as we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our soul. We now know of the parallel worlds. That's a given.
That's right. It's acknowledged. It's a sign.
Yeah.
It's a sign. But you're not sure. But there's a sign.
Yeah.
But you've already gotten the whole process of how to know with your word, because you can validate your signage of where the mean is, the difference between where everybody thinks it is and where it is. You want to know, but then your thoughts are. That's significant. And then we've kind of wound all the way through that even if you start your ascension and have a little contrast, that's okay too. There's still tick-tock time to work it out ever how you want to. And then as you're ascending, then the shadows become long. And that longness of the shadows allow you to participate in ultimate parallel universes that you also have thoroughly, completely, fully created, established, and validated. What's the next part?
There walks a lady we all know.
It's a recognition point, okay?
Who shines white light and wants to show how everything still turns to gold. Gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come to you at last. When all is one and one is...
When all are one.
When all are... I got is on mine.
Okay. When all is one, or all are one, and one is all.
Well, which is it?
Mine is, we're about to play the song, so...
All right, we'll hear it.
Which is it?
Yeah, to be...
Is and are the same thing. They're different tenses. So it's very interesting that it's very interesting for us, maybe not to you all. Y'all are marvelous creators. You get it all. We're just trying to help you along here. But it's very interesting that the is and the are in this inference is not a duality. It's a sameness. Because now it's a contrast straight up. Well, is it or are it? Well, are means that all can, and is mean that it might just be in one individual. Well, it's one lady, but the one lady that's supposedly explaining that the streets of heaven are made of gold.
So are you saying that it doesn't fit? Either doesn't fit.
Correct. That's correct. But it'll be fun to see how they play it out. But it's just the subtlety of these going through the words themselves, which is great fun.
When all is one and one is all, yeah, to be a rock, not to roll.
Correct.
And she's buying a Stairway to Heaven.
You see?
In song, but yeah.
What is it? A moss grows fat on a rolling stone? How does that work?
Or is that referring to the band?
No. No, it's a bandwidth, but not a band of music.
So it's saying, and it also dives into their genre, rock and roll.
But it's just a cheeky way to make it work.
Okay, well, I guess I'll play the song now.
No, let's hear read the whole thing through now with, the last stanza.
The last stanza, okay. As we wind down the road, our shadows taller than our soul, there walks a lady we all know who shines white light and wants to show how everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come to you at last. When all is one and one is all, yeah, to be a rock, not to roll. And she's buying a Stairway to Heaven.
And guess what? That's the definition of WAP.
Definition of what?
Guess what that's a definition of?
Did you say Bob or WAP or
Bob?
Oh, okay.
Bob.
Which line or what is a definition?
That last stanza. That's a very workable, good definition of what you know as alchemy.
Right. And it's also summing up the whole process. You're going to go through what we've learned from all the standards.
Turning oxygen into gold, right? Is it referring to that?
Well, turning anything into metal into gold.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it's now saying, that old line, first I'll tell them what I'm going to tell them, then I'll tell them what I told them. This is telling us what we now know.
Well, we already do, but we didn't know we knew because we thought we knew what we know, but we don't know what we know because we question what we knew because our thoughts didn't know what we knew, and we thought we knew what we knew, and then we knew we know what we don't know, but we don't know what we're not sure of, and then we have questions because we knew that we didn't know that we weren't sure that it could be, that it might be, that could, that we knew that we know. And then we tweeted and asked our friends what they think about it.
Well, we put it up on the site, but the last stanza is saying now you know the process of 3-2-1ing or even 3ing, and now you can go for and make and look for more. And she's buying
in any part. Let's say you just 3. Okay, it shows you how to go from 3 forward. And then if you want to get tangled up with 1, then you can do some 1ing. It shows you how to do that.
Yeah.
And it shows you how to notice where you are, where you is.
Yeah.
And once you notice your isism, then your isism can go, okay, well, that's no big deal. But the sun is up. It's the daytime. That's not abnormal. See, it's not. The sun did rise today. Okay, it's a normal thing. Well, what if a day it didn't rise? Well, then that's a 1, and you get to deal with that. And it doesn't change reality or perception of reality. It just becomes a new isism.
Right.
Because what I'm here to tell you, and you need to make a little notation or not, please yourself, things that you know that are soon not going to be.
Right. And you may see me make a note of the time?
Make a note that all these things that you're calculating as signage that is not necessarily.
Yeah, as the mystery landscape surfaces.
Well, the mystery landscape is, you've answered every mystery within the mystery landscape, but there's a new landscape. These bastard children that your bodies keep procreating are fixing to turn everything you know upside down.
Right.
And just so everybody knows, that's my only point, all that you know that is may not be.
Right, and so the last stanza says, I'm happy where we are, we understand the process, I understand it, and now ready for more. That's what, and she's buying a Stairway to Heaven. That's ready for more. Do you agree with that?
Well, she's not buying the Stairway to Heaven. She's realizing that the goal that's created is in her possession already. It's not that you've got to figure out this process in order to do it. It's that you have to figure out that you've had the process all along.
Like she was going after heaven not because she wanted heaven, because she wanted something that was in heaven, correct?
Correct.
Like she wanted just like being famous, she wanted just the wealth of being famous, and then she found out that there was a lot of other things that went with it she didn't like.
Exactly. And then it's kind of like, it's like Heath Ledger. You wanted fame. Well, then the fame game got played and you won. And then you're like, ooh, what was I thinking? Why would I want that? Wow, wait a minute. I've got a bustle in my hedgerow, and I'm pretty high up, so the only place I can go from here is to fall.
And he suicided himself.
Well, everyone does, but yes.
But you're explaining why he did himself in consciously?
Yes.
Took an overdose or whatever it was?
Whatever, he checked out. His library card was due.
But he took the drugs to check out? He thought that'd be the means to do it?
Well, he couldn't deal with where he was.
Right.
His is became more than he bargained for.
Bob, it's kind of funny how you did that.
Sorry. Anyway.
Who did that?
The way you asked that question, you kind of went around about instead of just asking it.
He did, and it's great because he's played with us enough that he knows if he takes one misstep, he sets off a rampage and takes it a 5:15 laudable conclusion. Bob is, just be easy, Jonathan. Bob is a paid professional. Just know that. He knows how it works. Okay, so now you want to hear the song?
I think unless you want to read it all through again, or is that too long?
No, we'll play it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's Stairway to Heaven off the Best of Led Zeppelin Volume 1.
Very good. And now, wait. You got to give credit. In order to put this on a recording, it's copywritten by whom?
Led Zeppelin.
All rights reserved.
All rights reserved.
Because we're giving credit because you're not using it otherwise. Okay. Breathe not and turn it up. Fine.
That's the song.
Not a bad song.
Not at all.
It's quite interesting, though, how he got more aggressive at the end.
Yeah.
As we'd established after the transition, when he's kind of back to where he began, or no.
That's
when he's number 3, he got a really not aggressive, assertive.
That's what happens when you come into your power. That's the point. Once you know, you'll stand right up in the middle of the crowd of everybody and tell them just exactly how the milk got in the coconut.
Yeah.
And you don't ask, and you don't ask permission, and you don't yield, and you don't bow, and you don't scrape. You know. And once you know, and then if they don't know, that's their problem. It's not yours. And then therefore you eliminate them and what they think out of your place of beingness. That's when they start having trouble. That's when your government start having issue with you. That's when they don't understand. You anarchist. You're turning up the apple cart. You think you can hear the wind in the trees. You think you can buy your way to heaven. No, it didn't say that. It said you can own the stairway to heaven. Very good.
Right. It was interesting at the end, and she's buying the stairway to heaven.
The stairway. That's correct. That's correct.
Not a stairway. She now knows.
That's exactly correct. Very good. Very good.
And does he get aggressive at the line if there's a bustle in your hedgerow? Is that where it begins?
No, it got aggressive on the last stanza.
And as we wind on down the road, right. It's starting over again, but with full confidence. I think, I know.
Like his, it wasn't more aggressive, more assertive. His voice opened up, and that's how he sings in all the other songs.
Yeah.
Like in the beginning, he felt unsure of himself, like he was questioning how he was singing, trying to sing in the classical rock, Frank Sinatra kind of stuff.
It's autobiographical. The whole song is autobiographical. He mimes the process he went through.
Probably.
Whoever wrote this, whoever.
Isn't it interesting though? we heard the words, we sieved the words, and then you heard the music, and it's almost like, wait a second.
Well, I mean,
how did you get there from there?
The bass lines, I was sitting where it could actually vibrate my chair.
Yes, but that's not exactly fair. Not most human creators have a subwoofer attached to their PC, so...
I was playing it off my Peapod.
Oh, your Peapod? Oh, okay. Well, but still the speakerage.
But your point is, Jonathan, what?
That it did add a lot of resonance and vibration than just the words. I mean, the words were great, but the music kind of emphasized their meaning.
It created a melodious flow so you could tell which way the wind blows.
Yes.
That's right. That's what music does. It soothes the soul.
Give me the B-boys and soothe my soul. Get lost. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's very good. I recommend.
Well, whenever we do this again, I want to do another song. I don't think we can do it tonight, but another song, "Across the Universe" by the Beatles.
Right. Okay.
Don't forget "Highway to Hell." We like that one too.
Yeah. So it turns out very appropriate that we picked this for Melting Titanium. Did we
imagine having non-physical interact a bit? Isn't it amazing?
Well, yeah. What is the interaction? You're just You're just turning up the volume because you don't create, but you help us to appreciate what we created.
That's correct, and arrange and allow and orchestrate every creation that is within your forecastable, manifestable reality.
Do you also help not drum up but show the default manifestations? The default creations?
Yes, we point them out because people are running around with issue and trouble because of their manifestation, but they've manifested by default. Now, you think of manifestation as a positive thing, but it doesn't always have to be. If you lose your house in this climate or economy, that's because you are creating by default. The default is that everybody says everybody's losing their job and there is no money and it's over and the mortgage companies are gone and the credit's gone and there is no production, there is no GDP, there is no country, there is no. But so they're not saying that there's lack. They're saying there's an abundance of nastiness. So it doesn't have to be, how do I get my red shiny car? You see, it's if you forfeit your red shiny car, what was the process by which you went through to create that reality as a manifested being in your knowingness? So it's the flip side of that same sweet, delicious thought.
So this song is a celebration not of creation by default.
Correct. Because once you come into your knowing and you come into that place, you're going to sing like he did. You know, this over-the-top blasting. And I don't care what you think about it. So I'm going to leave, I know what I know, and I'm going to leave what you think about it out of the equation.
Kind of the Kurt Cobain.
Is that the labyrinth of the mind kind of putting the mind of reason in a secondary position?
Well, that's a great way to say it. Couldn't be further from the way it is, but it's a great way to say it. It's almost like you've got your string, so now you can easily navigate the labyrinth of your mind with full knowing and confidence that if you get down a rabbit hole or get a bustle in your hedgerow, that you've got the string where you can choose a different path.
Is that like you have the knowledge to get yourself out of anything?
Well, no, you have non-physical, which gives you the clues to find your way.
But you have the knowledge of knowing there's non-physical.
But you don't necessarily, you don't have to establish that for it to be.
No,
see, non-physical's helping anyway. It's helping anyway. So whether you recognize it or not, it still is. See, that's where those that say there is no God. Okay, that's great. But that doesn't make any less God. It just eliminates God for them. You see? Because, you know, if you believe in Buddha, you get Buddha. If you believe in Jesus, you get Jesus. If you believe in godless, you get no God. But that doesn't mean that you're still not the creator. And that's our inference or deference that we always get when you start using words. Because when you start talking about what God is, well, what most people think God is not. So you've got a false premise right out of the chute that now you got to work through the signage on the wall to make sure that you know which way the wind's blowing. Very, very good.
Yep.
The lion approves of the song. Oh, we like all songs.
Okay, I think we come to the end.
Gosh, what? Bob, you must be turning in early. It's only 3:30. What's going on?
No, I don't have to. I'm
Okay, that was Ion elaborating the lyrics to Led Zeppelin's song Stairway to Heaven. And that was recorded back in October 2009. So, 6 years ago? Okay, let's see if Bert's come in. Is that you, Bert?
Hi, Bob.
That's you. Yes, you should get in by 7:30. Yep. Okay, then, and that's Roxy?
Yes. Wow. Makes me wonder.
Wow. Another wow. We get several wows there over the last few weeks.
Makes me wonder. I wonder in all the senses of wonder, like with amazement and with interrogation.
Multitudinous wonder. So, Bert, you know what we did is Roxy requested Stairway to Heaven a while ago. And so I remembered that, we could play, even though we sell it, make it a special, and play Ion analyzing the lyrics to Stairway to Heaven. So that's what we just heard. You probably own that recording, right?
Yes.
You probably have a copy of that.
Yes, it's interesting to hear. I haven't heard it in a while, but that's really interesting. It's spot on. Spot on.
Yeah.
Great.
We had very chaotic. How it ended with the thing I want to talk about, how for the ascended there is no God, and that's what Ion says at the end. For the ascended there is no God, and on the one side we have the Catholic McLuhan, explaining the mystic body of Christ, and on the other side we have Zappa, who claimed he was an atheist. But Ion says it doesn't matter because your non-physical is always helping in your creation. Even if you accept it or not, you are the God, you are the creator. And all, he says, all the creations are done with the non-physical. So that's why I suppose we find all these ionic memes in Zappa and in Joyce and in McLuhan, because the non-physical is there in all the creation.
You said McLuhan was Catholic on one side. What did you call Zappa on the other side? Did you say atheist?
Yeah.
Atheist, okay.
He claimed he was.
Well, Frank, he formed a church called the Church of Secular Humanism. And maybe church and secular.
He also was talking about the big no.
So the Church of Secular Humanism, or church, and it becomes CASH, C-A-S-H. I think it became, whatever it was CASH. Just want to mention that. But yeah, back to what you were saying?
Yes, that he also had this concept of the big note, that he said there is God and all these things, and then there's the big note.
He said his music includes every available visual medium, every perceptual deficiency, God. He included God in his concept, or as part of his music, and
technology
some other things. What? Roxy, make sure your phone's perfect. I find it a little hard to hear what you're saying. Can you adjust your phone to make it perfect? Are you on Skype? Can you be on a better...
I always
what?
Speak. I always speak on this mic on the computer.
Right. So put the microphone down by your mouth or something. It's just slightly blurry, and I hate that. You can't make out what you're saying. So have you adjusted it?
This is the weird payday where nothing is working.
No, it's okay. It's okay, but it's not perfect. Is it my phone, Bert? How's your phone for hearing Roxy?
I can hear Roxy, but you sound at a distance, Bob. You sound like you're at a distance than normal.
Oh, okay. That's a drag. Well, we had chaos, Bert. We played, first of all, we had
and that you did the Shiva dance.
Yes, the video killed the radio star, Bert. I came on and played the music first hour and showed myself dancing in my new video hookup with Bill. So it was a very interesting evening. But Ion got pissed off, and Ion demanded me to play the song called "The Video Killed the Radio Star," and I couldn't get connected to Bill. The phone would work with anybody else, but it would not connect to me. So Ion claimed that they shut it off and caused a total ridiculous hour, which we'll delete from the archives. And then we finally got the thing played because Bill called me. And so I may not be in the normal connection because of
it sounds like it. It sounds like it.
So hope it'll make it better. So what? I have a couple of things I want to do. What do you want to talk about? Something, Roxy?
Well, about the whole song.
Yes.
It's about the logos and manifesting with your words. That what we were talking before about Baudrillard and about McLuhan being interested in grammar and etymology because he knew the logos is the way to manifest. And Ian has told us that, for example, McLuhan and Captain Bifford were doing this parallel world thing, and I suppose Zappa knew about all those things, and maybe he himself is eternal and is doing also this parallel world travels. So
yeah, I think Ion. I think he said, Captain Beefheart was the weird one, came in from another dimension. Zappa was more normal. I don't know if Zappa, it would occur to him to fake his death, or I think I said that, and I don't know about his parallel worlding. Even though he sang about it and we're only for the money, he called it discorporate. But there's more to be found out about Zappa as his reality unfolds. He definitely understood there's no time. He really understood that point. So I was thinking that...
yes, and I like his version of the Stairway to Heaven because he's doing like a sitcom. He's adding these laughs, like these comedies on TV, and making fun. Woo, woo, makes me wonder. Woo,
right.
Of the woo woo. Very landscape, but at the same time, I think he reflected really from all the songs, from all the composers he knew. He chose very specific songs, and in that record, there's also, for example, the Ring of Fire, and in this one. Ian is also talking about the artness and the isness, and Zappa had this song, "You Are What You Is," and in there they say, "You wonder who I wondered too. You used to was who I was anyway, and what to do. I used to work at the post office. Just scratch your head, but I don't want to do my do and look around." Just to see what's going on. he's playing with all these things, but he's really wondering, and he's really wondering in amazement.
Yeah, what did you just read? What did you just read?
That is from the lyrics of You Are What You Eat.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
Because it's like you wonder who you are, and he's making fun of people thinking you are your possessions or what you put on or what you have. But he's really going deeper into this wondering, what are we?
Yes, what are we? I'm looking for a Zappa article. But, Bert, you don't get to say much, Bert. You want to say some things?
Yes.
Your thoughts on Zappa so far?
Your letter to Prince Charles this week, Bob, and I saw that in your 10 programs that Zappa, you flip into Zappa and the occult, from Cosmic Awareness, Marshall McLuhan, Peter Beater, and then it flips into Frank Zappa. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that, because I found it interesting. You start out Zappa's in music in your program 4, but in your program 8, it starts, enhances Cosmic Awareness, there's Obsolescence, Marshall McLuhan, retrieves Peter Beater. But then it flips into Cosmic Awareness, eventually flips into Frank Zappa.
Yeah.
And I find that Zappa, I've listened to a lot of sporadic interviews, because there's a lot of interviews with Zappa, and he has a gleam in his eye, and he really is performing and all of his, as if he has some hidden knowledge. And I do remember also that you met Beefheart and Zappa at a UFO. So I suspect that Zappa had some experience that he never elaborated to someone. Although he told his brother he made a pact with the devil, that he had some type of non-physical experience that had an effect on him all throughout his life.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, that's true. I didn't meet Zappa and Beefheart they were like 18 in 1958. I didn't meet them at a UFO scene. I was out there on behalf of my employers to look into the new UFO phenomenon, and that's when I stumbled across them in a club. I think it was Bo Diddley was playing, and I overheard them and introduced myself in a club, but the UFO thing wasn't part of them. But the psychic stuff, you'll see in the Bob Marshall interview with Zappa, we bring up the fact that in an interview in '69, someone asked him about the psychic, and he says, no comment. And that could mean, he doesn't take it seriously, he's not interested. So we asked him about that, and he said, well, you don't talk about something like that with someone who doesn't know anything about it. And he was being interviewed by probably a teenager or someone, early 20s. And he was saying he actually valued the topic. He would not discuss, quote, the psychic, with someone that would, in a silly context. Another time he was on a teen TV show, and Grace Slick from the Jefferson Airplane started to interview him. She was on as a guest, and she started asking deep questions, and he said, a discotheque is not the place for us to talk about that kind of thing. So that's McLuhan awareness. The medium, the context you are in determines what you're going to do or how you're going to discuss things. Now, I would discuss it, but he was very aware of that, and he would not talk about it in a silly, what he thought was a silly, distracting context. Now, he talks about higher level, the Pauline Oliveros artwork in the 60s, that you're dealing with things above human hearing and below human experiencing, and they come together, and he says UFOs might be like that, psychic phenomena. He definitely thought about it. Then Gail talks about the psychic experience she had after her first night sleeping with Frank back in 1966. And she never... another time after he died, she said, after Frank died, she said that he would write about things, and then he would notice that they'd show up out in the media someplace. So that would be like my version of synchronicity. And he would comment on, as she implied that he knew he kind of manifested, or there was some synchronicity going on between what he was doing and the world out there. So there are many different involvements, hints that he was interested in the psychic stuff. In my encounters with him, I found him to be a very soft person. Definitely a kind of person in that stereotypical way is into the mystic. That's the way he was. And he said that he dropped his Catholicism around the time he was 18 when he studied Zen. Zen somehow got him out of the Catholic idea. And then he asks in the United Mutations pamphlet for the fans in the late 50s, he says, he has the question, is God ESP? And I think he might talk about that in the communication among his students, the musicians. So, and another interesting point is he says that his home was decorated in the style of Rumpelstiltskin. So what is that? He calls it Rumpelstiltskin decor. So there are lots of points that Frank showed that he was interested in mediumship. I read him now you have cosmic awareness. I do a tetrad on each of what I call the holy offices. McLuhan, LaRouche, Herbert W. Armstrong, Finnegans Wake, Dr. Beater, May Bussell, Garrett Dean, Club 22, cosmic awareness. So, you push McLuhan, enhance the rhetorical school, it obsolesces something, retrieves one of the other holy offices, and then flips into the opposite in a way. So cosmic awareness flipped into Zappa. And it's interesting, cosmic awareness, and then Zappa, in the 70s, wrote a song called Cosmic Debris. Not cosmic awareness or cosmic consciousness, cosmic debris. So he even has the word cosmic in there. Roxy likes citing that song. But the way Zappa was, he was a good antidote to the New Agey, occult airheadedness. You know what I mean? Because he would point out the practical aspects of it. He did say about the New Age, in one rare interview, it's the only time I ever saw him talk about it, and he said, the New Age has a lot of interesting philosophy. If they could get more organized, develop some leadership, and make it a political movement, he thought that would be pretty neat. So he actually was quite, rational, poised about things. He didn't... he would fit something into the scenario. He didn't just dismiss it. Most people put down the New Age, but he said, no, they got interesting ideas, but don't know what New Age he meant. And when I read him what Cosmic Awareness, I got to read him what Cosmic Awareness said about his work. And he listened and he said, kind of just kept quiet. He definitely would keep things to himself, I found. He might have talked to Gail about things, but certain personal things of what he actually was interested in, he wouldn't talk about, it seemed.
Yeah. Well, that's what fascinated, just like I said last week with what he told George Duke when he was improvising, is that he saw shapes, and he would see the shapes coming apart, coming together, and that's how he did his improvisation when he played the guitar. So it appears that he did have some type of mystical experience that drove him musically.
Yeah,
I heard an interview
Go ahead. You heard an interview, yeah.
I heard an interview yesterday about what was his favorite instrument, and he said the guitar, because of how it plays and how the hand is, that no one has actually mastered how to play it. And he found that he could use the guitar as a good expression of, because no one's mastered it, and that's what he was attempting, to use the guitar as a master, to master it.
Right now,
and there were so many.
Go ahead.
No, and that
I would like to say something.
Okay, Roxy, you want to say something?
Go ahead. Many people thought he was synesthetic. You say that like that?
Yes, synesthesia. I was just going to mention it. Synesthesia.
Yes, for example, he said he would like his music to be more orange. and how he said this is a movie for your ears, and he was always going actually into the multisensorial, the multimedia, and using technologies to stimulate more than one sense, and his concerts were all about participation and not just listening, but affecting the audience. It's like the logos spermaticus. There is he wants to mutate or transmutate the audience. He really wants to have an effect on the audience, and he will then stimulate all the sensories of the people who will be listening, seeing.
Yeah, he said he did say, in Rolling Stone that he's not entertainment. He was very mad that they called him entertainment. And he's always got the Uncle Meat character, the government scientist who's trying to take Reuben the Jets and mutate the population through sounds. So he always was presenting his own agenda in a negative, ironic way, that he's a government scientist and taking these young musicians to create an effect on the audience. And in around 1973, he was interviewed, and he talked about shapes and geometrical shapes. So I read that, and I think he was in Australia. So when I got a chance to talk to him later about it, I said, what is this geometry and shape stuff? And he says, I never said that. And I quote him the article, and he said he didn't say anything about that. And so the interviewer made it up, or Frank forgot completely that stuff. But it was like one of the most interesting statements he ever made, that there was this synesthetic aspect. And I read Eric McLuhan's book this week, The Sensus Communis, Synesthesia, and the Soul. And they talk about different famous people they call them synesthetes, like an aesthete, but synesthetes. They didn't name Zappa, but they named many people, well-known people. But the case, in that book, what comes out new is that Eric analyzes the Catholic part, or brings in the Catholic doctrine part of Marshall. Don't know if Marshall would agree with it, but Eric takes his father as a devout Catholic and then shows that all the senses are an extension of our body, but then the bodily senses are an extension of the soul. That's not the way Ion says the soul is. But if everything's an extension of the soul, then that means everything is in the guff, everything is unmanifested, and entities bring it forth. So what you were saying a little while ago, that everything comes from all of the technologies come from somewhere. It's from non-physical. That seemed to be what Eric was saying within Catholic terms, that technologies are extensions of the soul. So I just wanted to add that part.
And I really like how Ion ended, and he says they arrange and orchestrate all creations. So again, relating it to making music, to composing. Creating is a way of composing. Talking is composing.
It's like you're making the point, Roxy, that both McLuhan and Zappa were assisted by the non-physical. I guess everybody is, but there was something helping them there, even though they had opposite dogma about God. Right? You were saying that either way they both were super creative.
Yes, because at the end, Ion says here in this recording, it doesn't matter if you believe in God or not. You are the one creating.
Right.
The one
and Ion is non-physical.
Non-physical.
And did he say non-physical is helping you?
Yes. He says all creations come from non-physical. So
did he say that? Did he say those words?
You recognize it or not, yes. Even if you recognize it or not, they're helping you.
Right, and he said, did he say all creations come from non-physical? Did he say that, Bert?
Yeah.
No, he said that sort of in its way, but one word. The words that I heard is that non-physical helps anyway.
Oh, okay. All right. What? Yep. I got that. Non-physical.
I wrote it down. I think they say all creations come from non-physical.
I think I've heard that. Yes, in other places, not tonight.
the melodious flow, to know which way the wind blows. And there are many things that, for example, they say, and we don't know what they're talking about, and then after we know about the winds. And they also say the song is about alchemy, and they talk about the rock, which is the magnesium, and we may not know when they say these things what is that about, but they put all the time these pieces of information that when we listen to Ian for a while, then you read everything he's saying with another perception.
Right. Did you say something about flow? Something is flow, love is flow, or did you say something about a minute and a half ago? Did I hear the word flow?
The melodious flow, to know which way the wind blows. He was talking about the
What were the first words? I don't get what you're saying. To flow is to know which way the wind blows. What is your opening words?
Melodious, like the melody.
Yeah, melodious flow. What did you say?
Let me check the lyrics.
Oh, you're quoting the lyrics. Oh, okay. So, what was I going to say? The McLuhans, Eric and Marshall, make a lot out of the grammarian and how they're alchemists. And Frank wrote a song about one of the famous alchemists, Fulcanelli. So you have this overlap of interest.
McLuhan said the best alchemists are grammarians, and the best artists are grammarians. Yeah.
But you're looking for the lyric of Stairway to Heaven, something about melodious?
Yes. No, maybe it's not in the lyrics. I thought it was in the lyrics because I was not looking at the lyrics, but I had to.
You're saying you got to fix that mic. What are you saying, Roxy? I have to get you to repeat everything. You're what?
It's not. It was part of the lyrics, but it's not.
You know, it could be this lousy connection with Bill's phone. It's just seeming a little bad this week, and I can't seem to get connected through my phone. So what, Bert, what is she saying? It's not a lyric? Couldn't find the lyrics? What is it?
No, it's not in the lyrics, but I do remember that it was, Ion was talking about the winds, and he mentioned something about the melodious flow of the winds, or some reference to that. But the melodious flow was not in the actual lyrics.
What's the word melodious?
Melodious. Melodious.
Okay.
Melody.
I apologize to whoever's listening to this that we have to do this, but fuck it. We got to do it. We got to find out what the people are saying. There's this. Okay, what else do you want to? Roxy, what do you want to talk about? I've got things to talk about with Frank. What do you want to do?
Well, I was really curious because of the castle and the stairway and all these things, and the discussion we had about the soul and its anesthesia. What did Ian say about Chambord?
He told me not to say what he told me is not to be told publicly, but it is the way we're talking about it is definitely happening. And there are a couple of things I could tell you privately, but I won't say it publicly, Roxy. But it is a unique place, very unique.
Yes.
Yes, but
every time.
Well. I think both of McLuhan and Frank were aware of the power of the words to manifest, as we saw in this song.
Well, I find that tended towards the nominalist and the dialectician the way he would emphasize being rational. But his music is not that. But often his opinions and his philosophy were all-Americanism, all-American individualism.
Yes.
Slightly old-fashioned.
Yes, but I think...
Yes.
Trying to understand the mystery landscape and the non-physical doesn't mean you are illogical. And for example, in that castle, in the Chambord castle, Leonardo is trying to make that into architecture to show this can be the most fantastic, but also the most rational, the most logical, the most mathematical, the most symmetric. And at the same time, it's not. There's something weird happening.
Well, what Ian told me is on the level of hugely fantastic what's going on there. Pretty awesome. And definitely Leonardo knew what he was doing there. Even though he basically wasn't alive when they started. Did you see that LaRouche article I sent out where, in LaRouche, he's encyclopedic. He just put a name in, now up it comes. So they did an article on Chambord-related things. They said that King Francis was going to make the first major modern city, and he got Leonardo to design it for him. And then within a year or so, the city project collapsed for some reason. So then the king... Leonardo died, and then the king went and switched the project to the castle and dropped the modern city idea. And it looks like that Leonardo's plans were part of the transition. What was done in the city was going to be then got used in the castle. But they don't have any evidence of any of that because all the documents were missing. But there's LaRouche. LaRouche celebrates the fact they were going to make a big city because that's LaRouche's politics. And they're upset that the big city didn't get made. And LaRouche shows no interest in Chambord.
Yes, but that's another thing that, for example, McLuhan was an engineer and literary professor, a critic. Frank was a composer, but he also was very interested in developing technologies to express what he wanted to make with his music. It was an extension of his music. He saw technology as an extension of his composing. Yes. For example, the remixing and the xenocracy. And I'm trying to wake up. And Leonardo in this castle too, it's like all these vortices people, because they are aware of the vortex. And Frank Zappa has a song with Captain Beefheart, Lost in the Whirlpool.
Yes.
They want to balance both sides of the brain, the artistic and the logical, the scientific and the artistic creation. And,
sorry, I drowned you. You said they want to balance the artistic and the logical.
Yeah, both sides of the brain, and like McLuhan said, there is this the poetry, the literature, but there's also the other language that is more scientific or more left side of the brain.
But LaRouche says there's no division between the left and right hemisphere. They don't take that categorization. And LaRouche says the same principles happen in art that happen in science. Same principles, not two different parts of the brain. So it's interesting, LaRouche's ideas on that.
I think they're trying to conciliate, to make peace with that we are both fantastic, artistic, and also there is this other side of us that need to understand, for example, what is the non-physical, what is happening to us, how are we evolving, how are we expanding ourselves with each of our creations, how the logos is contained in the medium. and
right. Now,
what the figure at the ground. And I was really impressed with this portrait of the King Frank I, because I always saw only the figure, the king, and then in the ground is this thing with that is in the bottle of the RNA drops. So it's like he's saying, you have to look for both, like McLuhan was saying, you have to understand both figure and ground, not only the content, but now, the Bert, medium. The medium is the message.
Bert, did you see you on Facebook, Bert?
No, I'm not on Facebook, no.
Well, my Facebook page makes it worth it. But so Roxy posted some of the shots from the castle in different parts on my Facebook, and then showed the RNA drops label and how that was in the painting of King Francis.
Yes, I saw Ed posted.
Oh, you go to Ed.
Ed posted also.
Oh, yeah. Well, Ed's just as good as my Facebook page. Okay, so you go to Ed and saw that. All right. What did you say, Roxy?
Yes.
That Ed posted that on Iron Above.
Yes, I keep forgetting. It does.
And in the mast in the fabric behind him, the ground, you see what is on the bottle of the RNA drops, and that's the amazing thing that is, you see, they knew.
Yeah.
Yep.
And,
each time.
And also, you told me to see the ninth gate, and it's about how some people can ascend and some people can descend. And in these engravings that are supposed to be in this book, in which they, if you follow the right book or you have the right thinking and feeling, and you ascend, but if you are into the material, you descend. And there are some engravings, and in one, for example, there is this king playing chess with a little man, and behind this, the king and the little man. I am there?
Yeah, we're here. What? This little man?
There are two dogs fighting, and because when I had a session with Diane, he said the bad dogs are leaving. For me, was like, oh, again these things. So,
okay, I got to find out what you're talking about. Are you talking about a book connected to the ninth gate?
Yes, in the film there is supposed to be a book in which there are some engravings with some clues on how to ascend, but the Luciferians think it's clues how to have power or how to have material things or whatever they think, but it's actually how to be the light. So that's, I was looking at those engravings and what all the symbols in the engravings, and it's interesting because there is also this thing about, like, in the tarot cards, you get a reading when they're up, and you get another reading when they're upside down. And it's like in the bottle of the RNA drops, people were seeing a Ionic column and they saw the devil, and for example, I saw this emperor when I turned it.
Yeah.
So it's also in the castle. There is this same thing with the reflection of the castle in the water. It's like this mirroring that is also the soul, which is also the replay. That somehow all medias are trying to be a mirror of what we call reality, and somehow
McLuhan calls them, he wrote an article in the early 40s called The Analogical Mirrors, and it's plural. There's visual mirrors, acoustic mirrors, kinetic mirrors, multi-sensory mirrors, analogical mirrors. So you're, did you say there was a painting with some dogs fighting underneath, a little man playing chess with somebody?
Yes, on the engravings of the book. I'll send you the link.
Yeah.
there are all these little clues of how to ascend. And in one of the engravings is again this god with his crown playing chess with a little man.
And there are dogs fighting nearby.
Yeah, behind them.
And what does that mean to you, the dogs?
Well, because when I had the first time I talked to Ian, he told me the dogs are living.
I see, yeah.
And then I see that.
Okay, listen to this.
Very similar to...
I was going through my articles, and I came across this article written way back in '67 by someone named Joe Mancini. The name sounds familiar to me, but I don't know where it's from. And it's Frank Zappa, Mother. Now, this is an article written before the biographies came out. So listen to this. It's pretty interesting. Frank Zappa, on stage, doesn't seem to care. He lumbers out, slung with guitar, inscrutable, a spindly, hairy Buddha in blue jeans. Frank Zappa takes his time. The nerve of Frank Zappa. He keeps the audience waiting, sneers at them, addresses them with sarcasm and contempt. But when he's good and ready, Frank Zappa makes things happen. Lights flicker, blaze, die out. Then come the sounds. Loud, louder, loudest, all kinds of sounds. Old sounds, new sounds. Elvis Presley, Igor Stravinsky, the Supremes, the Andrews Sisters, Dick Haymes, Spike Jones, a lot of the past, plenty of now, and an assault on the future. And that's pretty good. Then it says, the mothers of invention, Frank Zappa, 6 other maniacs in a pile of musical instruments. They are satirists, iconoclasts, nostalgicians, super talented musicians. They are a lot more. To quote Susie Creamcheese, writing on the jacket of their first record, Freakout, she says, and she's pretending to be a little high school kid, these mothers is crazy. You can tell by their clothes. One guy wears beads and they all smell bad. We were going to get them for a dance after the basketball game, but my best pal warned me, you can never tell how many will show up. Sometimes the guy in the fur coat, that would be Zappa. Sometimes the guy in the fur coat doesn't show up, and sometimes he does show up, only he brings a big bunch of crazy people with him, and they dance all over the place. None of the kids at my school like these mothers, especially since my teacher told us what the words to their songs meant. So that was on the back of the Freakout album. So this guy quotes that, and then he says, Frank Zappa in a Greenwich Village coffee house, pink shirt, red and blue vertical striped bell bottoms, black snake hair, Mexican bandit mustache, straight from the lower lip goatee. It's pretty good that we have a Mexican princess being the expert on Zappa.
I'm going to grow a mustache.
Yes, you grow a mustache. Mexican bandit mustache.
I can do anything.
Yes, straight from the lower lip goatee. This is composer, arranger, conductor, and then mother of the mothers. Frank Zappa, 26, so that would be 1967. Frank Zappa, 26, divorced, suspicious, cynical, real. Frank Zappa tells it like it was. Now, so this is a pretty perceptive article on Frank, very early. You know what I mean? Then the guy goes into some history. Maybe he spent some time with Frank, because he says, Frank Zappa is a 13-year-old boy living in Monterey, California. His mother is fond of soap operas. Nothing else is heard on the radio. They don't have a record player. He lives a sheltered life. He's never even heard of rock and roll. Now, that would be 1953. Nobody heard of rock and roll in 53, 54. It doesn't really burst on the scene until 54, 55. He stumbles upon a recording of G by the Crows. It turns him on. I remember we have more details on that. He heard it on the car radio. And then he quote from Frank, I beat my folks over the head until they get me a drum. It's just a lousy little snare drum, but it's a start, unquote. So that's after he hears the song G by the Crows. Now, Frank Zappa is 14. He hears his first symphony. It later leads to his composing works for chamber music ensemble and symphony orchestra and scoring big beat adaptations of Mozart, Holst, and Varese. Except for 6 months of harmony in high school, Frank Zappa receives no formal musical training. Now, we know now from his brother that he did hang out with a famous composer, Carl Cohn, who's listed on Freakout, which reminds me we got to do the next bunch of Freakout names. Carl Cohn let Frank sit in to his musical writing class, and remember, he was shocked that Frank would write perfectly on ink paper, not on scrap paper. Like, he knew what he wanted to write, and he wouldn't worry about making a mistake. He wouldn't make a mistake. So, except for 6 months of harmony in high school, Frank Zappa receives no formal musical training. Quote, I have a lot of trouble with school. They keep throwing me out. Then they figure I'm not really stupid, and they send me to junior college for a couple of hours a day. Unquote. Then he says, Frank lands a spot with his first rock band, the Ramblers, in San Diego. They work places like the American Legion Post No. 6. It's a start. Remember, you said that earlier, the snare drum, it's a start. Now, it's pretty incredible. This kind of information wasn't around until Dave Wally's book came out in the early 70s. But anyways, Frank Zappa and the Mothers, recording artists. Freakout had an advance sale of 15,000 copies, in brackets, for a first record, exclamation mark. Is now sold a total of more than 125,000. Absolutely Free had a 45,000 advance. The Mother's Wild Sound on record, without the sneers, without the looks of boredom or ennui, without all that hair, without the clothes, the beads, the beard, is something else. The Mother's Wild Sound is something else. I like this guy. He can hear the new environment. And then he says sounds, lampoons, sounds, dissonant, sounds, electronic. One song runs into another. Are these mothers insane? Frank tells it, quote, the main thing is that we're impossible. Think that. The main thing he describes the mothers is that they're impossible. Judged by any commercial standard, we have nothing to offer the American public. Ask any broadcaster. He'll tell you right away. What they don't want is us. We have no business working and making money. That sounds like me. We are a fake radio show. We have non-physical here. We are totally irrelevant to your lives, other than you are going to be killed very shortly if you don't join us. I like that. I've never seen that quote before. The main thing is that
love feast.
What?
Join or love feast.
Join or what, Bert?
Join our love feast. Join our love feast. Join our love feast.
Join our love feast. Or get out. Get happy or get out. And so I like this. The main thing is that, in other words, Frank, it's a total accident that he's even able to play wherever he's playing. The clubs don't want him. They had to leave California. He finds his theater where they can play there for 6 months and create incredible updated happening theaters. And it's all impossible. How did this happen? The main thing, it's just like, how did Ion happen? The main thing is that we're impossible. Judged by any commercial standard, we have nothing to offer the American public. Ask any broadcaster. He'll tell you right away. What they don't want is us. We have no business working and making money. That's what they think about our RNA drop. These people have no fucking no justification for making money off their RNA drops. They're total fraud. Okay. And who are these people who actually like Frank? And then he says, but then the writer says, but the records are selling big, from Greenwich Village to Haight-Ashbury, Scarsdale to Beverly Hills. And then Frank then says, we help to create the environment that makes it possible for us to be a success. It remains to be seen if we're going to be a dollar success. We've even been triumphant. We've gotten away with some of the greatest masterpieces and or atrocities ever performed live before an audience. That's us. We have gotten away with a lot of shit. Let's do that again. So Frank was one of the first bursting out after Dylan of opening up, freaking out. So he says, we help to create the environment that makes it possible. Now, he's saying this before anybody's even heard of Frank, but he's already been operating for a year or so in L.A. and causing a big scene there, street riots and all that. Not that Frank caused them, but right there, this scene in L.A. that people don't know about unless they're living in L.A. So he says, we help to create the environment that makes it possible for us to be a success. It remains to be seen if we're going to be a dollar success. We've even been triumphant. We've gotten away with some of the greatest masterpieces and or atrocities ever performed live before an audience. So he knows that some of his stuff is a masterpiece. Right? He knows how awesome it is what he's doing. He says, we also got all this masterpiece and atrocity on record. Then he says, and I've never seen this quote, it's improvised insanity. And he says, it's nothing sacred, rock and roll. Nothing sacred. That's hugely Manipian. Incredibly Manipian what he's doing there, right? And he says, it's improvised insanity. Now, here's this guy who's conducting it like a rational maniac. Like, they call him a control freak. Around this time, everybody started noticing Frank, hyper-rehearsing his band 5 days a week or something, over-disciplined. So all the stoners were saying, Frank's a control freak. But he's saying it's improvised insanity. Nothing sacred rock and roll. Then he says, in September, we're releasing the Mothers and Lenny Bruce. Spliced tapes of Lenny Bruce enmeshed with our members. We're touring Europe in October, England, Holland, France, Sweden, Denmark. In November, we're releasing We're Only in It for the Money. See, that would have to be 67. And everything gets delayed. The We're Only for the Money gets delayed. Then he says, so we did Frank at 13. He hears the R&B. Then 14, he hears the classical music, or probably, I don't know if he's heard Varese. This guy doesn't get the Varese fact in there. But Frank hears Varese at the beginning in 14 to 15. So then it says, Frank Zappa is 18. He goes to Los Angeles to seek his fortune. He gets a job selling records. Is asked by one of his former high school teachers, now producing films, to become the youngest person ever to score a motion picture. Andre Previn did it at 20, but Frank does it at 18. Now, he broke records at 18. There's people around him knowing the guy is super talented, and yet he hasn't done that much. He's only 18. That's pretty neat, eh?
Yes, I wanted to say, I think for his 15th birthday, his mother allowed Frank to call Varese, and his brother talks about that too. Yes. So,
how do you know his brother talked about that? Did you listen to something? Have you checked out his brother?
In an interview about his brother writing the book, they asked him about Varese. When did he start listening to Varese? And he said he remembered that for his 15th birthday he called Varese, and he was very excited about that.
Right.
So when he was 15, he
knew to go to the sources. And that is a well-known story. Most people, Zappa fans, know that story. There's 2 points. He calls them. Now, I have to check the book. And he writes them or he calls them. It turns out that Varese is not going to be there. And then another time, he's going to be he's on the East Coast visiting his relatives in Baltimore, and he tries to go up and see him, but he misses him. I think he made 2 attempts, and he missed. He never did meet Varese. He did meet Mrs. Varese and put on a concert of Varese stuff in about 1983 with her there. But I could stand corrected on the order. I think he wrote to him, and then he guessed. You know what he did? I know when he phoned him, he said, a guy like this must live in the Greenwich Village. So he called information with no clue, but just a hunch that he must be listed in Greenwich Village, and he was right. He found the number. I don't know, the operator told him, but they looked in the Greenwich Village, and that's where he was living. And so 50 years later, I'm with Carolee Schneemann, one of the earliest women performance artists. And she pointed out the place in Greenwich Village where Varese lived because she was Varese's secretary in the late 50s, early 60s. You know, as a performer, as a budding artist, she knew to hang out with Varese. So that was interesting. Carolee Schneemann. You might want to look her up. SCHNEEMANN. M-A-N, or M-E-N, but it's probably M-A-N. She's the famous mid-60s radical performer in the art world. So then it says, Frank is 18, but the movie's leading lady has a miscarriage. Production is halted. Frank goes to work for a greeting card company. He marries at 19. Frank Zappa is 20. He ties with Previn when he scores the world's greatest sinner. Then the first picture, Run Home Slow, resumes production. I never knew that. He actually didn't really win. He almost won, but then the thing stopped because production stalled because a leading lady got pregnant. So he was on the way to becoming the youngest person to ever score. So all he did was get a dead heat with Previn. At 20, he tied Previn. Then the first picture, Run Home Slow, resumes production. Frank Zappa's 22. The mothers of invention are about to take shape. His marriage is starting to fall apart. End of that kind of sequence. Then he says, the writer says, the best of the mothers are musical geniuses. The worst of them close to it. So the best of the mothers are geniuses, and the worst of the band are close to geniuses. That's what this Joe Mancini says. Then he says, their numbers, or songs, are a kaleidoscope of electrified sound, emerging here, vanishing there, mushrooming, flattening out, exploding. Fireworks. You don't catch all the strains running through this music. But what you do catch pulls you in. You don't catch all the lyrics either, but what you do catch stimulates. They're rebellious, belligerent, tearing down the bad guys. High school, parents, tearing down the bad guys, tearing down high school, parents, the establishment, outmoded moral traditions. Then Frank Zappa, 22, gets the use of an expensive, fully equipped recording studio in payment for a debt owed him. He starts putting together experimental noises. The material is being formed. The idea is being developed that will someday form the repertoire of the mothers of invention. This is a tremendous article for so early. There's a group playing somewhere. All right, so the material is being formed, the idea is being developed that will someday form the repertoire of the mothers of invention. There's a group playing somewhere. Roy Estrada, now a mother, is part of it. He picks up Jim Black, another present mother. Then Ray Collins joins the bunch. Ray always has been a troublemaker. He picks a fight with a guitar player. They come to blows. Ray wins. They need another guitar player. Somebody mentions Frank Zappa. Then it has a quote from Frank. Frank says to them, tell you what I'll do, says Frank, who has the run of an expensive, fully equipped recording studio. I'll be the leader of the band. And the writer says, who's to argue? It's his bat and ball. I mean, the guy has his own recording studio. That's pretty neat. And this is, when teenagers or young people didn't even have a tape recorder. But anyways, he's got this expensive, fully equipped recording studio, so therefore he'll be the leader of the band. Who's to argue? It's his bat and ball. They pick up another 3 musicians along the way, Bunk Gardner, Don Preston, Billy Mundy. They play a lot of crummy joints, topless bars, go-go palaces. They go to a party in L.A. A lot of important Hollywood-type people are there. The mothers perform. They get more work. The Action Club, the Whiskey A Go-Go. The mothers are formally founded on Mother's Day 1965. But Frank put out in 1974 the 10th anniversary booklet on the formation of the Mother's Day, Mothers 1964. So I was actually trying to figure that out, but recently I'll have to check what the biographies say. Anyways, the mothers are formally founded on Mother's Day 1965. The name is slightly different. There is no of invention. In its place is an unprintable collective noun. So that means motherfuckers. So they originally called them motherfuckers, I guess. How's that for trying to get gigs? I mean, you're just not going to get it. Nobody's going to let you in. I mean, it's like what Frank said to Ion on September 2nd, 2009, when we brought Frank in to talk to Ben Watson. Ion was saying that Frank was always trying to sabotage his music. He wanted to upset people. That was his main thing. And he got very pissed off when he got popular. His whole mission was, this guy doesn't want to be known. He doesn't want to interact with any of society. Anyways, this is a tremendous article in terms of how did this guy get this information so early. The cast of the mothers: Ray Collins, he's lungs and ingenuity. looking like Bert, Lars, bald in front, cowardly lion. So that's one of the characters in Wizard of Oz. Is that the one with the lion and the Tin Man? Right, yes. Looking like Bert, Lars, bald in front, cowardly lion. That's Ray Collins' lungs and ingenuity, and he's really good at the R&B doo-wop. Bunk Gardner, a virtuoso on 8 instruments, including the electric piccolo. Jim Black, or Jimmy Carl Black, percussion and bass trumpet, sings too. Don Preston plays about 6 instruments. Roy Estrada, electric bass, funny gestures. Billy Mundy, percussion and voice, makes high-pitched noises. When they're in the mood, this lineup can deliver incisive lampoons of earlier rock heroes without masking their true affection for them. More than parodies, these takeoffs are a homage to their precursors. He's writing this stuff before even Reuben and the Jets came out. So this guy must have attended a lot of the Garrick Theater stuff. And I keep thinking I recognize the name, so maybe he's somewhere in the Zappa land, he's a known entity, but this is a tremendous article for so early. More than parodies, these takeoffs are a homage to their precursors, the doo-wop and R&B. The thing about this article, this guy gets Frank. Most people get one angle on him and say, oh, that's what he is. This guy's getting the whole range. Then he says, their original stuff is best described by the titles, and he gives some of the titles. Mr. Green Jeans, spelled G-E-N-E-S, Call Indivisible, Son of Susie Cream Cheese, Who Are the Brain Police. Then he says, these songs are performed to the accompaniment of, 1, physical gestures, Marx Brothers humor, audience participation, and dissonant harmonic structures. That's what the songs are accompanied with. Then Frank, quote from Frank, sometimes the audience thinks some of the gestures are obscene. They're right. Now, Ray Collins, tearing off a strip from a head of lettuce, says, leave us alone. L-E-A-F. Leave us alone. Then Frank says, we invite screamers and laughers up on the stage to blend with our music. Some of the sounds you get are priceless. Then the interviewer says, what about dissonance? And he says, it's all carefully planned, not just noise music. We use dissonance of relative density. We know what he says about density. We use dissonance of relative density, graded on a psychological scale to get a specific reaction. That's McLuhan's, the artist creates a specific effect. For example, a certain high-pitched woodwind combined with a high-pitched organ produces an emotional response. That's what he says about Uncle Meat, mixing together octaves and sounds to create specific effects, not necessarily beneficial in the audience. He's saying it's very early. It's all carefully planned, not just noise music. We use dissonance of relative density, graded on a psychological scale, to get a specific reaction. For example, a certain high-pitched woodwind combined with a high-pitched organ produces an emotional response. Well, that's pretty vague, emotional response, but Frank must know what it is. In 1965, the group is signed by MGM's Verve Records and are forced to change their name. How about simply the Mothers? Verve, the Verve company that signed them, polls the disc jockeys. And the typical response was, so they checked out the disc jockeys. What do they say about Mothers? And the DJs say, we won't even say the word on the air, much less play the records, was the typical response. Another suggestion, how about the Mother's Auxiliary, suggests Verve. And the writer says, ick. So maybe Zappa vomited on that one. So the group settles on the Mothers of Invention. As they become more successful, their billing is starting to look something like this. The Mothers, in big capital letters, and in small letters, of invention. So they start to emphasize the Mothers again. Then the writer says, who knows, someday they may get their original name back. So the Mothers cut Freak Out, the album, in March 1966. Squeeze in a month. Now, I was doing some pretty interesting things in March 66. So there's nice synchronicity there. Personally, I'll keep that to myself. The Mothers cut Freak Out. Oh, did you guys see that Licio Gelli died? Licio Gelli. He's the guy presented in Coppola's third Godfather movie, the third one where they show the murder of the 30-day Pope, September 1978. and it presents Licio Gelli as the guy who murders the Pope. Now, this guy could murder the Pope and go on and still run for European Parliament. This guy was the man behind the scene in the Banco Ambrosiano scandal. Frank writes about him, writes about Banco Ambrosiano in Them or Us. But I just said something. Oh, yeah, I will check my diaries. I'm just going to look at my diaries for a second. Timeline. Go down to March 66. Are you still there, Roxy? Did she get knocked out? Okay, let's see what happened. Roxy!
Yes, I just muted myself. Yes,
okay,
I'm here.
You're still there. Okay, good. All right. Yes. You must hear everything. Everything I say, you must hear.
Yes, I'm hearing everything about Hilario.
Okay, so here it is. May 22nd, 1966. You can look up that diary entry. It is in Rome and New York. Two places in the period May 22nd to May 31st, 1966. So I have the person I'm speaking to, I call him not so well-known European businessman. So he says to me, we've got to get a hook into this student unrest that's increasing in the United States. Since their leanings are to the left, it has to be through the socialist parties. Look for someone with a grievance in there, in the socialist parties. Bob flew into New York, and soon after perusing the radical journals for a while, he got in touch with a writer calling himself Lynn Marcus. Then the conversation says, Dobbs, is Lynn Marcus your real name? Marcus says, it's Lyndon Hermile LaRouche Jr. What's your complaint? LaRouche says, well, I'm a Platonist. I've made some discoveries that show that the real stream of Platonism is a story suppressed and untold. There's a technological basis for the conflict between Aristotelianism and the real Platonism. Then I say, I think it was Coleridge who said men were either Aristotelians or Platonists. LaRouche says, yes, and the Romantics were certainly no help to my antecedents in that century. No help to the Platonists. The Romantics were certainly no help to my antecedents in that century, my allies being thinkers like Humboldt and Riemann. Didn't we go to the Humboldt College, Roxy, in Berlin? We walked by it?
Jawohl. Yes.
Jawohl. And that's where the little monument to books was hidden, right in the open asphalt parking lot behind the Humboldt School.
Yes. The bookshelves, yeah.
the tribute to the concentration camp. So LaRouche says, my allies being thinkers like Humboldt and Riemann. And I go, so what is your strategy? LaRouche says, well, he was still Lynn Marcus at the time, but I'm calling him LaRouche. I'm going to offer a night class over at Columbia and create a cadre of students who can steer this revolution away from its present controllers who have a decidedly Aristotelian utopian bent. Then I say, I'm a revolutionary myself, and I have funds available for you if you can show me some results and get your plans into action. Then there's a descriptive sentence. The rest of the conversation was drowned out by Like a Rolling Stone as Bob and LaRouche left the restaurant on West 4th Street. So we're talking, and then Like a Rolling Stone is playing, through the street or off a store or something, and drowns us out as we were walking along West 4th Street. Guess who that not-so-well-known European businessman was?
Licio Gelli.
Licio Gelli. Licio Gelli was the one who got, on behalf of the Vatican, got LaRouche to get into through me, into the SDS and the radical Columbia scene in '68. And why don't we just grab this for a second? Because Frank was interested in Licio Gelli. We talked about Licio, me and Frank, and that's why he refers to the Banco Ambrosiano that Gelli was running behind the scenes. So the New York Times does an obituary. Now look at this. Licio Gelli, Italian financier and cabal leader. cabal leader. You're basically a real live conspiracy guy. That's what they call him. Dies at 96 years old. What do you think of that, Roxy? That's what they're going to say about me. Open. Bob Dobbs, solar banker, financier, and successful world revolutionary, and cabal leader on the side as a hobby. Does not die at 105,000 years old. What?
And Go-Go Boy on payday.
I didn't hear that. Global Boy? What?
Go-Go Boy on payday.
Is she saying local boy, Bert?
Go-Go.
Go-Go boy?
Go-Go.
You mean like a go-go girl? Go-go dancer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was a go-go dancer today. That's right. What I did today is still invisible environment. It hasn't even registered on my brain. Go-go boy. Yes, go-go boy. You're correct again.
That's the most important, your curriculum.
What did she say, Bert? The most important what?
Your most important achievement in your curriculum.
What I did today?
Yeah, your go-go dancing.
Did you like it?
Air guitar.
And air guitar, yes. Yeah,
who knows what you created with that Shiva dance?
Yes, good point. Well, I knocked out Bill's phones. We couldn't get the phone in or got, I don't know, worked up and horny, so he didn't want me calling anybody else. He just wanted me off to himself. But the, what were we just saying? But look at this. Licio Gelli, Italian financier and cabal leader, dies at 96. You see, he, in 1945, was a go-between for the Nazis and the communists. See, this guy was part of the secret world government. You know, the part that overlaps all the teams, all the different gangs. And books were written on him, and one of the most interesting statements somebody wrote said, Licio Gelli is the closest we're going to find out of someone who is a linchpin between the lower oligarchs and the secret oligarchs that we know nothing about and we'll never know anything about. Licio Gelli is the last guy you'll get before you go into the unknown zone, which is Dobbstown, of course.
What about the Bob?
Who, me?
Yes.
That's right. Yes. What about me? Well, Licio Gelli, I can't say that I taught him everything he knew. He was 3 years older than me, but we were of the same generation, and he's dead and I'm not. So basically that's what my dance was. It was a fucking victory dance because Licio fucking dropped dead. It was a victory dance. And guess who told me this? Sue Bone told me. She's in Amsterdam or someplace. Sends me an email. Let's see if we can read what...
wow.
I mean, she's the one who told me that fucking McLuhan died.
Yeah.
She's the one who found Zappa in the fucking Halifax Mall. And now she's up there. It's like Sue sits around waiting for key moments when she will communicate key facts to Bob. Right? You know, like she's waiting in Europe, wandering around. So it says, headlined, it came in December 18th, and that was yesterday. Licio Gelli obit in the Telegraph. And she says, you may have seen it already, Bob. Licio Gelli obituary in the Telegraph. Reading a copy here in Amsterdam. So she sent me the article. So it's to her credit for seeing it and knowing its value, knowing it's important. So let's get back to this. I'll just read a bit of the article. Right? What do you think? Wouldn't that be nice to hear?
Yeah.
And let's remember, this is the shit that Frank was interested in. I talked to him about it, and he mentions it in Them or Us. So it says, so how is the New York Times going to write about a conspiracy theory fact or a conspiracy theory implication? Well, they call him cabal leader. So, Licio Gelli, a buccaneering Italian fancier and self-professed fascist who's implicated in terror crimes, scandals, and a secret society that, with him as its Grand Master, was accused of plotting a right-wing coup.
This is not a valid menu option.
Well, we know that. Died on Tuesday at his villa in Arezzo, Italy. He was 96. Now, what happened on Tuesday? We got some really good news on Tuesday. Very interesting that he goes in this important week. So fucking important, Ian had to show up and cancel the phones. You know. Bert, Ian was here today, Bert. He was emailing me privately about why he was making it difficult. Okay, so it says, his
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Listen to this.
Ion's back.
It's like in the movie. Where is the treasure? The treasure is... and he dies. Bob. What?
You probably shouldn't have brought up Ion too hard.
Listen to this.
Ion came back, or was always there, and just shut him down.
Yeah, we have to sing, PBO kill the radio star. Ion. What are you trying to tell us with this contrast? What do we have to learn?
That's funny.
Okay, Bill?
Yeah.
Bill?
Yes.
Okay.
Get back.
I'm back. I'm very vulnerable. I had to email him. Bill, call me. I mean, I can't get him. As a matter of fact, I just want to see why I get knocked off, but I'm back, so it doesn't mean anything. But it didn't look good there for a minute. I'm just starting the bio, and they won't let me broadcast it. But
yes, you say, listen to this.
Yeah, good music, eh? That's good sound stuff. Oh, we can use that. Use that in a sample. Listen to this. Look. Bob's cut off. I mean, Jesus Christ, I still got his band on my phone. I'm calling the other phone, and other people can call in. I'm not allowed to call in. It's not connecting. Oh, well. Okay, but we're back. Did we finish the... Oh, okay. I got distracted, but we're going to go back to Lisa. We need to finish this article. Tremendous article by Joe Mancini. Okay, so we're at the point where what? They're calling, in the posters, they're the mothers, bigger letters than the phrase of invention. And then the mothers cut, who knows, someday they may get their original name back. The mothers cut Freakout in March 1966, squeeze in a month at The Swamp, a club in Hawaii, and then a few gigs in San Francisco and back to L.A. The police start to clamp down on some of the joints on the Sunset Strip, and the mothers run into a dry spell. Frank says, we starved for a long time last year. That'd be 1966. In November, they cut Absolutely Free, the second album. They get an engagement at the Balloon Farm in New York City's East Village from Thanksgiving till New Year's. Things are looking up. A job in Montreal. Actually, I looked that up in my own itinerary. He played in Montreal for 2 weeks, and my friend Don McCrary saw them there at it's called the New Purple or something, the New Purple Onion, the club. We went to it a year later. A job in Montreal, then back to the West Coast. By Easter, they're in New York City again at Greenwich Village's Garrick Theater. There they'll stay until September. Then the last paragraph it says, Frank Zappa, mother, thinker, something of a success. Frank Zappa, mother, thinker, something of a success. He's a producer for MGM. He produces the mothers for them. So Frank is a producer category of his own band. He's a composer for Capitol Records. That's when he was doing Lumpy Gravy, early 67. He's created and conducted a ballet for them, Lumpy Gravy. He wants a puppeteer to do the choreography. Remember, he did puppetry as a kid. Frank Zappa, skeletal, long hawk nose, piercing eyes, unkempt, but up close, not really all that ugly. Has a purpose. Frank Zappa has a purpose. Quote, he says, today in the United States, there's a group of people, I know they got to be out there, who don't care whether they're hip, swinging, or zorch. These people have the ability to motivate social change. We're here to assist and encourage them. I want to reach the vast minority. There it is. The vast minority.
The 1%ers, the vast minority.
That's right. Good point. He wants to reach the 1%ers. There it is, pre-ionic.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad I read this. I'd never read this before. Today, in the United States, there's a group of people, I know they got to be out there, who don't care whether they're hip, swinging, or zorch. These people have the ability to motivate social change. We're here to assist and encourage them. I want to reach the vast minority. So I can read McLuhan, or Eric McLuhan, spelling out ionic statements about the power of the word. Then we can go over to Frank, and he's doing another part of ion. Isn't that incredible? We're piecing together the puzzle here.
And he also uses the word assist. He doesn't say to help, but to assist, like ion.
Yeah, good point. Yes, good, very good point. He's ionic. He's not. Matter of fact, once he said, a father said to him, my son is really into your music, loves your stuff. And Frank says, well, I hope it doesn't interfere with his world, his life. He actually wanted to influence people without getting in their way. So, yeah, we're here to assist and encourage them. Pretty fucking rational, comprehensive statement, right? Worthy of a artist manifesto. And then right after that, there's the magazine, it's a teen magazine, there's an ad for Hagstrom guitars. And they feature Frank. And he's holding a guitar, and he's sitting in a chair with the back of the chair in front of him. And he looks pretty sinister. And the title of the ad is, Folk Rock is a Drag. This is right when the Dylan and the Birds are a big deal in Los Angeles. And Frank's already trying to say, fuck the trends, fuck the fads. And Hagstrom agreed. Let's put this nice positive statement in our ad. Picture Frank saying, folk rock is a drag. Woo. And then a magazine called On the Scene presents a special issue called Freak Out. Freak Out USA. And it says, Freak Out. USA is Wild. Fall 1967. And it has different bands like Mamas and the Papas, Twiggy, Jefferson Airplane, Loving Spoonful, the Supremes, Paul Revere and the Raiders, the Fugs, and Mamas and the Papas. And for the Mothers of Invention, it says, Greasy, Freaky, Insane, the headlines. and they have this picture of Frank who looks like Rasputin, one of the insane Russian guy who influenced the Tsarist family. That's what Frank has pictures of himself looking absolutely nuts. Like psychotic, an early predictor of Charles Manson or something. But that's pretty neat. Now, there's another article. Says Frank Zappa, quote, we don't have a society, we have a colony of animals. Colony of animals. And remember, one of the people in his list of people in Frigo is called Animal Huxley. You sort of want to think about Aldous Huxley, but it's Animal Huxley. So this article says, it's not that long, but probably got some good quotes. Frank Zappa. I don't think I read this. Okay, Frank Zappa, the chap with the long stringy hair and the long stringy beard. Weird, offbeat, way out. Yeah, you bet he is. At least that's the way he looks italicized. That's the way he is being merchandised to the record-buying public. Now look, here's a teen magazine, and the teen writers do not tell people, we're marketing the monkeys to you. This has been planned by our executive producer. The articles on Frank, he's telling the kids that this has been planned. You're being framed, is what he's saying to the kids. That's the way he is being merchandised to the record-buying public, and that's his image. Kooky, like he's on a trip, freaking out, all the rest. Then the writer goes, whoa, there are surprises in store, readers, big, unexpected. I mean, surprises. But he doesn't repeat the word surprises. I interviewed Frank Zappa recently. After being warned, it's like you're approaching the Godfather of the Mafia. You want to interview Frank? You may not come out of this alive. So it said, after being warned, I was told that he was, well, different, unusual, non-conforming. And he was, every bit of the way, from the hair and beard to the clothes he wore. Unconventional, to say the least. But appearances are deceiving, are italicized. Not that one could consider Frank Zappa normal in quotes. He isn't. And a good thing that's true. And then here's the first quote from Frank. We don't endorse any drugs, he said calmly, sincerely, his tone matter-of-fact, or artificial means that would do anything to change the consciousness of a single individual. So he's not endorsing any drugs or artificial means that would do anything to change the consciousness of a single individual. Well, that means Frank would not endorse the RNA drops. There's a bit of a difference there, right? Unless he would at this late stage. Maybe if he was still alive, he would. He would have changed this. It's 50 years later. So the journalist pointed out, but your image is psychedelic. And Frank says, psychedelic is a very handy word. He retorted, a convenient label. It's not something we apply to ourselves, but an impression fostered by a group of greedy business. It's not something we apply to ourselves, but an impression fostered by a group of greedy businessmen willing to equate nonconformity with some LC jargon and manner. The two don't in themselves go together. They can or they may not. They can go together or they may not. In our case, it's the latter. So remember we had one of those people, Carl Franzoni, one of the dancers. We read his article in the LA Free Press saying that they were not into the conformity of LSD, the fad. So Frank's saying the same thing. Then the guy asked Frank, why do you think the use of LSD has increased so rapidly in our society? Frank replied, I do not believe we have a society. What we have is a colony of animals. I don't believe there are any human beings around. Wow! Look at that! In light of the robots in the play, Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People in 1969, probably written around the time of this interview. Look at that. He's saying there's no human scale. I don't believe there are any human beings around. Now, what is really interesting is a science fiction book called Science Fiction by Theodore Sturgeon called More Than Human. And Frank said that was one of his favorite books. That's pretty interesting. And that's about psychic people. They have a little baby, a little weird guy, another weird guy. It's like there's 5 or 6 little weirdos that live off the fringe of society. And they all have these talents. But it's very cutely laid out. So, more than human. So he's saying, I don't believe there are any human beings around. We merely fantasize that we have reached the human level of achievement. Now, there's a new agey statement. We merely fantasize that we have reached the human level of achievement. The bomb, war, prejudice are, however, only products of subhumans. I am trying to use the weapons of a disoriented and unhappy society against itself. The mothers of invention are designed to come in the back door and kill you while you're sleeping. This is how calm, how naive the society was back there. You could say shit like this and nobody would arrest you. They just think you were joking. Nobody was that bad. The mothers of invention are designed to come in the back door and kill you while you're sleeping. Now, here's Frank being interviewed in a teen magazine. Well, what would a teenager think of this? Then he says, one of our main short-range objectives is to do away with the top 40 broadcasting format because it's basically wrong, unethical, and unmusical. See how he's trying to program a better kind of music? That's Roxy's thesis. And he goes, sure, we're satirists, and we're out to satirize everything. Most of the guys in this band feel that we're going to do something to help. So he says, we're not just satirists. Sure, we're satirists, and we are out to satirize everything. Most of the guys in this band feel that we're going to do something to help. Then it says, Frank's definition of freaking out further reinforced my suspicion that he might have a brain beneath all the hair. Quote, it's a process whereby an individual casts off outmoded and restricting standards of thinking, dress, and social etiquette in order to express creatively his relationship to his immediate environment and the social structure as a whole. Then the writer says, few groups are born with more planning. Few groups are born with more planning, though the excuse me. Few groups are born with more planning, though the mothers of invention certainly seem like a freaky spur-of-the-moment bunch. That's an important point. They look like they're making it up and winging it all the time. Frank, as an environment to himself, pretends he's totally planning it all. Hey? You like that?
Yeah.
Roxy. What do you think of that, Roxy? Minimax is defining his audience. Minimax up at writes in, defining his audience. Yeah, what did you say, Bert?
It seems like it's a plan within the plan. He's just becoming an anti-environment to an anti-environment. It just, in this teen magazine, that was in 1966 or 67?
67.
Article.
67.
Wow.
Roxy's been muted, so she's unmuted now. She got knocked off. You see this, Roxy? He's a tetrad manager. He's highly controlled, highly sexually oriented, but at the same time ready for statistical improbabilities to be incorporated. So he's managing chance and order, doing both. And he can rely on the audience.
He said he doesn't believe there's any people. There is only people who are not.
Yes, the people who are not. Everybody else is subhuman. There are humans around, but we don't know who they are or what they are. Now, I wonder if he's saying all this after having met me and Carolyn. Could we have influenced him? Did we in 65, 66 have some kind of effect on him of what could be?
Infected his non-physical.
What did you say? We affected his non-physical? Yes.
Infected his non-physical.
Infected, yes. I like that. Few groups are born with more planning, though the mothers of invention certainly seem like a freaky spur-of-the-moment bunch. Now, Ralph Gleason, I think his name was, a major jazz and pop critic in the 50s and 60s, writing for Rolling Stone, but he dies around the late 60s, I think. Anyways, he sees the mothers up in San Francisco, and he says, these are a bunch of ex-admin trying to fool kids. Like, he totally saw the planned part and thought it was evil. He hated Frank. It's interesting how he saw them. What concept did he...
Frank was seeing the same thing McLuhan saw, that advertisement was the new magic. That you had to communicate, like us, to reach the audience with this type of slogans and this type of...
Well, he was showing that an ad, journalism is an ad, and he's showing the manipulation of it. He's discussing the medium that the kids are engaging, that articles are PR releases. And he spends his whole article talking about how he's organizing this as a PR brainwash thing. Very good.
Yes, it's an anti-marketing, advertising.
Yeah, everything. Now look at this. I have not either. I might have read this 40 years ago, long forgotten, but I incorporated the ideas of my understanding of what Frank is. I mean, when I say Frank's a satellite conductor, these articles are what back me up, even though I said that 30 years later. So he says this: we were carefully hatched in the best tradition of American business. What an amazing statement. We all know that the major successful big corporations all started with an astrological reading or talking to some fucking medium. So was Frank talking to some medium? He says we were carefully hatched in the best tradition of American business. See, McLuhan says With the Sputnik, by the 60s, you've got a programmed global theater. Everybody's trying to run around and be free and do their own thing because they intuit that is a globally has to be programmed situation. Huge. Let's just take this. Where was that?
And that's in Civilization Phase III.
Yes.
Frank says, do your thing. What is to do your thing? And he discusses what does do your thing means.
He says that put a motor in yourself and go do. So here is the last line, the last paragraph of Through the Vanishing Point, which is the last quote, pretty well the last section of Eric's long essay on formal cause. And it says, the artist, whereas the ordinary person seeks security by numbing his perception against the impact of new experience, the artist delights in this novelty and instinctively creates situations that are both reveal it and compensate for it. The artist studies the distortion of sensory life produced by new environmental programming. See, McLuhan would not have said environmental programming in the 50s, but he's saying it in the 60s after the satellite has created the global theater. The artist studies the distortion of sensory life produced by new environmental programming and tends to create artistic situations that correct the sensory bias and derangement brought about by the new form. Sensory bias and derangement brought about by the new form. In social terms, the artist can be regarded as a navigator who gives adequate compass bearings in spite of magnetic deflection of the needle by the changing play of forces. So understood, the artist is not a peddler of new ideals or lofty experiences. He is rather the indispensable aid to action and reflection alike. Then Eric says this, sort of developing that. If the vortex of effects arrives first, then we can escape it, as Edgar Allan Poe suggests, only by formal structural study of its action. We can manipulate any environmental vortex by judicial design of counter-environments and by controlling and designing the mix of technologies we release in our environments. But such an ecology of media, of culture, necessitates extensive training in the arts, and widespread training of formal awareness has ever been at odds with the demands of practical necessity. Read that again. Widespread training of formal awareness has ever been at odds with the demands of, quote, practical necessity. Perhaps it is time for the roles of artist and bureaucrat/entrepreneur to reverse positions. Our new world of chaos and complexity is too volatile, too precarious, too important to be left in the hands of the merely practical administrator. And there you have it, why Ion showed up to Bob. Bob, the most impractical fucking idiot on the planet. But I do have the training, the widespread training of formal awareness. You get it? Isn't that nice? Nice closing statement by Eric?
Yes,
what
because
yeah.
you actually got what the oleophatic means.
I got what phatic means?
Oleophatic, the whole picture.
Yes, I did get that.
Because
right,
until now, everybody was contemplating only different aspects of what we call reality or what we think we are. But nobody had a complete view. Yes, because we're still sort of understanding these things with the frequencies and then.
Okay, what you just said. Now, Frank, are you there, Bert?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Frank is being totally impractical here. He's sabotaging his own image. He's saying we're here to kill you. I mean, talk about being impractical. Okay, so it says, we were carefully hatched in the best tradition of American business, programmed to do a specific job. See, that's the scenario. That's Uncle Meat program Ruben the Jets' Mexican band, Pachuco Rock, to take over the population and bring back the 50s. Frank is saying that's what he's doing, but he's also saying that he is working for someone else. That guy who says, Laurel Canyon was a CIA conspiracy, Frank's admitting it. We were programmed to do a specific job. What'd you say?
Working for Bob.
Working for Bob. I'd show up every 6 months, talk to Frank. Gail would wonder, what the fuck is going on? What is that impractical guy doing with Frank? Okay. So look at this. We were carefully, this is beautiful. This is the Uncle Meat scenario. We were carefully hatched in the best tradition of American business, programmed to do a specific job, and we have been quite successful thus far. He's calling, how is he successful? Anyways, he's just getting started. This is probably the fall of '67. And it says, we are aiming for the consumer group, people who have certain hang-ups that can be expressed and worked out in song. It doesn't matter if our music makes sense.
This reminds me of Ian when he says, we're not here to make you happy, we're not here to...
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is the closest to... It's like, you got... Thompson, Croker, McLuhan, and LaRouche, and Zappa, and Mae Brussels, they all are aspects of the elephant of Iondom, saying one aspect of it. Here he is being ionic, and McLuhan's being ionic at another level. Look at this. It doesn't matter if our music makes sense. If people want a pile of rubbish, we're going to give just that to them. You gotta realize this young baby boomer teenagers reading this shit, what do they think this guy is? He's definitely saying we're not in it for the money. We're not in it. We don't even give a fuck. You're right. It's ionic. We're here to fuck you up. And the guy writing the article says, "Oh, this Frank, he's pretty smart, pretty clever." They detect the brilliance of Frank. These young journalists, you know what I mean? They say, there's something funny going on here. This guy is so blatantly... Let's read that again. We were carefully hatched in the best tradition of American business, programmed to do a specific job, and we have been quite successful thus far. We will give people rubbish if they want it. We are aiming... I guess that's him, the composer, talking about the rock pop world that he's forced to play in. We are aiming for the consumer group, people who have certain hang-ups that can be expressed and worked out in song. It doesn't matter if our music makes sense. If people want a pile of rubbish, we're going to give just that to them. Well, today, in the second hour, people heard an hour of me trying to get the phones working. Avant-garde musical happening. Bob trying to get ions to stop fucking with the phones from the non-physical realm. It's fucking hilarious. Okay, so the journalist, after hearing that quote and typing it up, he says, honest, outspoken, no question marks, he just says honest, outspoken, yes, very. Then he quotes Frank again. Frank Zappa contends, quote, society, and I use that label loosely, can't be healthy without art. Now he's talking like McLuhan. America stifles art. Now, Frank is saying, he's not saying, like McLuhan said, the artist knows what's going on, the consequences of our time, the effects of new media, new knowledge. He doesn't mean anybody who's calling himself an artist or even being lauded as an artist. The artist McLuhan's talking about is McLuhan, who nobody understands. Well, Frank's doing the same thing. He's saying America stifles art. So America stifles a fucking psychopath who wants to give rubbish to people. Okay? Look at the contradictions. He's there. Society, and I use that label loosely, can't be healthy without art. America stifles art. Little is created unless it serves a commercialistic need, i.e. jingles for a Pepsi-Cola announcer. Ours is a materialistic, mechanistic age. It's confused, topsy-turvy, and erratic. If current art seems to possess similar qualities, that's to be taken for granted. Art at its best always is projecting what is happening at the time it is made. So that's That is, McLuhan would criticize that a little bit. That's pop art. That's merging with the present. Frank is not, McLuhan is not for pop art merging with the present, and neither is Frank merging, but right there, a little bit old-fashioned, mechanistic age. No, it's not a mechanistic age. It's organically electric, but Frank and McLuhan can't agree on everything. But he's saying that art has to be topsy-turvy and erratic and fucked up, because that's what our world is. So then the guy, remember, the guy started off saying, I was warned. Then he says, not everybody would enjoy an interview with Frank Zappa. As I said before, he looks weird, offbeat, way out, and he is, in the sense that true nonconformity, daring, creative thinking, and pure frank honesty are rare, offbeat, and so on. And so on. Blah, blah, blah. He's becoming ironic in his own journalism. Then he says, not everybody would like Frank Zappa or the Mother's Invention. But you know something? I'm one cat who does. He likes Frank. Okay, you can't be healthy without art. McLuhan gets on there saying, new art is nutrition. America stifles art. Little is created unless it serves a commercialistic need, i.e. jingles for a Pepsi-Cola announcement. Now here's where McLuhan says that advertisement is the only art form in the 20th century. That Frank may not understand. Or he might understand, but he certainly doesn't talk about it as if he understands it. He's against the commercial. He thinks art is something else. So this is the fine line of Frank being a little uneducated and non-sophisticated. But who gives a fuck? His art did it. His art knew what to do, whether Frank understood it or not. I'm being very technical here. You wouldn't say materialistic, mechanistic age unless you're a cliche human being or a subhuman. You have to know why McLuhan says it's not a mechanistic age. You have to know how electric media are new life, new organic being. Frank later, 20 years later, does say radio gives new life. So maybe Frank learned stuff over the next 10, 15 years, talking to me and a few other people. He changed slightly his statements about things. But what a great interview, eh? Look, this is consistent with what we were doing a month ago, talking about Frank planning, miming being Uncle Meat, pretending to be programmed by Uncle Meat. I did not know that he actually said it here in this interview. We were carefully hatched in the best tradition of American business, programmed to do a specific job, and we have been quite successful thus far. What's your job, Frank? We provide a pile of rubbish. And art at its best always is projecting what is happening at the time it is made. And society can't be healthy without Frank's rubbish. Awesome. Great thing. What is this? Here's an ad for Absolutely Free, the album, in a teen magazine. It says, absolutely free. Freedom from inhibitions, that is. Freedom of form and content. But you do have to lay out cash for the album. In brackets, your friendly record dealer. They don't want you to steal it. He's not going as far as Abby Hoffman, who a year later will put out a book called Steal This Book. In brackets, your friendly record dealer would take a dim view of any other approach. Close bracket. Then he says, for less than $5 bills, you get 13 underground oratorios. Imagine a kid reading this oratorio. What's that? Including Plastic People, Brown Shoes Don't Make It, and America Drinks. All the irreverent tradition of Freakout, the Mother's first album. So you're going to get the irreverent tradition of Freakout. You also get a double fold cover with the front and back opening upright to form a collage that's a trip in itself. You could, there he is using the language of marketing. You can even get the unexpurgated libretto, in brackets, per instructions inside the album, which can be mailed to you in a plain brown psychedelic wrapper. Contradiction in terms, right? Plain brown psychedelic wrapper. Don't be an underground cop-out. He says, don't be an underground cop-out. Update your scene with the mothers of invention. Look, update your sensibility. That's the role of the artist. He spells it out. This thing was programmed. I think Marshall McLuhan and I created Frank Zappa. I did make an army. This ad comes out right after we have that meeting on June 18th, 1967 at Stanley's in the East Village, where Frank met McLuhan for the first time. I probably did influence him, even though there's glimpses of it in the year before in his ads in the LA Weekly or LA Free Press.
But I suppose I would say there is also this type of physical influence that they are not aware of the effects of meeting this new technology called Bob and McLuhan and how it's going to affect you, how to create with your own non-physical.
Right. For most people, non-physical would be God. And is God ESP? Yes, non-physical. Bob creating through non-physical. No wonder I influenced every major event of the 20th century. Look, it has the cover of Absolutely Free. Yes, go ahead.
The non-physical is one for all.
Yes.
Maybe there's some, because of this vibrational frequency, the same, how does science say the vibrational
proximity,
similarity or proximity?
Vibrational proximity is a phrase Ion uses.
Yeah, that somehow what you want to create can be maybe, like McLuhan said, the artist is the antenna of the human race.
Yeah.
Maybe he can tune in into this non-physical that is going to bring the ionic.
Right.
And that somehow.
Just for the record, in case there's any nitpickers, Ezra Pound said the artist is the antenna of the race. McLuhan used it, but Pound gets the credit. So in this ad, he has the cover of the album the way he says it would be. It's opening upright to form a collage that's a trip in itself. So it has the mothers looming over the city, the town, the highway, Los Angeles, with all these little cartoon cars going beep, 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 beep. But here's what it says. Move your goods with patriotic sell. Buy America. So it's a flag, American flag. It says, buy America, move your goods with patriotic sell. Move your goods. That's a McLuhan phrase. Moving our goods. The Economist, an economist. There's a kid going, move your goods with patriotic sell. What's that mean? And then it has a picture of a dead tree, and it says, this tree is ugly and it wants to die. Now, he uses the word tree. That's Ethel. Ethel's a tree on the side of Billy the Mountain later. Then he says, it says, you must buy this album. They're not trying to seduce you, subtly. They just say, you buy this album, you're out of here. You're gone. You must buy this album. And he says, Top 40 radio will never, ever play it. Buy this album. Buy this, and this is buy this something right now or something. Then it has either buy a Fido belt, buy a Fido. Now, he has a dog named Fido later. But it says, buy a Fido, fits swell. Crummy, crumbly, and buy some. Some company. Crummy, crumbly, and buy some. Another one says, buy this, buy. It has the word buy all over the place. And it has something called F.K. Dingy and Son. Makers of, and looks like something for bad teeth. Now, the bad teeth ends up on the Uncle Meat cover when Cal Schenkel does it. So this cover was designed by Frank himself, I understand. Anyways, nice little statements. And above all this, buy advertising, so it's like a congested downtown L.A. scene with all these cars bumping and beeping into each other. Arching over the town is the phrase, the scream, absolutely free. That's it's like the opening of in big letters, absolutely free, and it's showing you a polluted concentration camp. And remember, Uncle Meat, 200 Motels, it takes place with a concentration camp, and in the little town known as Centerville. And the opening line of Gravity's Rainbow, and Thomas Pynchon has commented on Zappa. Screaming came across the sky. some kind of rocket, V2 rocket. Something like the screaming, the screaming came roaring across the sky. It was landing in London. It's like this, these words screaming across the sky, absolutely free. Well, so it says, don't be an underground cop-out. Update your scene with the mother's invention. He understands that every 18 months there's a new fad. So he understands that every scene's going to become a fad, compromised by the pink conspiracy. And then you're going to have to change your sensibilities to get into the new hidden ground. So he actually says that. Update your scene with the mother's invention. Absolutely free. Absolutely bananas. That means insane. So he's pretending to be insane, yet he actually does look insane when you actually go see a concert. Well, this is probably the last time Frank was in pop culture, teen magazines. No, that's not true. They were in other better teen magazines. The other thing is the Fugs. I have a couple articles here on the Fugs. They were like the East Coast version of the Mothers, people thought. Yeah, it says, young taste in music is changing. The Fugs, together with the Mother's invention, are representative of this new concept. But that's just the power of art. When you're a powerful artist, you will be noticed. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's why he was going counter to it seems that he was going counter to the pop culture because of the way the music was outlined, and he would say his stuff was rubbish, but it was really well orchestrated a layout of music from his traditional training. Right.
Yeah, he was trying to do perceptual training like real art. McLuhan's doing it on a very sophisticated level for the national security agencies and for intelligence agencies. Frank is doing it in the street level in youth culture, the same message.
Yes.
We're here to update your sensibilities. Now, here's what's interesting. I actually have in this binder the actual fucking map that you send away for. The actual freak-out hotspots. We got this huge fucking thing, man. It's a huge map of L.A. and right in the middle. This is what Frank put together. There's a couple of photographs. One photograph is cops beating up a kid. This is what a teenager would get if they sent away for this. It says, all I wanted was a pastrami, a sandwich. And the cop is saying, silence, fool, beat the shit out of him. And then it has it's pretty neat. It has, hey kids, want to set up a bus? Dial this number. And it's a card. It says the Los Angeles Police Department Detective Bureau, presented by, it gives a name and a number. Please keep this card for reference. It's actually a card. You're supposed to phone the cop department and bust your buddies. It says, hey kids, want to set up a bus? Dial this number. And the number is 624-5211. So there's the 22. Got the 22 right in there. 150 North Los Angeles Street, room 321, extension 2521. There's your 22. It says, designed by Frank Zappa, Mother Invention, 1966, at Freakout Productions. Then it says about this card, about, hey kids, want to set up a bus, dial this number. It says it's a cop-out card carried by Finks for protection during a routine investigation. Ask for yours today. He's telling kids how to get cards so when you get busted, you say, oh, no, I'm working for you cops. I'm a Fink. It's a cop-out card carried by Finks for protection during a routine investigation. Pretty neat, eh? So, the picture of the kid being beat up by the cops seems to be a shot from a movie. So on the side it says, from a highly recommended film. So it's probably a local underground film. The film's called Blue Fascism. Blue Fascism. And then it has an area of West Hollywood. It says Ghetto Number 1 on Westmount Drive. Then in the center part, on Willoughby Avenue, Ghetto Number 2. Then up north by the Hollywood Freeway, it says Ghetto Number 3. And it does not say the Laurel Canyon, famous Laurel Canyon part is a ghetto, but it gives all the street names, and he calls it a Laurel Canyon Freak Sanctuary. And then beneath it says, mysterious hallucinogenic wasteland. Mysterious hallucinogenic wasteland. That's like Jim Morrison doing acid out in the desert at the beginning of Oliver Stone's movie on the Doors. You guys see that?
No.
Didn't see the Doors. Oliver Stone, probably about 1990. Everybody's here. Now, what a wonderful map. I've not looked at this in 30 years. And it then has 69 points along the border describing all the different places and all kinds of interesting jokes and statements. Woo! You like that? That was a little avant-garde concrete, electronic concrete music. Let's see. Yeah. Look at this. Number 19. That's Bob's number. Gigi's. Some club called Gigi. G-E-E-G-E-E. Remember his first song was G by the Crows. Gigi's was a scene until it was mysteriously forced out of business. It is at this moment for rent. 8100 Sunset Boulevard next to Schwab's Drugstore, across the street from Ah Fong's and Greenblatt's Deli. The Ash Grove, that was a well-known club. He says, number 20, the Ash Grove features ethnical, ethnocentric folk music. And folk is spelled F-O-Q-U-E. Folk, F-O-L-Q-U-E. Musique, M-U-S-I-Q-U-E. But it's ethnical, ethnocentric folk music. Then he writes, ... I remember when Bud and Travis used to work there, and Ed Pearl used to do ethno-political greasing for the newly founded cabaret at the Idlewild Folk Freak Sanctuary in 1958, before Hal Zeiger invented the Hootenanny. Check it out at 8162 Melrose, phone 65327. So this is actually Frank describing his own memories of the L.A. world. He says, number 23, the Blue Grotto Coffee House used to be nice and quiet until it got busted in the middle of the night. Meet and talk with the survivors at 1010 North Fairfax. Meet and talk with the survivors of the bust. Woo. Then another one, number 25, site of a gigantic, well, you're supposed to look at, you look on the map and see where the numbers are. I forgot to do that. Number 25. Okay, there it is. At number 25, it's got a bomb exploding, little cartoon, bomb exploding, helicopters flying over, black helicopters, a tank, and some 1920s cannon and a guy. So it's a disaster scene. They got like a nuclear bomb, mushroom cloud coming out of number 25. So what's he call it? Number 25, site of a gigantic and festive bust, wherein much brutality and authoritarian BS was perpetrated, with the result that all parties involved served a lot of dead time, in brackets, time before trial, and got acquitted, in brackets, causing them great physical and mental discomfort and status loss. Loss of status. No, that happened to him. He got busted like that a year or two before, out in Cucamonga.
Yes.
Then he says, number 27, a club called the Brave New World is a very sort of late-teen freak spot. Visit 1644 North Cherokee near Magoo's on Hollywood Boulevard. Number 28, the Omnibus is a coffee house next door to the Wild Thing at 1835 Cahuenga. So, geez, he's listing, it's like a big ad for all of the scenes in L.A. He says, number 17, the Fifth Estate, another place, is one of those places that refuses to quit, even after a whole series of scenes with the heat, bravely situated at 8226 Sunset Boulevard. And he gives a phone number. Pandora's Box, you hear that in the lyrics on Absolutely Free. Number 18, Pandora's Box is another teeny bop underground stronghold, a defiant little island at the top of the strip with a picket fence around it and cops and ingenue freakos and lots of atmosphere, but tiny. Try sitting at Frascati's across the street and watching the heat surround the place while the kids scramble for cover. He's describing like Saigon. It's fucking Saigon. It's a war environment. You sit across the street, watch the kids scramble for cover. There's the teenager getting this, and he goes, watch the heat surround. Heat, it means the police. Watch the heat surround the place while the kids scramble for cover. Keen fun. So, what a wonderful map. Bob's going through his own dusty, what do you call it? I'm going through my attic.
It's like visiting a parallel world.
Yes, Bob in a parallel world discovers all this shit. I don't even know how I got this stuff. Well, I did visit Frank. Maybe he gave it to me. Let's see. Yeah, in the crowded concentration camp, busy LA scene, it says Rotary. That was a businessman's group. It says Rotary meets here. Then beneath it, John Birch Police Center. So the police center are John Birchers. Then there's a guy with an ad, and it says, "Do you want power?" Do you want power? And,
we want our power back.
Yes. And then it says TV. Go ahead.
Yes, we want our power back. That's ionic.
That's right. And it says TV guide, which should be spelled Guide, is spelled Gyde. It says TV guide, kills on contact. So, it's a wonderful thing. Now, are you laughing at my tones? Is that what you're laughing at?
Yes, I like when you go, woo!
Woo, that was heavy. That was fucking scary. The document's hidden here in Bob's secret stash. Woo! Woo!
Makes me wonder. Woo! Makes me wonder.
See, the one with musical ears, Bert, digs the sounds.
Yeah.
He's into the sound. Roxy definitely believes that humor belongs in music.
Yeah, right. She does.
Of course.
Okay, so now we must go back to the famous Frank Kofsky interview. We never finished that. Where this guy, he's bringing up Bertolt Brecht. He's a jazz expert. He's a leftist, sophisticated guy, and he's trying to see how sophisticated Frank is. So we stopped halfway through a couple months ago. Let's see. Let's start with let's just start with this. What were you doing before you got the mothers together? He says, Zappa says, I had a recording studio, and prior to that, I was in advertising. Kofsky said, I heard you talking about UCLA. Did you go to college? Zappa says, no, I dropped out of junior college after one semester. So he's not saying that he actually went back and listened to this guy, unless this is the semester when he was listening to Carl Cohn. See, it's hard to tell what that is. Kofsky says, so you're a self-educated man, but then everybody's a self-educated man. Zappa says, it's almost like college was invented by Madison Avenue so that after you've gone for a certain number of years and spent a certain amount of money on products which they're helping to sell to you, you'll get a piece of paper that says you're educated. So that's the truth. You go there for a number. You spend some money. It's a mall, an intellectual mall. You go there, spend money, buy products, then they'll give you paper saying that you're educated. So Kofsky, he likes that. He goes, that's definitely where
you get into debt and then you're educated.
Right. That's even now. See, now it's post-human. Back then you didn't know it. They pretended to be human and it looked like there still were humans. Frank knew there were no humans. Now it's obvious there are no humans, and you're just forced to go into debt. And it's literally an insect farm now.
You get paper and there is no work.
Yes, the paper doesn't work anymore. So definitely Frank is at the end of analogical media, the analogical global theater. The Android meme is going to come in start coming in 69, 70, 71, and Frank has to adapt. Part of adapting is he breaks up the mothers in August 69. He breaks up the band. He knows that there's something different going on. I've got to make a different kind of art, and the android meme starts to creep in, and he actually begins to show it with that movie with both Beefheart. Both sides of the fight are robots, are machines. So Kofsky says that's definitely where it's at, talking about Frank's interpretation of the college. And all you have to do is teach in one to find that out. So I think Kofsky was a teacher. Nobody's interested in getting an education in college. They're simply interested in getting out. That might not be true at Harvard. There may be a few freaks around at the top schools who really want to learn something. But if you go out in the provinces like the University of Pittsburgh, forget it. That's where you went, didn't you, Bert? University of Pittsburgh?
No.
You went to the University of Baltimore or Maryland or what?
I went to a small school in Maryland, one of the sister schools in Maryland.
It was not an all-black school like Howard.
No.
Howard University, not like that.
No.
They let you mingle with the white kids.
Yes.
And that
I went to school in the 70s, Bob. It was integrated in the 70s.
It's a new world. The android means trying to make itself look friendly. That's right. It said everybody's welcome to come on in. We don't care about your race. If you're all dead, you're all robots, but come on in. The water's fine. And yes, you're 10 years later.
Yes.
And don't you forget, I was there working for you assholes. I was building the Black Caucus way back then. Okay?
Yes.
All right.
The android meme was running really hard in the 70s.
Bob was just revving up the android meme. But if you go out in the provinces like the University of Pittsburgh, that's probably where Kofsky fucking forget it. And he says, I'm interested in how you would classify the mothers, assuming you were forced to classify them. In a musical sense, if you talk about a spectrum in music that extends from straight rock groups like the Jefferson Airplane and the other San Francisco groups on the one hand, to jazz groups like Archie Shepp's group or John Coltrane's group, so that's a spectrum. You know, the San Francisco hippie psychedelic scene over to extreme free jazz. Now, in these terms, how would you go about describing the mothers? So Frank Kofsky is a critic who's trying to figure out how to categorize the mothers. You know what I mean? As a critic, he's got to do that. He thinks he has to. So what's Frank going to say? Can you predict what he's going to say? No, you can't predict what he's going to say.
No.
All right. So it's a good question. How would you go about describing the mothers? And Frank says it's a collection of opposites. Tetrad managed it right there. He's not trying to be on one side or the other, man. Isn't that awesome? Look at this. It's a collection of opposites. Our music exists because we jam things that don't belong together. Our music exists because we jam things that don't belong together. In other words, we attempt to do the impossible. Remember that? See, there's always a fucking order that unfolds when you're here at Club 22. We see Frank talk about doing the impossible, and now it's spelled out here. Awesome, the way I go through my...
It's the first hour of payday.
Yes, exactly. The first hour payday with the chaotic... The collection of musical opposites. You're right. Jamming things together. Now, that's his definition of design. It's anachrony. He said, I would try to put things together that didn't work. You know what I mean? And then they'd work. They'd sync up, and it would be strange synchronicity. He's saying that. Our music exists because we jam things that don't belong together. Or because we jam things that don't belong together.
We were all entertained by your trying to fix things and nothing.
That's right. Yes. If Frank was a super fixer and I come on and I go, well, okay, we're going to have to do with the anti-environment Frank. So I have to have Bob come on try to figure out where's the, what is that phrase? The sound flower. Is that what it's called? I can't remember the name. Well, we have sound check or, what is it? Sound flower.
Sound flower.
The sunflower.
Yeah, sunflower.
And then
2CH in brackets. That's my technical expertise. Move the ticker down to sunflower, Bob. And it still doesn't work.
And then I don't want you to play this music, the video Kill the Radio Star.
Yes.
We just listen to some fragments.
Bob turns it off halfway through because he can't hear it. He's using the wrong channel. He doesn't know it's broadcasting. Yes. I can just hear the engineers thinking I'm the most incompetent spastic airhead ever. Radio programmer. And yet, it is the best fucking radio you could ever experience. I just realized I'm a satire on Zappa because he was so efficient and skillful at the technical stuff.
Yeah,
but yes,
every time it's completely different. It's like you dance, and everybody's entertained by the Go-Go Boy, and then there's the chaos with the...
That's right. Bob wows everybody the first hour, second hour, everything's broken. And non-physical. He uses the copyright. It won't let me call my own radio station. They fucking cut me off. Ian writes to me. But I don't even know what his problem is.
Ian didn't like your dance, or what?
Yes, something pissed him off. He. Okay, I can't get on. Let's see. He sent me this awesome view of the gardens around Chambord Castle. And I said to him, you can't, this is earlier when I was talking to him, I said, I've never seen that picture. He says, yeah, you can't get that picture, Bob. He sent me a unique picture of the whole area around with the moat. But he sends what? Okay. I'm always doing business. He sends me a fucking tax avoidance article. While they're trying to entertain, I'm trying to dance, and he said, Bob, pay attention. We need to deal with there's a new trend. Companies are leaving the United States. They're doing what's called inversion. Inversion. Let's see what the headline is. It says tax avoidance, subtitled The Irish Inversion. And it says, U.S. companies are shifting their headquarters abroad to protect growing overseas cash piles. More piles of rubbish. Anyways, he sends me that while I'm trying to fucking get some work done, entertain the people. And then he sends this article with a beautiful picture. He's always playing opposites. He sends me great stuff, and then he sends me insulting stuff. So he writes to me after fucking up the whole show for the whole second hour, for like 40 minutes. He writes, great show. And he goes, what fun. He goes, what fun, PHUN, ... Let's chat tomorrow. So I write back to him. What do I write back? I said, why did you call in? I'm pissed off. Why did you call in? And he says, to reconnect your disconnect. Play radio killed the radio star. That's his answer. Why'd you call in? To reconnect your disconnect. Play radio killed the radio. Play radio killed the radio star. He mistyped it. Should be video killed the radio star. So even I can make mistakes. Meanwhile,
he's not making that. What did he say?
He said to reconnect your disconnect.
Yes,
play radio killed the radio star, but he means video, video killed the radio star. Unless he means play radio killed the radio star, maybe he actually means that.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's why I'm...
The radio killed the Bob star.
Yes, now here's the thing. Yeah, I may sound incompetent, but I'd like to see you fuckers get on here, run a show, entertain the people, and deal with the non-physical, which is a fucking pterodactyl that you don't know what it's going to do next. Because you keep cool during that. This is super engineering that we're witnessing here. And I can't go wrong. I play one song after another, and it's always perfect. No matter what I play, it works. So, let's go back to Zappa. This is beautiful. It's a collection of opposites. Our music exists because we jam things that don't belong together. In other words, we attempt to do the impossible and demonstrate that it can be done.
You know,
that's fucking
the definition of your DJ. Your DJ is jamming things that don't belong together. That's how you DJ.
Yes. That's how I do it. I'm such the proper heir. McLuhan, no, Don Field said I was the one to carry on McLuhan's work. Well, now we can say Bob's the one to carry on Zappa's work. I'm fucking doing it under these new global concentration camp conditions. And did you see? Janet Yellen raised the fucking interest rates.
Yes.
Oh, man, Ian was saying this is, well, Ian loved it, but we don't know what Ian likes. It depends on which Ian you're talking to. But Ian said, man, Bob, they've been waiting like years for this, 9 years for this to happen. She finally did it, and we love her. So chaos is coming, apparently. You have to deal with a bit of that, right, Bert? I mean, you guys, your bosses talk about this stuff, this kind of stuff.
Yes. Yes.
What? Okay. What were you running? What were you yelling, Roxy?
You say the chaos is going to start. The wind is going to start blowing, but we know from which side.
We already did that. We've been there, done that. We did that in 2011. This is the.
No, that's what Ian said on the Stairway to Heaven.
Yes, you're right. But that was October 2009. That's 6 years ago.
Yes, but it was for this moment.
All right. Okay. You're too smart for me. All right. Let's see. In other words, we attempt to do. This is ionic. We say, look, you don't have to eat, sleep. You're not going to die. All sounds impossible. In other words, we attempt to do the impossible and demonstrate that it can be done. Isn't that awesome? I don't think that's a unique art manifesto. I don't think anybody said it like that before. And he says, one aspect of what we do, most people have ignored until now. That means, I guess, until Frank Kofsky showed up. They take for granted the fact that we go from one speed in one time signature to another speed in another time signature in a split second, without any hang-ups, without any planning in advance. Well, I think they do plan. He has hand signals, but I don't know if that's including that. He says, we change tempos and change songs with no forewarning most of the time. Like, maybe I'll only tell them we're going into 3 songs out of a set. He says, that's what all that jumping around is about. If I jump and hit the floor, that's the first beat of the next bar. And they have to figure out what the song is by 2 notes. Wow. So I guess he gives them a list of 3 songs. Like, maybe I'll only tell them we're going into 3 songs out of a set. So a set might be 10 songs. That's what all that jumping around is about. Is he talking about himself jumping around? I think he used to jump around, yes. I used to see him jumping around. So let's assume he's talking about himself. If I jump and hit the floor, that's the first beat of the next bar. And they have to figure out what the song is by 2 notes. We train to put the thing together that way. And, of course, we have other signals. Oh, okay, he admits there's some signals. And, of course, we have other signals which indicate certain sound events are supposed to take place, like that rumble and smash and speed up and noise. There's a tetrad. Rumble, smash, speed up, and noise. What an awesome statement. So how the hell does he do it? They have to have ESP. He's talking having ESP, for fuck's sake. What?
The intense rehearsals trains him to react to his hand signals. Wow.
But he's saying he's not telling them that he's got hand signals without any planning in advance. No, he's planned. He's learned hand signals. So what's he saying? He has to be a contradictory phenomenon just because he's working on ESP. And you read, I think, More Than Human. That story is a long time ago for me. I don't even know if I read it. I know Carolyn did, but she told me about it. But they might have had ESP, those people. So he was acting out the ESP for little groups of people.
They will do very complex things, like, for example, the percussionist will be in one tempo, and then the singer or the guy playing the keyboard will be in another completely different tempo. To do that is like very hard. Just
right
to concentrate and keep that tempo without following the others.
Yeah, that's what's neat about that neat footage that you found. It's December 1970, and Frank is doing fast hand movements pointing at the band, and Carol and several people look at it and they go, look, everybody's just staring, all the musicians are just staring at Frank. They're just staring, trying to keep up, you know what I mean? Staring at his hands. I'd never seen that footage before, and it's so close. It shows you exactly what it was like to be in the band and staring and you had to pay attention. And like they're not standing there jumping around being cool. They're all tense body language while trying to stay afloat. So
there are moments where they have to be quiet, but they have to do something. They have to move. They have to.
Yeah, no dead air allowed. Wow. So he does that spew on Kofsky. Now, Kofsky, he can't be prepared for that. So Kofsky says, see, he had a weak response. He goes, one thing I've noticed about the Mothers is that they're very definitely an improvisational band. No, they're well-disciplined as well as improvisational. Then he says, they play solos, and they seem very heavily jazz-influenced, especially your saxophonist, Bunk Gardner. So you see how it's a weak response? He can't really hear what Frank is saying. He's not asking, saying, wait a minute, you say you don't do any planning, but then they learn these hand signals. That's what he should have asked them. But he just makes a general thing. You guys seem to be jazz-influenced. You seem to be improvisational. Well, they're not improvisational. That's included, but it includes heavy responding to a programmed environment by Frank. If anybody's improvising, it's Frank's improvising what he's going to do, right, within the discipline.
Yeah. It goes back to the rehearsals, the well-trained machine, the band.
He says he has these signs for sound events like rumble, smash, speed up, and noise.
Yeah.
These moments where they could be free and do whatever they could, or the highest note they could produce, or the lowest, or these waves they have to make, these effects. And they have to be creative, and they have the freedom to make a proposition. But it was only in that space where he allowed this participation, this conversation. But
only in that space, only in that planned part of the program, you mean? Yes.
Yes, I mean,
they could only improvise what he told them to.
Every day. They would play the song every time different. There was never a perfect repetition of something. They would change every day. Now,
Zappa called himself a journalist, and he is showing how the White House ran reality, how the CIA, they had to, 24/7, they're on the spot, information coming in all over the world. They had to act like this. He's showing how management on the deepest levels was operating. Like he said, this is the way society is. Music reflects society. He was showing tetrad management, bordering on pentad management, which is the Android mean taking over. And this is great commentary. I defy anybody who's written on Zappa to be not impressed. And if you're not impressed, it's because you're stupid. You don't know what we're talking about. But we're talking about Frank in a whole new revelatory way. We're revealing something here. You have to have been in the Secret Council 10 like I was to understand what Frank was showing. And he may not have totally understood, got completely articulated like McLuhan could, but he instinctively acted it out. He knew that's how you would make music to reflect the program global theater. He's heavily programming them, as well as allowing so-called spontaneous things to happen, and then every now and then total insane anarchy happen, because that's what it's like in the Secret Council of 10. That's what power. You want power? That's what it's like. When you, as McLuhan said, his writings were for people on the spot. Now you have that in quotes, on the spot. That's people in the programming intelligence agencies. And you see this in a lot of TV shows now. They show this. I don't know how long they've been doing it, but the last few years there's a lot of accurate. As much as you could show chemical bodies running a show, they can't show the robots running the show or the non-existent ion running the show. They can't show that. They did try to show it a bit in Fringe, but it's pretty hard to really express what's going on here at headquarters, right? This is so. Frank Kofsky says, you guys seem to be heavily jazz influenced. Frank says, it's amazing to note that we had to force Bunk Gardner to play in that Coltrane vein. When we first had him in the band, he was playing straight out of 1955, Howard Ramsey's Light Love All-Stars. So Bunk, this very talented, saxophonist, was a mainstream kind of performer. He was not into he didn't know about the free-range stuff, free-range meat that Frank was creating. They had to force him to play in the Coltrane-esque vein. So Kofsky is surprised. He goes, oh, really? Well, now it sounds to me like vintage 1962 John Coltrane, especially Bunk's work on the soprano. And also I hear some of the new music on the tenor and alto. You listen to that then, I take it. Besides Cecil Taylor, you listen to Coltrane too? And Zappa says, well, I don't own any Coltrane, except that he's one artist on the anthology album that Tom Wilson produced in 1950. Tom Wilson is the guy who produced Frank and Dylan and Sun Ra and Cecil Taylor. Did you see what I posted? Tom Wilson on the phone while Frank's standing in the studio while Tom Wilson is panicking that the mothers aren't what he thought they were? Did you see that photo on my Facebook page? I've never seen that photo. What a great photo. Yeah, it's a page dedicated to Tom Wilson. Somebody says, this guy should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He should be recognized, and I agree with him. He died early at 47 or so. But he produced what a wide range of people. Dylan, Zappa, Cecil Taylor, Sun Ra, and everybody else in between. And Coltrane. So Zappa says, I don't own any Coltrane except that Coltrane's is one artist on the anthology album that Tom Wilson produced in 1950. That sounds, how could he? Well, yeah, he'd be very young. Wait a minute, it can't be 1950 because I think he was born in the 30s. We're just going to check that for a minute. Since this is the only thing people will be listening to in 50 years, the old cloud has been destroyed, and our cloud's the only one around, so we better get our facts ready, right? Do you agree?
Right.
Yes.
Right. He was born in 1931. That means he would have, produced when he was 19 years old. I doubt it. I think he means 1960. Actually, we probably could look up the album. He died in 1978 at the age of 47. September 6, 1978, I was probably at a McLuhan talk to a bunch of psychologists on that day. I remember in September 78. That's when I followed McLuhan into the men's washroom, and he was pissing, and he had used the phrase tunnel vision. I was stalking him, and so he had used the phrase, left hemisphere specialist tunnel vision when in the lecture. So he's pissing into these men's piss urinals, and I yell out tunnel vision. He goes funnel vision. And funnel was a more accurate term for the urinal. So I always remember him. Bert, I have an image of McLuhan standing there staring at the wall, pissing. And it was probably the day, it probably killed Tom Wilson. It was so avant-garde what I did, he died on that day, September 6, 1978. Let's see, does it list the anthology in his discography? His first album is 1956, Sun Ra. I mean, that's pretty cool to hang out with Sun Ra in the 50s.
Wow.
So then, where's the anthology? No anthology listed. So it had to be 1960, I would say, right? Yes, we all agree.
Yes.
We agree.
Just a second.
Yes, go ahead. Maybe I'll go get something to drink. You whistle, Bert. Whistle while I go drink. Or sing, or start talking. Interpret us.
Okay.
Interpret us.
What, you're laying out Frank on a different level. I heard something in Frank in an interview where he was talking about music videos and records. And like you said, he's not refined maybe as McLuhan, how McLuhan technically analyzed what was going on in environments, but Frank definitely knew it. Because I saw an interview where Frank talked about videos versus music, and that the video was just an ad, a ripoff for the artist, because they had to foot the bill to pay the videos, but the video was just an ad for an album, and it really didn't. The videos saturated the market, that meaning that the people were just ready for the next video, and they really didn't pay attention to the music, where Frank compared the video to a record, where a record you could listen to 100 times because it meant something to you in your heart. So what we're seeing with analyzing Frank is that, yes, he may not be able to elaborate it as eloquently as McLuhan, but of course McLuhan was using it more like poetically to describe what's going on. But Frank was actually feeling it and doing it and describing it in his own unique way.
Yeah, Marshall would observe. He might get into a studio and observe things, but he wasn't on the road making music with the modern audience and dealing with PR and advertising. Frank figured it out by being forced to act like that, to deal with these media. New video comes out, he's got to make his albums with that in mind. And so he had a very sophisticated, we could call it efficient causality. McLuhan had the formal causality down about the effects on the audience in all kinds of metaphysical and cross-cultural ways. But Zappa was into making the efficient material and efficient causality. And so he would figure things out because he was always clear-eyed about what he was learning.
Yeah.
And about what was really going on. Yeah, video was just wallpaper. Or advertising, it's not music.
Yes. It's just an amazing parallel, having read and listened to McLuhan, and then now to listen to Frank and the interviews is really it's really interesting to see the parallels. I mean, they were both perceiving and actually actively engaged in that environment, that the andro-meme environment, but they had at end result different perspectives, because Frank was very what did he say? He said he was a constitutional, so he still had sort of like that American, patriotic background, but he was still on point of analyzing. Constitutional fundamentalist, but he was actually on what was manipulating. I saw another interview that was interesting, that he mentioned that the scientist said a long time ago that hydrogen is the largest element in the universe, but what he sees is stupidity, so why not describe stupidity? Right.
Right. Now, it was always fun to compare McLuhan and Zappa. I was involved with both of them. So Frank had the same purpose as McLuhan, enhancing awareness, not getting trapped in existence, and yet still having a fun time anyways and enjoying it. So he always was showing the political. Okay, so when he says he's a constitutional fundamentalist, it looked like he was putting on the pagan sensibilities, like the church fathers, the patriarch guys. They would, St. Paul and them, they go into the local village, learn their pagan tribal mythology, and then take that knowledge, that jargon, and adapt it to Christ's message. So they would put on the local knowledge. They were anthropologists, and Frank had said he was an anthropologist. He goes in, he gets on TV, he knows that he's saying wild things, but he can bring the opposite effect in by looking with straight hair talking like he understands civic rules or civic bureaucracies and politics and the law. He's like he told those kids, watch out, this or that'll happen to you. Don't go too wild. It was always practical, and he knew that would create confusion because people are always trying to do a black and white on people, do this or that. So he knew to be practical, to say that he was a constitutional fundamentalist is part of his art statement of mixing opposites. Because he's a constant. That video we were looking at, I don't think Roxy was here. Are you back, Roxy? I guess she's not back yet. That video of him talking about the history of America that we saw was done for this sort of right-wing or libertarian group. He's talking with a put-on voice all the way through it.
Yeah, the vote now there last week.
Yeah,
yes, the voting.
It was almost ridiculously corny the way he was talking, but he was trying to put opposites. I mean, this statement is really important. The collection of opposites. So he was not. He'd say he was a constitutional fundamentalist, but he knew it was irrelevant because then he would say the media is all there is. So he was putting on many levels, like saying, okay, this is this audience I'm going to target this time. And so he put on an image for them, emphasized certain contradictory things about what people would have thought. Because they look at this constitutional fundamentalist, and then they go online and look at this manic guitar guy throwing toilet paper out at the audience. Toilet paper rolls. Running around like a wild beast. He's not staying stuck in one posture. He's quadrophenic. Really is.
Yes. He's all over the scale. All over the scale to get people to think or just to strike a chord within the audience or even when he was in interviews. I saw some interviews where he was talking about the labeling of the music, and he was on the record, and I missed a lot of. I mean, it's good to go back and look at that, but he was really always counter because they always had those right wing. I forgot there was a journalist that was supporting Tipper Gore, and Frank was very intelligent, but then he did put some, like he would make a statement right in the middle just to break their flow, and then there was one with Ted Koppel, and Ted Koppel had to go back to Frank. Because Frank made some very good points, but he also knew how to break the flow of the other person when they started to reveal their fundamentalist position. So he was a master playing with that an environment.
Master debater.
Yes.
No, I said masturbate. That's close to, but I mean master debate. Yeah, masturbator. But you're saying that he would even critique Tipper Gore. That would be because Tipper Gore became a friend of Zappa and Gail later. But yes, back then she was right wing or whatever. So he would say he would trip his competition in the debate.
Yes, just a few little word interrupts, and then they would have to turn it back to him. He was making a point. Yeah,
he had the force of the momentary analogical proportionality effect of truth or of heavier, more pleasant, eloquent vibe. See, that's what influences Ted Koppel. Someone says something that has a purer sound, and so you go over there. You know what I mean? And if someone else starts to hesitate, stumble, Ted Koppel goes somewhere else.
Yes.
They're always subliminally entertaining, keeping a poetry going of rhythm. And if you can wear that and can be on your toes, you can keep being the controller. You have the edge in the debate. If you have the aesthetics of communication down. And you're saying that's what Frank had.
Yes. I mean, he's a master debater. I mean, you see it when he was in front of the Senate. I mean, all of the interviews are very fun to listen to, and you see that he's really on point and that he is... I could see the general aspect that his musicians said that Frank was, because he was always poised. I mean, he's always poised. Always poised. What he was going to talk about.
You notice the way he sits there. He's sitting there, and he's not looking at the interviewer. He's sitting there with his head like Ion. When Ion was the hologram, he had this very attentive Mount Rushmore look. Frank sits there, all ears, listening to the vibes of what the interviewer or people are saying, and he's not looking at him. He's not trying to make eye contact, be friendly. He's totally on duty, perceptual duty, constantly.
Yes.
It's more than being on point. He's tuned in, and he's listening to it like it's a fucking composition that he's conducting.
Yeah.
And like Ion, once there's a slight, faulty, unknowing tone, he immediately comes in and corrects it or bounces off, you know? You'll notice he responds immediately to a timbre or a pitch that doesn't have any solidity behind it. Very fast.
Yeah, I mean, there were some interviews where he was he intimidated the interviewer because the interviewer asked a question. He said, "What do you mean by that?"
Yeah, you know, right. There was this good one. Somebody, a smart guy, he went down to L.A. and this radio show. I don't know if I sent it out, and the guy, a caller called in and started sound like an INET, a wacky jargon, you know what I mean? And he talked about Saul on the ride to Damascus, and Frank immediately said, I don't know what you're talking about. No, he didn't say that. He says, I don't know what those words mean. That's what he said. I don't know he didn't know the Bible story. He didn't know who Saul and Paul was, and the caller thought Frank would know this Bible story. He just, I don't know what those words mean. We're like an innocent statement. I don't know what your words mean. I don't know what those words mean. It was a different way of responding, not a cliche way. I never hear people say, I don't know what those words mean. They usually say, I don't understand you, or that's bullshit, or why don't you try to make sense? Hold it together. Come on. And Frank just said, he gave the guy a benefit of the doubt and said, I don't know what your words mean. So you have to tell me what you're referring to. He says it very fast. Hey, Roxy, are you back? Can we move forward?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. You heard Bert? You heard the good points Bert was making about Frank being on duty, listening with his head staring into space, or staring. He's not staring into space. He's just attentive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's fun to watch him.
Yeah, it is. It's really fun.
Like, he'll be there with Johnny Carson or any talk show, and he's just staring at the audience, and he's quickly answering things that are being said to him, and he's always evoking laughter in the audience, and he doesn't even care that the audience is looking and laughing. He just stays on point. And I'm like that when I get interviewed. I'm really on point, man.
That's what I wanted to ask, because there were some interviews that I saw him, I'm like, man, it's like Bob trained this guy. I mean, he just knew.
Yes, I trained him. Yes. And I'm on point. I don't agree exactly, because that's point of view, but what you mean, that's what I do with Ion. I'm fucking on Ion's case immediately if he fucks up or doesn't say. He drops his comma, misappropriates his butt, or his end, or this, or it. I was doing it today with him, the recorded one I did today. Anyways, but I'm always doing that. But the thing is, when I was with Frank, I tend to listen. If I'm going to hang out with somebody, I will listen to them. I'll shut up. I'll enjoy their minds. I'm not on point when I'm just researching, being an anthropologist. You know what I mean? I appear dumb or nice. I'm a nice guy. I laugh at the right time or something. People like me. But then they get shocked as they get on when I'm doing a radio show and leading this thing and trying not to lead it, but to get other people to take over. Then I become a little tight and tapered, not so fast and bulbous. I don't know what it is, but I could appear colder, less emotional. I might sound like I'm not listening. Yes, that's what it is. Whereas I'm obviously listening when you're with me in person because I look attentive. more than you're ready for. But Frank, when he's on the show, he's listening, very intently, good listener, but he's being proactive. He's pushing it forward, and he's correcting people. It's like he comes on to give the real news. I remember him blowing when Star Wars happened. The big argument in 83, 84 is about, do we really need the Star Wars structure? And Frank comes on, Johnny Carson, and Johnny Carson is treating him as a smart guy. Okay, well, let's find out what this smart guy says. So he brings up the Star Wars, and Frank said, that's a red herring, a misnomer, because the real developments are in biological warfare, down on the ground. And these Star Wars things that are supposedly going to protect us from missiles or runaway comets do not handle, people dropping poisons into reservoirs. Biochemical warfare. And I remember Johnny Carson or whoever it was just went, their mouth jawed, and they go, holy shit. Frank moved the debate to another level, which was more real. They're obviously developing biochemical weapons, and that Star Wars was a distraction from that work, from that research.
Yes, he was doing the thin fish.
Yeah, Thingfish. That's right. Thingfish is about that. The chemical research in the prisons while everybody's worried about whether the Star Wars will work or not. But I never forget, Johnny Carson couldn't hide it. He was enlightened. He said, holy shit, I don't have to worry about this debate. That's the point. It's a big distraction from the real war, of the biochemical war, bacteriological warfare. And so you would if you watch Frank's interviews, you'll see that, or you'll see people get embarrassed and lash out, and not even look embarrassed, just lash out at him. Okay, so let's move on here.
I saw a quote in which Zappa said, "Beware of the fish people; they are the true enemy."
Fish people?
Yeah.
Now, we've got to get a date on that. He might have been mad at Beefheart. That might have been a few years later when occasionally he and Beefheart would argue against each other or something, put each other down. So we've got to get a date on that quote. Because, Beefheart's wearing the face mask on Trout Mask Replica in 1969.
Around 1989.
Oh. 1989?
A speech to a pro-choice rally in L.A.
Oh, yes, I've seen that. And he said, we have to beware of the fish people.
No. They are the true enemy.
That's pretty interesting. We'll have to figure out what that is. I mean, does he mean the fish fresh out of the water? That's McLuhan's term.
Yes, well, McLuhan said the fish doesn't know anything about the water. They're in many. The fish people are there. The fish, they're unaware people, the people who are totally unaware of the environment.
You may be explaining how to read the cover of Trout Mask Replica. Beefheart's an enigmatic picture. He has a trout mask. It's called Trout Mask Replica. He's got a trout mask, a fish face on over his face. So that means he's putting on being offering a product. He's being a pink, being a fish person, and it's like Frank and Don had that code, back in the 60s, late 50s, and then Frank brings it out in 1989. He quotes 1959 when he was into civil rights for the blacks. Like there's a timing there. He's quoting a jargon he and Beefheart had, 40 years before. That's neat. I've done that. I do that. I'll say something that someone I knew 25 years ago would know what I'm referring to. It would be a term of jargonistic improvisation that we would use. One of them is, that should tell you something, Dr. Beater. That's one of them. Because in the Beater interview in 1986, he came out of retirement and agreed to be interviewed by me. And he's talking about the gold deal, which then I got involved in. and he's talking about the impossibility of the gold world, and he says, that should tell you something, Mr. Dobbs, or whatever he calls me. That should tell you something. And so we would use that after that. You know, if I get interviewed on Charlie Rose, you'll hear that. That should tell you something, Dr. Peter. That's what Frank was doing. He was quoting something from 35 years ago. It's compositional. These damn fish people. And, you know, that's where Zappa instinctively was following along with McLuhan, because McLuhan's there writing to the fish fresh out of the water, the fish that doesn't know the new environment it's in, didn't even know the previous one, and then Frank picks up on the same word. That's part of the collective ESP. Yes. Once you get into the leading edge, everybody in the leading edge is picking up the same patterns.
Yes, and actually the story of Edgar Allan Poe about the maelstrom is about the three brothers want to go fishing because near the maelstrom there's a lot of fish, and then they get caught in the whirlpool.
In the whirlpool. That's the problem with B part. He makes that song Lost Whirlpool about 1958, 59 in high school. Frank's got the recorder. It was probably right when McLuhan was talking about the descent into the maelstrom, in the whirlpool. And they were young, tuned-in minds, and they picked up on it. It's a micro version of the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
Maybe Andy Warhol was doing something about it, too, in an ad shop. You know, in 1959, he was talking about whirlpools. Anyways, what was it? Ian said something. The dates were way off, ridiculous, and not about predicting, but I was saying dates. I was saying some dates they're trying to figure out, and he says, "Bob, we don't do any fucking time, okay?" What? What are you saying?
You also said in the Stairway to Heaven, he was making fun of you because you say it's made in 1890.
Oh yeah, 1890. That's right. Yeah.
Instead of 1980.
Right. But I went on very forcefully. I was there trying to. It was like, how come Fringe, the TV show, has something that how would it go? They had it in there before we did our conversation, and then Ian goes, "Bob, there's no time. It's way weirder than you imagine." He was trying to tell me how weird the interplay of events are. Like, they haven't landed on the moon yet. From some perspective, it's still 1967. Oh yeah, he was saying that I've totally altered the last 50 years. Bob, when the true history comes out, or your history, it will be nothing like what anybody. They're not going to understand how it happened.
Listen, and this is the king in the bottle of the RNA. You see his profile. He's looking in all directions.
Right.
He can go.
His eyes are not normal.
Yes, but you can see like a profile on both sides of his head, like as if he was a three-face person.
Wow, that's like cubism.
You see in all directions.
So some artist did that, and he accepted it. Picasso. One of Picasso's was Picassoing back in 1517.
Yes, but the point of view is a literate effect, and now that we are after that, it's like we are starting to see this weird anomaly with time and the non-linear.
Right. Now, did we finish that point? Yes. Let me carry on here. So, So he says that Wilson produced an anthology in 1950, probably means 1960. Then he says the one that has Cecil Taylor and Sun Ra, it's called Jazz in Transition. It's a classic. Oh, we can actually Google that. See, I hadn't gone that far in reading, so let's just see the date. That's the thing about Google, Goggle, they have everything, almost as much as Ion has. I had an interesting discussion with Znor yesterday. Good discussion with Znor.
Really? Oh, that's good. Are you going to publish it? Going to release it?
Well, we've done two. We've done two, and for some reason we overlap. It's because we're on Skype or something, and the recording doesn't work. He's recording it, and it overlaps, so it sounds like we're interrupting each other. But I told him to send it. I'll click on it later. We'll fucking try it out. I haven't listened to him. We'll try it. We'll see how bad it is. So, Jazz in Transition is 1956.
That's part of the non-time synochrony.
Right.
Things overlapping.
Yeah. Okay. It says 1956. Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe it's a glitch that happens between us, between me and him. Jazz in Transition. Yeah, 1956. So, he was, what did I say, 1934, 1931. Do you remember what Tom Wilson was? $1931. So he'd be 24, 25. 1956. Yeah, he's born in 1931. Well, he's 25 years old in 1956. So he could be 25, and he's hanging out with the avant-garde guys, Cecil Taylor and Sun Ra. Right, okay. We're back to this thing here. The one that has Cecil Taylor and Sun Ra is called Jazz in Transition. It's a classic. Kofsky says, I thought I detected in your music a strong Coltrane overtone. Especially in the use of modes for extended improvisations. This is what puzzled me, though. Why do you keep the steady emphasis on 2 and 4, the steady backbeat? Zappa says, so the people can identify at least the rhythm. So there it is. He's got abstract rhythms, but he keeps the opposite heartbeat going. Right? Which the jazz guys wouldn't do. And so he says, so the people can identify at least the rhythm. Kofsky, have you thought about playing dances at all? So he doesn't know that Frank got going with the Vito dancers. So he says, yes, they dance in a bizarre way. Los Angeles is the best place for us to play for dancing because the kids dance better there. They dance free. Here in town, meaning New York City, you get these pigs trying to do the boogaloo, and all that stuff to what we do. So they try to do it. The pigs try. Oh, that's it. He calls, Absolutely Free is called Pigs and Ponies. I think it is Pigs Redundant or something. So he's calling not policemen pigs. He's talking about crummy pink consumers. Here in town, you get these pigs trying to do the boogaloo and all that stuff to what we do. And their legs get all tangled up and they fall down. All right, so he's making people dance ridiculously. Then Kofsky says, ever since I got the John Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard again, I've been dancing around the house to it, and there's not a fixed beat. From that, it occurred to me, people have said that one of the reasons jazz is losing an audience is because you can't dance to it. But that's nonsense. You can dance to it. But you can't just do the boogaloo to it. You can dance to any piece of music you hear. In fact, you can dance even if you don't hear music. To go back to that earlier question, I guess you see yourself as melding together all these things. Zappa says, yes, we want to try and put together a theater of a bizarre sort. The spoken word is differentiated from the sung word in its rhythmic sense, as in poetry. But even normal speech patterns are beautiful in themselves. because the way people talk, it doesn't make a shit what they're saying. In fact, most of the time what they're saying is really ugly. But when you think about the rhythm or the way certain gas station attendants might speak, what they're saying is useless. But if you just listen to it as a piece of music, ... I like to simulate things like that. There's your simulacra. And you've talked about that, Roxy, about him taking speech. So he's actually going a bit further in speech rhythms and putting it into music more than anybody else was doing. You guys still there?
Yes. Where's the admission that Frank used speech?
What?
That's a formal admission that Frank used speech, and that's something that that's noticeable in the Civilization III. How he mixed the different cliche speech patterns with the music, and how he mixed them and isolated.
Okay, but Civilization from Phaze III is made in the early 90s. It's a completion of Lumpy Gravy, which was made 6 months before, the same time as this interview or just before it. So Frank is discussing what he's going to be known to have done on Lumpy Gravy, which had the speech fragments that you enjoyed in Civilization Phase 3. He did it 25 years earlier. Is it 25? 67, 20, 87. Yeah, 25 years earlier. So he's describing people. This album should have come out around the time of this interview, but it got delayed because he was on another label, and the first label got pissed off. So it got held up, didn't come out until 68. But he's already basically made it when he's doing this interview. So Kofsky says, are you gone, Roxy? Are you there?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm here. Yes, it's very interesting how he will take things, as if there is no time. He just took again those recordings and continued.
Right. He says here's certain gas station attendants. In the 70s, he has a song called Wind Up Working in a Gas Station. I mean, I guess gas station attendants is what you know when you're in a car culture like L.A. They're like your main social interaction. Because you're in your car all the time. Your only social life is gas station attendants. So Kofsky says, you're very conscious of that, aren't you? For instance, I noticed when Jimmy Carl Black sings, quote, TV dinner by the pool, I'm so glad I finished school, in brackets, in brown shoes don't make it. He does it the way that guy would say it, says Kofsky. I've heard that guy talk. That Jimmy Carl Black's imitating some stereotype. I don't know what his name is, but that's a typical Southern migrant to Los Angeles at the age of 7, now working in a defense plant. Southern guy goes to L.A. when he's 7, and maybe gets into high school, and then he ends up working in a defense plant. There's some Jungian symbol fixed in my brain that immediately clicked. Quote, I've heard that voice before. So it's a Jungian acoustic archetype. And Frank says, it's all around you. It rules the world. It rules California. Kofsky says, I think it rules the world. Actually, it's cannon fodder like the rest of us. Then he mentions Arthur Lee's band, Love. Love, a group I'm not terribly impressed with as a whole. Well, that's a stupid statement. They made a great album, and which is still listed as one of the great albums. Love, a group I'm not terribly impressed with as a whole, also have a saxophonist, and they're trying to combine jazz improvisation with rock. Zappa says, actually what they're trying to do is to imitate our band, which is true. They were in the scene in 65 together. That would be Arthur Lee, Zappa, and Jim Morrison, and the Byrds would be the 4 main guys that Vito would dance to. So, and there might be a few other bands that didn't get as big, but they were all. Arthur Lee was a smart guy. He was a member of the Black Caucus, Bert, and he knew to pay attention to Frank. So Zappa says, Kofsky says, I heard Love first. Is it just coincidental that their album was released first? Zappa says, well, because maybe that means they're on the same label. I'm not sure, though. Zappa says, well, let me tell you of a few interesting coincidences that I've noticed that lead me to suspect that we're making more of an impact on the industry than the people in the industry would like to admit. I was mailed a picture of Paul McCartney many months ago from a girl in Europe with my mustache and my tie, with my earphones, conducting an orchestra. So Paul McCartney dressed up like Zappa. And this is about the time I was preparing an album for Capitol, that would be Lumpy Gravy, where I was conducting an orchestra. So does he give the time? I was mailed a picture many months ago. Yeah, because he was doing that conducting in February 67. You have to realize, Frank, he just gets put in jail in March, April 65, goes to L.A. in the summer of 65, gets a recording contract by December 65. They get an album out in July 66, and then he's recording with an orchestra a few months later, after being nowhere in Cucamonga. Obviously, CIA controlled. He's obviously a military operation organized by Fritz Kramer and Henry Kissinger. They wanted Frank out there to fuck people up. And Frank would admit it, and nobody would believe it. Just like me. I admitted what I was doing, and nobody would believe me. So he's saying, that's a good statement. We're making more of an impact on the industry than the people in the industry would like to admit. Yeah, nobody admitted that McLuhan was influencing everybody as much as McLuhan was. The intelligence agencies wouldn't admit it. They wouldn't admit it, Frank. They don't admit that we're fucking in charge. The New Age, Alan Steinfeld, David Wilcox, whoever those other guys are, George Norrie, they won't admit that we're the fucking cat's meow. Right? Of course you'd say right. How's that for timing? You see how I got in there real fast? Okay, he's saying Paul McCartney was imitating him. I've known that story for years. I forgot it was said here. I haven't read this fucking thing in 45 years. It's awesome. What I love about doing this, because I'm refreshing my science or my own, whatever I did with Frank. Okay, so Kofsky says, what do you mean your earphones? Paul McCartney had with my earphones. He said, what do you mean your earphones? I don't understand. And Zappa goes, I mean, that's the way it looked like me in the studio. I really shit my pants when I saw it. I've never met them. It was a bizarre coincidence. And like him conducting the orchestra on the recent album Sgt. Pepper, I don't know how much that would amount to because the orchestra is used as an effect. And like him conducting the orchestra, so he's saying they used the orchestra in Sgt. Pepper, but he didn't know how much that would amount to something. I'm not sure what he means. I don't know how much that would amount to.
Zappa.
What?
He was imitating Zappa, McCartney.
Yeah, did you say imitating?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They now that's where Frank was the hidden ground, and the Beatles were going to become pretty avant-garde within their world, their pop world. So they tuned in that leading edge energies, and then they became like Frank. It's like Bob Marshall sounding like me when he's on the radio. They become you because you've got the frequency. They have to be. You actually get a monopoly on the hidden ground of the leading edge, and so if you walk into it, get close to where Frank or me is, you have to become like me, right? We dominate that bleeding edge zone. So
that's interesting that the connection of Paul McCartney and Frank, because he already had. Connection with Ringo later with 200 Motels, and then John Lennon and Yoko. So that's interesting. He was the ground for them. I mean,
right. Well, let me give you a couple of points.
I wonder if
George would be the only one that I don't know of. I never heard of him being with Frank, but he was an emotional, meditating, wimpy guy. He was a softie. he wouldn't. I don't think he would go for Frank's kind of music. But who knows? But George was always, in a position of feeling bad because they wouldn't put his songs out. He was left out. Now Ian says the real smart Beatle was Ringo Starr, while Ian says, and I don't know if this is true, he said while John and Paul and George are arguing over song credits or this and that, Ringo was the only one around talking to the fucking record executives and signing the contracts. He actually made some really smart signings. And so he's the only one who works with Frank. What?
In Mexico, there is a joke. They say Ringo was in the band because he tried the drugs before the Beatles.
They say he was in the band because
he was used to try the drugs before the real Beatles.
No, I get what's the first part? He was in the band. I'm not getting it. You got to make it clear. What are you saying?
He was used to try the drugs before the Beatles.
Well, who used them?
Ringo was like the test person.
Oh, okay. It's a joke in Mexico that Ringo's the dumb guy because he got brain damage from the drugs.
No. He was used as
he was used to the drugs.
In the mind.
Is she saying, Bert, that Ringo was smart and he was used to the drugs?
No, she's saying that the joke is that like Ringo was like canary, the test.
Well, that's
the
what I'm
test
saying.
For the drugs.
Yeah, he got brain damaged because he was used early. He was the first canary. He died in the mine. Is that what you're saying?
It's true.
Yes, it's true. It's not a joke. Mexicans didn't know. Just because Ringo looked like a Mexican, the Mexicans couldn't see the facts. They had to make it into a joke because it was too humiliating. Because he looks like a fucking Mexican dwarf. But look, here's the thing. Ringo's the coolest guy because he hangs out with Frank, does a movie with him, and he doesn't have any battles with Frank. John and Yoko rip off the recording. The Fillmore East June 71 recording. They cause a problem with Frank. Paul McCartney, Frank sees this image, and then a little while later when We're Only for the Money's coming out, he calls up, or he gets a call from them. Let me see. There's a phone call between him and Paul McCartney. I don't know what initiated. He's calling up and asking if McCartney accepts the parody that Frank's We're Only for the Money was doing of Sgt. Pepper's. And McCartney said, you have to talk to my manager. And Zappa said, well, why do I talk to my manager? I'm talking to you. Your manager's supposed to do what you say. And McCartney was a bit flustered, and it wasn't a good conversation. And so it came back that Frank wasn't allowed to satirize it. He had to take the satirical part and make it the inside of the gatefold and have a plainer outer side that no one could see. So Paul McCartney suppressed Frank's creativity and after imitating him. And then John, so they all, only Ringo made it with Frank. So what's our point? Okay, so I'm telling you about a couple of incidents. What were we illustrating? I had a couple of those facts. Oh, yeah. So John Lennon gets interviewed. John Lennon in 1971 gets interviewed by Jan Wenner for the Rolling Stone official interview, and it's released as a book. In the book, John Lennon is talking about how terrible it was being a Beatle, going around and having to socialize with mayors of towns. He says, I would rather have been Frank Zappa. That's what he says. He said, I'd rather have been Frank.
Oh, wow.
So he says that right in this interview. Put that in when you do the history of the 60s and 70s in these virtual history bullshit documentaries. Put that fucking quote up there, instead of just saying the Beatles cliches. But, okay, so so Lennon said that. McCartney stopped the album. What were we talking about? Leading edge, getting into the leading edge.
Paul McCartney was imitating Frank Zappa as the conductor.
Right, with the headphones. And there might have been another fact. Maybe that's enough for now. It might come up later, but okay. So I'm trying to say that They all interacted with Frank. Ringo did the best. And there's an article in Newsweek magazine in December '69, an interview article on Beefheart. And Beefheart's celebrating he put down the Beatles. He made a song called Beatle Bones, Smoking Stones. So there was, if you think of a British invasion, according to LaRouche, Edgar Allan Poe was against Charles Dickens. They represented British intelligence versus American intelligence. Then LaRouche is against turning taxes himself. So in the pop culture, it was Frank versus John Lennon. It was the Lancaster, California, is where Beefheart and Frank were in high school for a couple of years. They're against the York, British house. You know, York. Remember the War of the Roses between the House of York and the House of Lancaster in British history? You know, about 1400 AD. You have Lancaster versus York right there in pop culture between the Beatles and those guys. Remember, he had to kick Mick Jagger out of his home because Mick Jagger lit up a joint right there in Zappa's house, and Zappa had to be careful and he didn't get busted. So it's York versus Lancaster. And remember, he goes to the Duke. He has Francesco Zappa is interacting with the Duke of York. I never had a proof of my Lancaster-York thing until now. I just realized it. Duke of York, right? So the York, it's like Frank is like doing doo-wop, and embedded in these simple, ridiculous, cosmic greed spider lady lyrics is historical Finneganese, historical reference points. The Duke of York versus the House of Lancaster.
It's all about the eye against the ear.
The ear, yes. And Frank doesn't have to, it's like language is doing its own poetic prose, satire, whatever, epic, regardless of what humans think they're doing. The language is doing it. And that's what Ian said. They could show us the fourth ring in Phineas Wake that Joyce wasn't aware of. But the language was. Okay, so there was a couple other interesting little facts. I haven't got them right now. So, Kofsky, so Frank says, I don't know how much that would amount to because the orchestra's used in effect. Oh, so he's saying McCartney is seen conducting an orchestra, but he's saying it's not a huge part of the Sgt. Pepper album. It's just used as an effect. So Kofsky says, have you listened to that album carefully? Zappa says, yes. Kofsky, do you think there's any similarity between Lovely Rita Meter Maid and certain parts of Help I'm a Rock? So you have the Beatles song, Meter Maid, and Help I'm a Rock on Freak Out. Zappa says, the way they're doing huffa puffa in the background? He asks Kofsky, is that what you're referring to? And then he answers it. Zappa answers, yes, I do, as a matter of fact. There's also a coincidence in the use of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band as a reprise in the way we do America Drinks and Goes Home on Absolutely Free. So there is slight influences going on there. So Kofsky says, was your album released at the time that they were preparing Sgt. Pepper? Zappa says, do you know when Absolutely Free was recorded? It was recorded before Thanksgiving last November, before we came to New York. So yes, Absolutely Free was recorded in '66. So let's look up the dates for Absolutely Free. Sgt. Pepper's. Still working on it.
13.
Yeah, that's the other one I do. 13.
The soundtrack to keep away.
Hey, look at this. Oh. Sgt. Pepper was recorded November 24th, 66 to 21st April 67. And he says that they recorded it before Thanksgiving. So that means, now, they recorded Sgt. Pepper over a 6-month period, so they definitely would have heard Zappa stuff in that 6-month period.
Yes. Because
Frank is looking like a conductor in February 67. That's a couple months before April 67, so that Lennon, McCartney would have seen that picture in February, March I assume. So then Kofsky says, what kept it from being released earlier? Was it the censorship problem? Frank says yes. Kofsky, do you think that the Beatles would have had access to that? Zappa says, I don't know. Yes, it's possible. Because rumors in the industry have a tendency to go very fast. And on the Rolling Stones album called Between the Buttons, he doesn't say the word called, on the Rolling Stones album, Between the Buttons, they've got that camp song, Something Happened to Me Yesterday. But we recorded ours before theirs, though theirs was released before ours. So I don't know which album the camp thing is on, Lumpy Gravy or One for the Money. Or Absolutely Free, I don't know. I don't know that part. Kofsky says, just from the grapevine, I know that there are several English groups like the Yardbirds and Eric Burdens that seem to be intrigued by what you're doing. Yes, I mean, Gomelski introduced the Yardbirds to Zappa in 66 or so, maybe even 65 on their first tour. He discovered Frank and introduced the band to them. That's, Eric Burden and those guys. So Eric Clapton, but Eric Clapton may not have been in the Yardbirds when they toured. I'm not sure. He dropped out. So it says, so he, from his own gossip level, Kofsky knows that the Yardbirds and Eric Burden were intrigued by that, and Eric Burden goes and hangs out with Frank. Can you think of any other English groups or American groups, for that matter, that has made the mother's influence explicit? Zappa says, no, but let me tell you how far it's gone with the Animals. That's Eric Burden. First of all, it's common knowledge in the industry that the way it was explained to me, and this is not my opinion of what they've done till now, it was explained to me that they were the typical non-creative rock and roll group who have made a success performing material that was not necessarily original and which was not written by any member of the group. Kofsky then said, they've said that. Eric Burden has said that they've had great problems writing their own material. Zappa then says, okay, so I had an experience arranging some stuff for them, and I found not only were they not particularly original, but were, one, hung up in that R&B bag, which is deadening when you get little white boys trying to be little black boys, screaming the blues and being funky and all. That's shitty. Kofsky says, that's Frank as a purist from the 50s,
Yeah.
Kofsky, the best thing about the Rolling Stones was that they did. The best thing about the Rolling Stones was that they didn't do that very long. The little white boys recording, trying to be little black boys. Zappa says, yeah, but when they did it, it was funky. So he's putting it there. Yeah, remember they satirized Beatle Bones and Smoking Stones. So they put down the Stones, I guess. Remember he knew nothing about Keith Richards in that guitar quote. Best thing about the Rolling Stones is they didn't do that very long. Yeah, but when they did it, it was funky. It wasn't necessarily colored sounding blues, but it was really funky. Kofsky says, yes, British working class funk. Zappa says, and it was valid for that, except when they tried to do too much Chuck Berry. Now, after Eric Burden went to a party at my place, I don't know what happened in his head. I believe he was a little bit psychedelically jacked up that evening, or the 2 nights that he spent over at my place. Are you laughing? Did I hear you laughing? Yeah. Jacked up psychedelically. It must have been something, because now there's this album that they recorded about a month or two ago with Tom Wilson in Los Angeles. Their new group is psychedelic. One of their songs is 7 minutes long. It's a poem about the Black Plague, and it's accompanied by tape-recorded sounds of a monastery. They've got another song about San Francisco policemen. Tom Wilson said they went into the studio and played Susie Cream Cheese note for note. I mean, the one on the Freakout album. Played Return of the Son of Monster Magnet. They're playing fucking Frank stuff in the studio. Note for note.
The cover.
That's why they're going to call it the Zappa era when all the facts come out. He was the hidden ground for everything. So if that's the kind of stuff, they're what?
Yes, that's what they were listening to.
Right, because they knew that was the hidden ground. That was what was attracting their minds. So because it had an edge of creativity that no one could foresee. So if that's the kind of Zappa says, so if that's the kind of stuff they're practicing, if they use that album as 0.0, meaning Freakout as 0.0 to start from, that's dynamite, man. If every group in the industry would do that, and I would love to see them do it, the whole complexion of the music would change in a hurry. And it would be very gratifying to hear that weirdness on the radio coming from people other than us. He's actually he wants them to rip him off. Is he trying to have a musical revolution?
Maybe that's the real marking of the Bob era, because it's the frequency time, the freak out.
Yes.
The new frequency.
And that period, 66, is when Carol and I get together. I think we were the hidden ground beneath the hidden ground, on top of the ground, paring our fingernails indifferently. But yeah, that was a big year for me and Carol in 66. Frank says later he would say he was frozen in 1966. He's still stuck there. Well, that's because I kept coming around re-hypnotizing him to stay in 66. If you're going to be a Rai, you have to do it before January 67, when Rai returned to the plane of essence. You know, when Ralph Doobie died, that was it. January 22nd, 1967. So if you wanted to be creative, you had to go back a few months and stay there. Else you'd get wiped out by the bliss of no more of Rai. Now, that's never been said in Zappa commentary before. Even Stockhausen would freak out if he heard this.
That's how it all began.
Yes. The whole world was celebrating Bob and Carolyn getting together. When Bob and Carolyn got together, everybody, Leonardo da Vinci, everybody, you know how I sometimes said, we are rejoicing. Remember I would say that occasionally? We are rejoicing. Well, it was so rejoiceful they had a be-in. Was it in January 67? They had a be-in January 67. The whole fucking world turned into love maniacs all through 67. Nobody knows where it came from and where it disappeared to. Well, you're listening to the Hidden Ground right here.
That's the summer of love.
Yes, the summer of Bob and Connie love. It's like Tristram and Isa? What the fuck is it? Tristram and Isolde, the famous medieval story that Phineas Wake starts off with. The great love story. We are the greatest love story.
Isolde.
What? What'd you say?
Tristan und Isolde.
You're muffling. Clean out your mic. Wipe the spittle out of your microphone. Empty your saxophone. So what do you say? Yeah, I should have said, Bob. He used to say,
"Can you hear me?"
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, you're coming through loudly and clearly from the other world. But like that. Okay, what'd you say?
Tristan und Isolde.
Yes, Tristan und. That's the German. Tristan und Isolde. Right. T-N-I. Can we get Bob and Connie out of T and I? Tristan and Isolde. What the? T-U-I. Ralph Eloy 2. Well, T-U-I. Tristan und Isolde. T-U-I. That's one of the four forces. Right, Eloy 2 Lofty. 2. Yes, we were archetypal forces. He was Rai with Isis, affecting 2. Tristan and Isolde, and Lofty. Well, that took another 30 years before they blew up the 911, and that was Lofty. Remember the Saudi guy, the terrorist named Lofty? That was a delay. But Ian would say that, he says to me, Bob, we're non-physical. How come you can hear us? If we're non-physical, how come you can hear us? And you're saying the same thing. If you're in a parallel world, how come we can hear you, Roxy? And we do hear you. Okay, let's carry on. This is a fantastic interview, man. It's new discoveries. Okay, where are we? So Frank is saying, man, if every group in the industry would imitate us, and I would love to see them do it, the whole complexion of the music would change in a hurry, and it would be very gratifying to hear that weirdness on the radio coming from people other than us. And Kofsky says, do you have any indication that your music is catching on in industry? Zappa says, well, I notice that every time we work with another act, we usually accompany somebody who's a star in quotes. Whenever the star group is on and we've played together on a couple of sets, the next time we hear them, they're playing something that sounds like something we do. I realized that from the first time we worked with the Blues Project, that's Paul Butterfield, till the next time we saw them. They were doing songs with time changes in them, but they were stopping in between, so they counted off and started again. They still hadn't gotten down to the point where they could actually bring themselves to actually jump in the air and land on the first beat of the first bar. And other groups, we just noticed that experimental things are creeping into their bag. And although the people who are trying these things believe what they're doing is original and all that, I can't help but feel that we had something to do with motivating them to try something more unusual than they might have if they hadn't heard the Freakout album or heard that somebody was doing something weird. When you're writing a song, as most of the groups do, it's a cooperative effort. They all get together. You have certain alternatives that you can do in putting that song together. At a certain point in the arranging of the tune, you can decide whether or not the bridge is going to be a simple bridge or if it's going to be a bit weird. Most of the time now, the kids are choosing something that might be unique. A time signature change, a weird chord here and there, a suspension. You know, it's happening. Their idea of what music is broadening. It's happening. Their idea of what music is broadening. Do you hear this in the San Francisco groups, too? Zappa says, San Francisco still seems to be either hung up on modality, plastic yardbird imitations, or R&B. I got soul, baby, even though I'm Jewish. That's what he says. I got soul, baby, even though I'm Jewish. Kofsky says, in what category would you fit the Jefferson Airplane? Well, they started out as being modal city. What's that mean? Doing modes? Is that a musical term? Modal? Okay. Modal, okay. They started out as being modal city. I liked the stuff on the first album more than the second. As a matter of fact, they asked me to produce their third album. I couldn't do it because I couldn't leave the Garrick Theater in New York just to go out there and do it, which means a loss of a lot of money.
This is not a valid menu option.
Yeah, we know that. Kofsky, have you produced any albums yet? Zappa goes, for other people? I've produced singles for other people, and I'm getting ready to produce an album of a group called the Auto Salvage, which is very promising. Kofsky, I never heard of that album. I don't think it went far. Kofsky, have there been any singles released by the Mothers? Zappa says 3. What happened to them? Well, How Could I Be Such a Fool, which was released as our first single, sold 4,000 in Detroit. Imagine us on the radio selling records in Detroit. Kofsky, what was the B-side? The B-side was, It Can't Happen Here. Then Frank starts laughing. I mean, I couldn't go too straight, so you made a single have a weird song on it. Then came the Watts Riot song, Trouble Coming Every Day, in a scaled-down version with Who Are the Brain Police on the other side. If the DJ put that thing on to test, if they ever got around to checking it over, forget it. So he knew his singles wouldn't get played. How well did they sell? Did it do anything? Zappa says, a record doesn't sell unless it gets on the radio. Then the third single was, quote, There's a Big Dilemma About My Big Leg Emma, with Why Don't You Do Me Right on the other side. That hasn't been put out, has it? Yes, it has. I'll give you a copy of it. No, I meant on an album. No, fortunately, and I hope it never is. He did put There's a Big Dilemma About Big Leg Emma 10 years later on an album. No, fortunately, and I hope it never is, because it was a straight commercial attempt to just go in with a piece of absolute shit for a market that is based on shit. It was an experiment. There's this pile of shit. There it is. So, a straight commercial attempt. I guess he was trying to be commercial, but he did it. You know, Big Leg Emma and Why Don't You Do Me Right, they're just straightforward nonsense blues or something. He's not proud of them. But he says, we were just trying to get some money, I guess. Just create some shit for a market that is based on shit. And then Kofsky says, how did it work? And Zappa says, not too well. He couldn't compromise. He could have made a nice, pleasant song. You know what I mean? With nothing satire in it. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Okay, Kofsky says, because it didn't do too well, he goes, that's encouraging in a way. It shows that you can't merchandise straight shit. Shows that you can't merchandise straight shit. Zappa says, well, we could. I have another way. There's different categories of straight shit. That was straight shit jug band, okay? The other side was straight shit R&B with a little humor thrown in. Maybe people were offended by the fact that I did a takeoff on Wild Thing, or Sit Down, I Think I Love You, or something like that. Now, the next single that we're going to put out is a beautiful song, and it's done with a beautiful arrangement. It's got some lyrics that will go directly to the consciousness level of the 13-year-old girl. That's Debbie. We heard about Debbie. It's a song about a 13-year-old girl who has parents that don't understand her, who gets her rocks off by listening to her favorite singers on the radio and digging their picture on the wall and living in that putrid world that they invent for themselves locked away in their bedrooms. It's a song that takes the attitude, quote, we know where you're at, and if you need any assistance, just give us a buzz, unquote. It's not like we say, come to us, but just by saying that we know what you're doing in your bedroom, which is more than anybody else has said so far, at least we came out and said it. And I think it'll be a winner. How long is it? It's about 2 minutes. Well, that didn't work, as far as I know. Okay, and then Kofsky says, how long is this interview? Maybe we should stop.
Oh, it's very interesting.
All right, well, it's only a couple more pages, so maybe we will finish it. It's about 2 minutes. Kofsky says, it seems inconceivable that 5 years, 3 years, maybe 2 years ago, that you could put out 2 albums like the 2 you've put out, that the record companies would be convinced that there was any market for that material. Do you agree with that assessment? And if you do, what do you think has caused the change? First of all, Zappa says, the market that we reach always existed, but the manner in which we reached that market was carefully planned. And the way we were presented to the record company was carefully planned. We were still turned down by every major company, which was best, because we wound up with Tom Wilson. I think that was a great advantage. He's been responsible, having been producing a long time, for most major weirdnesses in music. He was the first man to record Cecil Taylor, and he recorded Dylan and Simon and Garfunkel. He was the one that made Dylan go rock and roll. Dylan's Subterranean Homesick Blues was a monster record. I heard that thing and I was jumping all over the car. And then when I heard the one after that, Like a Rolling Stone, I wanted to quit the music business because I felt, quote, if this wins and it does what it's supposed to do, I don't need to do anything else, unquote. But it didn't do anything. It sold, but nobody responded to it the way that they should have. They should have listened to that and said, hey, that record got on the radio. Now, wait a minute. We've got a chance to say something, you know. The radio is for us to use as a weapon. So he was always trying to get people to loosen up and change the radio world. And they should have got that from Dylan's Like a Rolling Stone. So he says, it didn't happen right away, and I was a little disappointed. I figured, well, shit, maybe it needs a little reinforcing. And that's their well-planned, one of their levels of well-planned. So just as he in the Reuben Jets scenario, Uncle Meat gets Reuben Jets to play 50 songs in 1969 to get people to go back to 50s. Frank wanted people to go back to Like a Rolling Stone, 1965, and pick up what didn't happen in 65 with Homesick Blues and Like a Rolling Stone. Okay, so Frank says maybe we could give a little reinforcing. Kofsky says obviously it does, because people respond to those things, and yet they can't immediately go beyond just responding emotionally and internally. They can't go and do something at once. And then Zappa says, you've got to make them involve themselves. Kofsky says, exactly. There was a very poignant thing I read. I believe it was Mary McCarthy writing about Vietnam in the New York Review, seeing the soldiers there. They're all 19 years old, singing Blowing in the Wind and Where Have All the Flowers Gone, and then going out and killing the gooks, kill for peace. So obviously just identifying with the message, while certainly a step forward, is not sufficient. Zappa says, listen, we had 3 Marines in full dress uniform on stage one night with us. What did you do then? Zappa says, I'll tell you the story. I don't want to go through that. He gets the Marines up there and they're yelling, eat the apple, fuck the corp. I don't know. You guys know that story? It's a long thing. Let's bypass it. It's a famous story. The Marines get up there and act out quite violently and scared. They chop up, they knife up the dolls and everything, because he said, do what you do in Vietnam, and scared the audience. So, and he goes, so Zappa, he does the whole story, then he goes, full dress blues, man. They just burned a dozen flags. Kofsky goes, court-martial. Zappa goes, right, court-martial city, all right. So then we took an intermission, and they stuck around. I said, do you guys know? He's like, do you guys know you're doing stuff that could get you in trouble? And they go, he says, I don't care. They say, somebody says, one of them, I don't care, man. They can only get you once. And I said, okay, go back on. I told Gail to get the doll. This is the first time we ever used the doll. We had this doll that somebody gave us. It was really shitty, big plastic doll. Bring it down. And I say, quote, hey, ladies and gentlemen, the guys are going to sing Everybody Must Get Stoned, unquote. They go through all that shit, and I says, now we're going to have basic training. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a gook baby, and the Marines are going to mutilate it before your very eyes. Kill it. So Frank tossed it to them. They ripped the arms off, beat it up, stomped on it, and just completely tore the doll apart. After they're all done, the music got real quiet. The lights went down, and I held it by the hair and showed the audience all the damaged parts of the doll's body, pretending. There was one guy in the front row, a Negro cat, just come back from Vietnam. He was crying. It was awful. And I had the show there. Kofsky says, I guess you did. Zappa goes, yeah, thank you, goodbye. It was an atrocity. It was the most, and Kofsky says, that sounds like Lenny Bruce at the London Palladium, that thing he does with the entertainer. A leper on the Art Baker show. You asked for it? An arm. Zappa goes, oh, no. Or, oh, I don't know what that means. Oh, no, he's shocked by Lenny, or he's saying, no. Oh, yes, that's his thing he does on cheapness. No. Beat back the bar. No. Remember? He's complaining about the strings holding up the dummy monster. Beat it back. Yeah. I think that's what Frank's doing there. Oh, no. Kofsky says, who says that on the Absolutely Free album? You say that, right? That is right. And then he does it. Oh, no. Unless it's said some other way. I don't know how it's said. Kofsky, you seem to be very entranced with that phrase on Absolutely Free. Zappa says, maybe it's the one where they go, oh, no. I don't know. They got me. Zappa, well, that was a phase I was in. Also, so him going, oh, no, was a phase. Not a phrase, it was a phase. Also, I had an idea of the commercial value of any phrase repeated in that context. In other words, the catchphrase of that album, that's the Susie Cream Cheese of that album. So, Susie Cream Cheese is the motif repeated in Freak Out. The oh, no, whatever it is on Absolutely Free. As a repeat motif. And he's admitting, he's trying to make a brainwash people. Did you get that? He's trying to make it become a hook. But I guess that's what all entertainment is. Trying to get a hook. What is it? And then Kofsky says, what is the meaning of that prune and vegetable symbolism? Or is it just nonsense? Zappa says, data dynamite. Now, in his autobiography, 12 years later, he says he didn't know about data art. He didn't know he was doing data until he was told. I wondered when he was told. Well, he was told in 67 at least, because he's using a term which he says he didn't know before. So he must have learned it while doing it at Garrick Theater. So he goes, data dynamite. If you try and respond to that, like try and tune into that and respond to it like you would ordinary images, that would have the effect, if you let that grab you, move you around the way it's supposed to, it'd jerk you apart. Try and tune into that and flow with it. He quotes the album, Moonbeam Through the Prune, and tune into that and flow. Then, quote, the magic go-kart. So, he's saying you got data dynamite. If you try and respond to that, like try and tune into that and respond to it like you would ordinary images, that would have the effect, if you let that grab you, move you around the way it's supposed to, it'd jerk you apart. So he's making a joke about having people tune into the moonbeam through the prune. Try and tune into that and flow with it. Now, in Life magazine in June 68, he's talking about, he comes up in interviews, interrupts the dancer, and he also talks about everybody's trying to tune into their God, and he's trying to interrupt the tuning. So there's Frank as any environment. Try and tune into that and flow with it. Moonbeam through the prune. And tune into that and flow with the magic go-kart. And Kofsky says, I asked you this before, and I don't think I got a definite answer. Do you think you could have put this material out 5 or 6 years ago and have gotten the same response? Zappa says, I don't think we could have 5 or 6 years ago, but let me tell you something. I've got tapes of original versions of a lot of these songs, which were recorded 5 or 6 years ago when I had my studio. We have since refurbished and tried to bring them up to date in the current rhythmic formats and things like that. Like there was a time when shuffles were popular, but they're not exactly in vogue now. Popular rhythms change, which is an interesting study in itself. Figure ground. Popular rhythms change, which is an interesting study. That's what McLuhan studied, the figure ground of changes in rhythms, and tried to explain it. Is Roxy still on? Let's check this. Okay. Popular rhythms change, which is an interesting study in itself. That's like him listening in 200 Hotels. He's Ringo Starr listening to the radio, listening to the pop music, and then writing it down. So that's actually what he does. He does take popular rhythm, studies it, and plays it back as a subplot in his work. Popular rhythms change, which is an interesting study in itself. Also, the use of parallel fifths is coming back, and the use of flatted fifths in a blues guitar line, which was gone for years. All guitar heard on top 40 records. What is this? All guitar heard on top 40 records were very sterile white notes. Bend a third and a bullshit chord. Maybe hit a 6 in there once in a while. But now they're getting back to that distorted nastiness that you hear on old blues records. Kofsky says, you do a lot of that on those short breaks. You do a lot of that on those short breaks. Zappa. Because my whole guitar playing background is not jazz. I can't play jazz. We're the shit and never would claim to. That's why that jazz guy, Tommy Tedesco in the Wrecking Crew, he tells a story. One of the jazz giants getting together with Frank, and I guess they were playing jazz.
Oh, yeah.
And he couldn't believe how bad Frank was. So that's Frank's admitting that here. Because my whole guitar playing background is not jazz. I can't play jazz with the shit, and I never would claim to. What is your musical background? Self-taught, listen to records. But you listen to everything? You seem to have an encyclopedic knowledge. And Zappa says, and I remember what I hate. He remembers what he hates. And Kofsky says, how did you get into music at all? I was playing since I was 15. In rock bands? Yes, I started out playing drums in San Gabriel, California, in a band called the Ramblers. Kofsky, why didn't you go directly into music? Why didn't you go directly into music? Why did you go into advertising? Well, I was married for 5 years, and I was an 8-to-5er. But I was more than an 8-to-5er because during the time I was doing that, I was also working in what you might call a tiptoe through the tulips type band, wearing a white tuxedo coat, which I still got, black pants, black patent leather shoes, hair slicked back, choreography, played 3 twist numbers a night, and the rest of the stuff was, oh, how we danced on that night. So that means he had to be a crummy lounge band. So he was doing that at night while doing advertising. So then Kofsky says, you condensed that experience beautifully on America Drinks and Goes Home. Zappa says, because a lot of the guys in the group have gone through that shit. You did that. And Kofsky says, you did that. I cried when I heard that. Kofsky admits that he cried when he heard the satire of life in a lounge band. Wow. Zappa says, did you get that... you cried. Zappa says, did you get that guy swinging back and forth in front of the microphone like they do? Did you get that guy swinging back and forth in front of the microphone like they do? Kofsky, oh yeah. Got the cash register, the glasses, the drunken voices, the piano arpeggios, the shuffle rhythm on the drums. It's all there, which is one of the reasons why jazz musicians don't want to play whiskey clubs anymore. And the audience doesn't understand it. You know, like, quote, we pay those niggers. Why don't they want to go and be slaves anymore? So the jazz musicians are not taking any more Black Caucus. That's happening because when I showed up in '66, me and Carolyn, we freed the Black Caucus. And the audience doesn't understand it. Says Frank Kofsky, you know, like, quote, we pay those niggers. Why don't they want to go and be slaves anymore? And Zappa says, yeah, quote, if you won't play, shine my shoes, goddammit, unquote. Kofsky, precisely. Zappa says, the one thing that I think is really good about our music is that the setting for the lyrics are so carefully designed. Supposing you had to listen to America Drinks and Goes Home for 1,000,000 times, It would drive you crazy, for one thing. But eventually, if you're the average stupid layman who hates music anyway, you might realize how perfect that setting is. Those words, man, those things, what's going on? You banging stuff?
No, I just missed a ghost or two came into me.
Okay. All right. But eventually, if you're the average stupid layman who hates music anyway, you might realize how perfect that setting is. Those words, man, those things are so carefully constructed that it breaks my heart when people don't dig into them and see all the levels that I put into them. Kofsky says, that ballad on America Drinks and Goes Home, I hear Tommy Dorsey playing Getting Sentimental or something like that every time it comes on. It's kind of the prototype of all modern sentimental crap, Tin Pan Alley songs. Zappa says, because it was written based on the same subconscious formula that all those pukers use, here's his Who Are the Brain Police talk. You getting this? Subconscious formula that all those pukers use. Yeah. You know, 2-5-1 chord progressions, modulating all the way around. They modulate normally in a regular song in a circle of fifths, but this changes key and modulates, and it gets weird. There is something happening in all those changes. And the melody, if you just were to play the melody as a straight thing, it's an interesting tune. But those stupid words, and in that setting, with the cash registers and all that, we spent hours putting that together. Herbie, that's Herbie Cohen, manager of the Mothers Invention, was playing the cash register. We rehearsed the crowd noises. The talk track itself, which is underplayed in there, is funny because they're saying things like, quote, I got a new Mustang. Laughter. Frank laughs at that. And like the girls are saying, quote, Sally, will you go with me to the bathroom? Unquote. You know, that kind of stuff. And Kofsky says, is that all in the libretto? Zappa says, you can't hear it on the record. Kofsky says, I know you can't, but it's great. It's hysterical. You hear all those drunks, man. You just want to go in there and kill them all. You hear all those drunks, man. You just want to go in there. I mean, Frank Kofsky's getting all, his Marxist self is getting all worked up by Frank. Frank's leading him on. What's he mean? He likes this stuff. I got a new Mustang. Sally, will you go with me to the bathroom? But he says you can't hear it. So how can we appreciate it? Is it in the libretto?
Well, because he was creating this background cocktail party noise, but he knew what
he told them to say. Yeah, he got them to say it. He knows he meant it, but it doesn't come through in the recording. You get drowned out with all the other stuff, all the drunks that Frank Kofsky wants to kill. So, Zappa. But that's not all that's happening. Technology is not up to reproducing that one song. There he is. That's what Ian said. That Zappa could make stuff that the technology couldn't reproduce. We can now hear what Frank was doing if they released it. We got the equipment, the improvement to hear his multi-layered embedment. I guess that's what he means. But that's not all that's happening. Technology's not up to reproducing that one song. I'll tell you what's in it. You've got the song itself and the tune, which is a parody of all the changes. You've got the lyrics, which is a parody of all the lyrics. You got the vocal performance of the lyrics, which is a parody of that. You've got the improvised dialogue, which is a parody of everybody's closing bullshit. It's a super Minipian. Kofsky, I know. That's what's so pathetic. Zappa says, you've got the sound of the setting of the glasses and the cash register, which is right in there. You've got the crowd mumble, which was carefully programmed, like choreographed. Then on top of that, which you can't even hear, there's a fight going on. I sort of heard a fight. We had the crowd separated in two rooms. In the main studio, we had 10 people sitting around the microphone doing these lines on cue, with the cash register over here and the glass on one microphone. So you can see Frank directing it with his hand signals. Then in a vocal booth off to the side, what?
This is very interesting because this is what Paulino Oliveros calls the quantum hearing.
Right.
And you can see how Frank is aware of all the noises happening at the same time in an environment. Wherever he is, he might be listening to all these details, all these levels, all these tracks. And it's very interesting how he reproduces this cocktail party or this piano bar thing.
Right.
And the complexity he goes into to recreate this drinking environment.
Yeah, he's got tremendous ears, which is what his son said. Then, in a vocal booth off to the side, we had Ray and Jimmy Carl Black and Roy Estrada going through this number. We had Bunk Gardner trying to pick up two girls, quote, what's a girl like you doing in a place like this, unquote. All that stuff. And then Jimmy Carl Black's and Okie wanting to beat up a Mexican, who is Ray. There's the Mexican theme there. Yay! It's a good country to be princess of. You've made it into the Zappa landscape. And then Jim Zanoki wanted to beat up a Mexican, and who is Ray. They start out as good buddies, and they're drinking beer together, and find out the Indian, that's Jimmy Carl Black, he was an Indian, accuses the Mexican of going out with his wife, and they punch it out. And meanwhile, you actually, I think, see that kind of fighting in the movie 200 Motels later. I think they have a riot in the bar with Jimmy Carl Black. And meanwhile, the chicks tell this other guy to fuck off because he's coming on too strong, Quote, what kind of girls do you think we are? Unquote. And it's all happening in there, but you can't listen to it all. You've got to have it on 10 tracks so you can walk around the room and see where it's all coming from. That's what he later would do. Try it with, quadro, whatever that stuff was called in the 70s, quadro.
No, that's more like surround.
Yes, surround.
And distributing the sound with many different tracks and different speakers.
Yes.
So that you have this impression of a real environment. It's not like the sound is coming only from two speakers. You put them in different parts of the room.
Yeah, acoustic hologram. Now, remember when we read Hunchentooth, he describes, in detail the making of that quadraphonic thing. Well, I think they said quadraphonics was 4 speakers. So he was trying to develop that, and he was thinking about it in '67, and then he does it 5 years later in installations which didn't happen. He was trying to do it, but it didn't happen.
It is very interesting because he's not only thinking about the recording, but also on the reproduction, how it's going to be heard and put into the space.
Right, and that's McLuhan-esque. He's making a tetrad. He's making the hologramic, the environment as a surround. McLuhan talked a lot about that electric media surrounds you. So he says you've got to have it on 10 tracks so you can walk around the room and see where it's all coming from. Kofsky, it must take hours to do that, not to say anything of recording costs. Zappa said, well, the cost of the second album was maybe a third of what Freakout was, $21,000. Kofsky goes, $21,000? Zappa says, that's right. That's a heck of an investment for an unknown group. See, he was so lucky that it was all predestined. The good Lord demanded a fucking anti-environment, and Frank was going to happen whether you liked it or not. If there wasn't a Frank, you'd have to invent him. Right? You get my drift?
Yes, no. He was meant to be.
Right. I think Bert's been out of action. Are you back, Bert? Anything you want to say? Now. You want to say anything? We're coming to the final stretch here.
He did 10 tracks. It was a 10-track?
Yes.
Can you explain that? I just heard, I came in right when you were talking about he did 10 tracks and you can walk around the room and see where the source.
Yes, like usually you record each instrument in a track, like voice, percussion. Maybe percussion can have more than one track, like different mics. Maybe, for example, the piano sometimes have also 2. But, for example, guitars or bass have only one track. But he's making this environment of the bar, the cocktail party, and for that he used 10 different tracks of voices, the glasses, all the environmental noises you hear in a bar, the and he made 10 tracks just of that environmental noise, and he was planning to distribute this with 10 speakers so that it will create the impression of a real bar.
Wow. So is that the reference that he created music that was not meant to be heard until now? Because that's unheard of back in the 60s. I mean, unless, like he did, he set up with 10 speakers. But now we have that all the time. Is that correct, how they now record music, Roxana, that they would have 10 tracks now, at least?
Yes, or more.
Or more,
Much
yeah,
more.
Okay. Wow.
Yes, and you have also like speakers that are like trees, for example, that you don't have only the stereo system, but there are new types of speakers that have many small speakers that you can direct to different directions. So you have this type of trees, and many composers use, for example, Stockhausen used that a lot, and François Bell. And you can have different speakers in the room, and according to which speaker you approach, it's how you sort of do the mixing as you move in the room. Like you may like to hear more this speaker or this instrument, and you go to that speaker, or then you want to listen to another noise, and you move in the room. And it's like you are swimming in the sound.
Is that the that soundboard? Is that their connection with like in concerts, they have that soundboard? Is that what you're saying, that's already programmed into like a CD? That different sound, or are you talking about something different?
Well, you can have a recording and a mixer.
Mm-hmm.
And for example, there is this French composer, François Bell. He will do the mixing live, and that will be the way he will perform his music, by mixing it live. And he will have maybe 80 channels, or I don't know. It's amazing mixers.
Wow.
And he will distribute different speakers in the room, so you could have the effects of the panning, or things coming from behind, or from the front, or from the sides. So it's like a virtual frequency dance that is surrounding you, all these sounds. And Zappa was already thinking about that, how to do that.
Yeah, I sense that when I hear his music. I was telling Bob last week, and I wanted to ask you that. Does he mix? That answers my question. Because it seems like when you listen to Zappa's music, there's a lot more. I don't want to use a kind of not to use the word crammed. He puts a lot into his compositions. When you hear it, there's a lot more going on in the foreground and the background as music. Is that like a mix of what you're speaking of these tracks?
Yes, because he had like different levels of. For example, he had the recording of the song in studio, or then the recording of the song in a concert with the noises of the audience. Then he could mix that, like this solo from this and the singer from that, or he will even mix other songs that are not the same song, and then he will transcribe things that were improvised, and he will give these things to different musicians that will play them. Then it's a solo that was improvised, but then they're playing it by reading it or learning it, so that it sounds like it's an improvisation, but it's being played by different people at the same time. So that will create a very interesting effect. So he was making all types of mixing, a lot of work in the recording studio, effects, and and then with the synclavier also too, with sampling and experimenting with the tempos. The thing that amazed me the most is this tempo, this jumping, like he said. The thing he's doing is really hard to do and very complex, what he's doing with the rhythm. And like he puts a lot of ideas in just one song. And sometimes you're listening to these very funny, stupid songs, and behind it's amazing what's going on. And
that's
on this case, he's only explaining the background noise, the soundtrack that he's recreating, and it's already 10 tracks of things, and he knows exactly who is saying what and what is happening. And he's composing with all these noises. So that's why I say you can have an idea how he heard this quantum hearing. He was really hearing all these small elements that are there, and usually it's like with what you see. Usually we concentrate in one thing or in one track. Usually people follow the voice or the melodies, or some people like to follow the percussions or the bass lines.
Right. Yeah.
But people don't hear like the whole, like a conductor. They hear all these instruments, all these tracks, all this tuning, and they can read all these parallel lines of music. Like, for example, one pianist reads 2 lines at the same time, but the conductors, they have like a more panoramic view, and they can read at the same time more lines of melodies, of music, of rhythm, and they are hearing it also. So it's amazing, because it gives me an idea of what he liked about Paulino Rivera, this concept of quantum hearing, that you can go into listen and explore it and be fascinated with all the things that are happening. It's like a soundtrack, like composition.
Do you find that your hearing's changed since you've been on the RNA drops?
Yes.
Do you hear music differently now? Because Bob and I were talking about that last week, and I was telling him that I hear music differently. All music, I hear, just like what you were saying, the panoramic, not as fine detail, but I just noticed that songs that I used to listen to, that I listen to now, the sound is more profound, or I can hear more. And that's what I asked about. It seemed like Zappa puts a lot more, because his music, when I listen to it, it has a richer effect on my hearing. I hear a lot more than normal, songs that I've listened to. So that's
for example, I don't have the patience to hear. The other day somebody was playing the Beatles at work, and after 3 songs I was like, God, how boring. It's like, again 4 beats. And la 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 la. It's like, oh God, this is so boring. Can you play something more complex?
Yeah, it's something with the beat and the, but I also find that also when after from listening to Bob, live on Payday, and then all the Iron clips, and then CKLN days, if I just listen to a news person or something, I'm automatically, after about 3 minutes to listen to them, it's not interesting. I don't know what it is, but it's just something that's not appealing to listen, because it's sort of like the words. It's like what you're saying about the 4 beats in the music. It's just like when you hear another person speaking, It's not appealing to listen to for some reason.
The patterns are also simple.
Patterns. There you go. Yes. The
ideas are. Yes, sir. It's the weather. It's not pattern recognition. It's not pattern management.
Well, the patterns are very small ones that. We're being introduced to larger patterns, so when you hear the smaller patterns that are within the big patterns, it's sort of like old news, although it's new for others, maybe. One way to look at it.
Yes, and then there is another phenomenon, like, for example, I was reading about the figure underground because I was reading about why McLuhan would study the Logos and why he went to study media ecology.
Mm-hmm.
And I understood that for him, grammar was like the basic art, and it's very, very important to understand language and words to understand what you are and the environment, what is reality, what is this frequencies I is talking about. And then this thing happened with the portrait of the king, that the king is the figure and the ground is this fabric behind him. And it's sort of very interesting how somehow what I was, the concepts I had then become the percepts. The perception sort of also gets this idea of figure and ground.
Yeah.
And I'm watching this portrait. So that's another thing that I see that really the perception starts changing and how you connect and how you make pattern recognition.
Yes.
Like that.
I noticed that in the
whole story of Chabon.
Yeah, speaking of the perceptions, because I looked at maybe 6 different YouTubes of Chumboard, and I saw something different each time. Each time I saw, sometimes it would be an aerial view and it would come in and you go around. You would see so many different, that's really special architecture. There's harmony, but then you also see vortexes, the angles. There are some windows in that castle that look just like the chromosome 14 in the middle of the angel diagram. It's each time I saw it, I saw something different. And also, did you ever see the picture of the castle with the reflecting pool, and then you would have the flip side in the water? Have you ever seen that picture? That's that's amazing, because you see words and every time I looked at a video, I saw something. It's amazing. It's really amazing.
But that's the thing that also I found very interesting, this thing about the mirrors, the reflection, the replay, and how all media and language is trying to mirror, to recreate. And then you ask yourself, what is real reality? How do you know you're not looking at the reflection? How do you know this is the real? And yes, all these things people were trying to understand about men being created similar to God, and how we are recreating this media to replay the reality, to imitate. And you see that in the castle, to this thing about the mirror, the parallel world.
I mean, it's just amazing how you found that, really. Just looking at some monsters, and then all of a sudden you find this monster of a castle that has a lot of symbolic...
Gave it to me. I think it's an ironic joke because he said several times that Godzilla is coming, and then this salamander actually looks like a Godzilla with a crown.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a salamander.
I heard one
Bert,
tape that said they have
Bert.
Yeah.
Bert.
Yeah.
I just want to say that in talking to Ian today about the castle, I brought up the fact that Roxy's very aware of the past year of you guiding her, and, and they went, oh, yeah. So they confirmed that what Roxy suspected is happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you were going to say something.
I always say, it's not me, it's them, really. It's like I have the impression they want these things put out. Because many things I don't know myself, and I just all of a sudden know them.
Yeah.
So you were going to say something, Bert.
No, I listened to there was some in English, but then there was some in German, and I heard one in German that there are 77, I want to ask Roxana, did you hear like 77 different stairwells in that castle? Is that correct, 77? Or I heard something different?
No, I'm not sure, but I have seen that all the numbers of all the things have a meaning, because, for example, the 8 is related to thoughts and eternity. Yeah. And this king built 11 castles, and all the measurements of the squares and the divisions, they're all like they were some squares with the alphabets and letters that were used to give some occult messages. And it's like they use this type of patterns in the building, so that people who knew these codes can understand. Yeah. Some people say it's like a ship, they can build words that in French says navire, like a ship.
Yeah.
Is that German? Ship?
Yeah, ship, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, that was a very keen observation that you had, that the stone, the white stone and the magnesium, it's amazing. It's amazing find.
Yes, and usually, for example, when they sculpt in that stone, they use tools for wood because it's so soft.
Yeah. Also, for me, it's a similar mystery of how the pyramids were built, also how that castle was built, and how they transported all that stone to create, to finish that, because it's not like they had a Lastwagon or, big trucks to move the stone into that location, that remote location. So it's a big mystery.
Well, they say they did it with through water and wagons, but they used 220,000 blocks. Yeah. So all the numbers are like, for example, they have 40 rooms. And it's like all the numbers are also very important. Like they were saying things with everything.
Yeah.
And I suppose Bob already asked Kion.
Yeah. I mean, there was another clue also that you're saying the numbers is something that stuck out with me. Is I heard that, I think it was, I heard Bob say it, and maybe Bob was repeating what I heard from you, is that the king only visited her 9 times, 9 gates. It's amazing when you hear the numbers.
not only Frank the First, but also the Sun King. He was also 9 times. And actually, Ion said I should see the 9 Gates, the movie. And I saw it before, but now I have to see it again. But I was watching all these engravings that are supposed to be in those books, and I was looking at the images and the symbols that are in there.
Yeah, I also want to watch that movie again, The 9 Gates, because I saw it before this, but now it's more interesting to go back and look for the designs. Because didn't you earlier when I first came on, you were talking about the 2 dogs? Isn't that a design in one of those in the books, in the book in the 9 Gates? There's 2 dogs fighting, or 2 dogs. Is that what you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw the picture when you said it. Yeah.
Hey, Bert, it's the 9th gate is singular. The 9th gate.
Okay.
It's the name of the
9th
movie.
Gate. Okay, 9th Gate. Okay.
Yeah. And
Thanks,
you
Bob.
said you got some of that video on Chambord in English?
Yes. There was, but it wasn't. Go ahead.
It may not play over here. I tried to open one that Roxy said, but North America, Europe, the divide. So you might have access to stuff we can't see here. Oh no, yeah, you're in Switzerland.
Yeah.
So you have. So, anyways, it's quite amazing what's going on there. A couple of points you made I could elaborate, but Ian said for some reason don't tell anybody this stuff right now. But it's quite in a way, it's way more going on there than what we thought a few days ago.
Yeah. It's quite clear every time I see, like I told Roxana, every time I see it, I see something different. I'm like, this is kind of amazing.
Yes, and I was telling Bob, I want to go. And
yeah, I do too.
Don't go. He just said, don't go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
That's the main message for you. There was something. What we just was it something of a backlog? Something about Zappa. So he's doing the quadrant.
I took it off track when we talked to 10 tracks, and that's how we did it.
You see, that's what happened. He went to Paul Buff's studio in '62 or so and studied under Buff or learned from him. But Buff had one of the most advanced studios in the world, if not the most advanced. Some of the surfing hits were recorded there, but he had like 4, 5, 6 track, which people didn't have. So Frank very early apprenticed at a very advanced multi-track place.
Wow.
I mean, the guy's supposed to go to school, or they want him to go to university, or do this or that. He found his university anyways. Couldn't stop him. He found where he should go, which was this great studio. It was there for him to have if he found it, and he allowed himself to experience it, rather than staying in a college music class situation. He's lucky to have had that advantage.
And you say he had this exposure in 1962, Bob?
Yeah, he met Paul Buff. He didn't buy the studio till August '64, but he meets Paul Buff and hangs out at the studio for a few years, 2 or 3 years, and he made a few records. Paul Buff was known, and I don't know, "Bird's a Word" or one of those famous songs was recorded in Paul Buff's studio. And, I overload you with facts, but now it would have new resonance. Remember, when Carol's in that New York book in 1999, she has a T-shirt on and says, "I know Paul Buff personally." Now you know who we're talking about. Now you see the humor of that T-shirt. I mean, he's an important person. He went on to be a big deal in Nashville. And, you know, Frank bought the studio in August 64. In less than a year, it was torn down. He was kicked out of it. They wouldn't let him take his props, his movie props. They ran him off to jail. He got out of jail after 10 days and got out of that town. And I heard that about a year later they widened the street and knocked the studio down, but Frank says they knocked it down earlier, so I don't know when it actually got knocked down, but it was gone. And then you go look at our movie, we're filming where the building was. You look at our videotape of it. And it's more of a more modern building, but it's the same broad wall structure where it was. So they took it away from him. It's a drag for him, but then it got him to L.A. Look at that. He gets to L.A., and everything's going to happen within a few months after he gets to L.A. He's lucky he got there, you know, spring, summer 65, because everything was open. The Doors and Arthur Lee and Love, they all was just starting to surface, and the Byrds. If he didn't catch that wave, we wouldn't have the wonderful world we have today.
It's like in the song of the Stairway to Heaven, Diane says, this woman gets what she wants even if the store is closed. And it's like Zappa. You can manifest what you need, no matter what.
And what did you say? Some woman? I didn't get what you're referring to.
Well, the woman with the gold lame.
Oh, the gold lame in Stairway to Heaven, right, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so she can get what she wants, even if the store is closed.
Okay, so let's just finish this, just a bit left here. So Frank got a lot of money to make Freakout, $21,000. And as Frank says, that's a heck of an investment for an unknown group. But that's what Tom Wilson did, and Tom Wilson should be put in a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for helping Frank. So Kofsky says, for 2 LPs, that's about 5 times what it would take for a jazz group. That says we really had a good budget for that, which has not been offered to us since, because at the time we recorded the second album, the sales had dipped on Freakout. He found out years later that the Mafia or somebody took all the albums and dumped them in a warehouse. They weren't distributed properly. Somebody didn't want them out there. So, then Kofsky says, I meant to ask you earlier, when we were talking about your singles, how has the album done overall? Have you seen an audit on that? Steph says, sure. I'll tell you very happily that the first album is around 150,000 right now, and they project sales of 250,000 for the second album by August. And Freakout still sells regularly between 2,000 and 8,000 copies a week, every week, in places like Montana, Wyoming, Florida, Virginia, and all those places, man. I know it's one of the top sellers in the record store in what passes for a campus area in Pittsburgh. Gee, that must be where Kofsky teaches, in Pittsburgh. He hates Pittsburgh. He puts it down again. I know it's one of the top sellers in the record store in what passes for a campus area in Pittsburgh. Zappa says, well, you see, it doesn't stop. It's a kind of a thing where somebody can hear it at a party and they'll remember the name of it. Kofsky says, some of my students at Carnegie Tech turned me on to it, and the Andy Warhol album at the same time. I think that's Velvet Underground. Zappa says, I like that album. I think that Tom Wilson deserves a lot of credit for making that album because it's folk music. It's electric folk music in the sense that what they're saying comes right out of their environment. Kofsky says, it's folk in the sense of relating to a milieu. Zappa, Love, Arthur Lee's Love is that kind of group too because what they sing about is the folk music of the L.A. freak. What we sing about is the folk music of our environment from Pomona to L.A. You know, being kicked around in go-go bars and like that. Kofsky says, you're older too, I think. Zappa says, our average age in the Mother's Invention is 30. The age range is 24 to 35. That's in 1967. So he's saying that Love was more focused on the L.A. freak scene, the Love band, but what we sing about is the folk music of our environment from Pomona to L.A. So it's more of the, ass kicker bars or something. He thinks is where his music comes out of or represents. He says, being kicked around in go-go bars and like that. So it ends with the age of these guys are a bunch of old men infiltrating the youth industry. So, isn't that neat? Now,
yes,
we need to play Civilization Phase III, or listen to some of this shit and analyze it.
Yeah.
Got to analyze some of this.
Right.
So,
we are ready for that trick.
Right. Did you say that church or trick? What'd you say?
Trip. But for that church.
That trip. Right. So that was very good what you guys were talking about. That was good to get that on recording.
It's important, I think, just to repeat that McLuhan and Zappa are sort of trying to motivate, inspire the people to see both the figure and the ground.
Yeah.
Not only the figure, not only the main talk in the mainstream broadcast, but to go and explore the environment and see more ground. Make your own patterns.
It sounds like I was on a destructive trip. Kyle writes in, I blew up my cell phone. When I call someone, he says, the phone rings. On phones, usually they can't write a fucking sentence. I don't know what he's saying, but somebody's phone rings on his phone, and there's no sound. So that's what I'm getting. Maybe that's it. Maybe the thing is ringing, but we don't hear it. I don't know. Anyways, Kyle, maybe I is so fucking powerful now. If we go near him, your phones blow up. Bill's phone blows up.
No, maybe they want to be here, but for some reason their frequency is so strong that.
Yeah. So, how do I do this? You sent me Civilization Phase III, didn't you? A YouTube that had them all, or what was that?
Yes, there is a playlist with Civilization.
Right.
If you go to YouTube, I suppose you just write playlist.
Well, I was thinking that I'd read the dialogues to see if there's anything in them. I've got a printout. It came with the album.
Cool.
Yeah, we don't need to hear the music part. We're not interested in the music. We're interested in genius. Music's a dime a dozen, right? Everybody's got music.
Yes, we need to analyze the logo.
Yes, we're analyzing the logo. So
the grammar.
Okay, I'll read what Frank wrote. What this booklet says. So it says. He's talking about this set as if it was performed, the environment of the people in the. I might as well read it all. General notes. In 1967, we spent about 4 months recording various projects. Uncle Meat, We're Only in It for the Money, Ruben and the Jets, and Lumpy Gravy at Apostolic Studios, 53 East 10th Street, New York City. One day I decided to stuff a pair of U-87s in the piano, cover it with a heavy drape, put a sandbag on the sustain pedal, and invited anybody in the vicinity to stick their head inside and ramble incoherently about the various topics I would suggest to them via the studio talkback system. This setup remained in place for several days. During that time, many hours of recordings were made, most of it useless. Some of the people who took the challenge included Spider Barber, leader of the rock group Chrysalis, which was also recording at Apostolic when we weren't booked in, All Night John, who was the studio manager, Gilly Townley, sister of the guy who owned the studio, Monica, the receptionist, Roy Estrada and Motorhead Sherwood, members of the Brothers of Invention, Louis Cuneo, a guy who used to come to our live shows at the Garrick Theater and laugh like a psychotic turkey, and a few other people. Some of this dialogue, after extensive editing, found its way into the Lumpy Gravy album. The rest of it sat in my tape vault for decades, waiting for the glorious day when audio science would develop tools which might allow for its resurrection. In Lumpy Gravy, the spoken material was intercut with sound effects, electronic textures, and orchestral recordings of short pieces recorded at Capitol Studios, Hollywood, autumn 1966. These were all two-track razor blade edits. The process took about 9 months. Because all the dialogue had been recorded in, to borrow a phrase from Evelyn, a modified dog, that's a composition he did, because all the dialogue had been recorded in, and to borrow a phrase from Evelyn, a modified dog, in panchromatic resonance and other highly ambient domains, that's all in quotes, it was not always possible to make certain edits sound convincing, since the ambience would vanish disturbingly at the edit point. This severely limited my ability to create the illusion that various groups of speakers recorded on different days were talking to each other. As a result, what emerged from the text was a vague plot regarding pigs and ponies threatening the lives of characters who inhabit a large piano. Now, that was all Lumpy Gravy. In Civilization Phase III, we get a few more clues about the lives of the piano dwellers and note that the external evils have only gotten worse since we first met them. The bulk of the musical material comes from synclavier sequences, all music in Act 1. In the second act, the music is a combination of synclavier, 70%, and live performance, 30%, along with a new generation of piano people. The new residents, he lists them, My Daughter Moon Unit, actor Michael Rappaport, the music preparation assistant for the Yellow Shark Project, that would be at Frankfurt, 92, Ali N. Askin, my computer assistant, Toddy Vega, and the entire brass section of the Ensemble Moderne. All these people were recorded in a Bosendorfer Imperial at UMRK, that's Utility Muffin Research Kitchen, his studio, during the summer of 1991. By this time, digital editing technology had solved the ambience hangover problem, finally making it possible to combine their fantasies in a more coherent way with the original recordings from 1967. So then it says, scenario. Civilization Phase III is an opera pantomime. Opera-pantomime with choreographed physical activity, in brackets, manifested as dance or other forms of inexplicable socio-physical communication, in the bracket. Plot continuity is derived from a serial rotation of randomly chosen words, phrases, and concepts. Plot continuity is derived from a serial rotation of randomly chosen words, phrases, and concepts, including, but not limited to, motors, pigs, ponies, dark water, nationalism, smoke, music, beer, and various forms of personal isolation. All voices and music are pre-recorded.
I have to interrupt. I have to interrupt because I think what you did today is also an opera pantomime with choreographed physical activity.
Yes, and you had to be there, Bert. It was not recorded, unless someone recorded it off the air somehow, but you have to be there.
Oh, wow.
I recorded.
Oh, you did? You recorded?
All but yes, some.
Wow. I don't know if I want to look at it, but...
No, but maybe I'll insert it in the Eric McLuhan synesthesia video.
The Eric McLuhan video? What's that?
Yeah, your review of his book.
Oh, yeah. No, actually, that's good. You can use little fragments of it in our videos, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the good stuff where I look real good. Don't do the bad stuff. I mean, I have no idea how it came across.
No, your air guitar solos are amazing.
My what?
Air guitar solos.
Air, oh, you like that? Yay! Yeah. I'm very proud of my air guitaring. Yeah. Hey, that's good. Bill didn't want to record it because it'll just pile up on his website, so we don't want to bother him with that. But if other people record it, it might be interesting. It's a new kind of aristocratic operatic pantomime. Did you see when I would sit down on the couch and lean back on the couch? Did you like that move? I was proud of that one.
Yes, you have a very risky move with your legs up on here.
Yeah, bouncing my legs, my feet.
Yeah, so this is
did you start laughing at different points?
Yes.
You were laughing. Good. We do want people to have a good time. Well, Carol was dead.
You cannot know what's going to happen next. It's like you disappear.
Yes.
Then you come back and whatever. Then you disappear.
Then I saunter through again like I'm not even listening. You're just walking around. I was smoking a cigarette. Where am I? Is this a bus station? Where am I?
So this is going to be the greatest dance of all time, part 2?
Yes, this is the greatest dance, part 2. But could you tell Roxy that I was looking over at Carolyn? Could you tell by my eyes, the way I was looking, that I was looking at somebody occasionally? You couldn't. Because Carolyn was standing off to the side, standing there with her arm under, like the teacher, the school teacher. She had her fist on her waist and sitting there looking at me, from her point of view, making a complete fool of myself. And she likes my dancing, but she just thought, Bob, what are you doing? It is leaping about. So, yes, you were saying something?
Yes, it's a different type of replay because it's like the new generations, nobody wants to learn to play an instrument. They want to be famous DJs.
So I might have hit on how to become famous. Just start dancing to the crap, to the shit. The shit that piles up, I'll just start dancing to it. Piles of shit. Bob danced at the top of pile of shit. But, okay, so let's continue here. What did I read? Okay. All voices and music are pre-recorded, and to the extent possible, all scenic and lighting changes will be automated with their cues stored as digital code on a track embedded in the audio master. Then he lists the people. There's the piano people are made up of Spider, John, Frank Zappa, Motorhead. Well, he doesn't have Frank Zappa, he just has FZ. Motorhead, Larry, Roy, Lewis, Monica, Gilly, Girl 1, Girl 2, Moon, Mike, Allie, Todd, Daryl, and Jesus. Jesus was on this. The speaking characters all wear oversized masks, gloves, and shoes. They live in an abstracted grand piano represented by crisscrossed layers of ropes and cables of various thicknesses painted to resemble piano strings, cubistically interspersed with stylized resonators, hammers, and stretches of sounding board, surrounded by an ebony region suggesting the rim of the piano exterior. So he had made a set of a big piano that they're inside of. He says the set should be designed to move and reconfigure itself as the characters who live in different corners of the piano pantomime. No, let me do that again. The set should be designed to move and reconfigure itself as the characters who live in different corners of the piano pantomime their dialogue, giving the illusion of viewing the action from several imaginary camera angles. There's the walking around the room kind of thing. Above the piano is a decrepit-looking megaphone apparatus which allows the Frank Zappa, or FZ character, to address the inmates periodically. So the decrepit-looking megaphone, there was the chrome-plated megaphone of Destiny was on, We're Only for the Money. That was the name of a song. But he still got it there. Surrounding the piano are groups of movable tableau sets, representing various aspects of the threatening exterior universe which has driven our characters to take shelter in this gigantic music box. Dance action occurs primarily in these areas. These should be on palettes or turntables, facilitating quick scene changes. The following is a rough breakdown of the proposed stage activity for each musical scene. I totally forgot that this was a fucking another play. This fits into our series. This comes after Hunchentooth. No, after Thingfish. So this is to be read as a bunch of scenes. What do you think of that?
Yes, and I find it very interesting how he's also going away from the one point of view, the vanishing point of the
right.
printing book.
Yes.
The perspective of the printing book. He says the set must give the impression of many cameras, like the security cameras we have now everywhere.
Right.
All these different points of view, and that's sort of very visionary.
Yeah.
He saw this threatening environment and how the refuge is the frequency, is the bunker is the piano.
What's that? The bunker is the piano, did you say?
Yeah, like the bunker against all these threatening
exterior other
things
media
happening in the bird. Yeah.
Now here's the overlay with McLuhan. McLuhan pointed out that the piano was the ultimate Gutenberg instrument. Much, left hemisphere, fine precision, moving your hands. It's a totally left hemisphere technology. And so these people are living in the leftover, the meme of visual space, which is the economy and old forms of wealth measurement that don't apply anymore. So we're stuck in this old visual space box, and he's described it with the correct technology, a big piano. It's literally McLuhanism.
Yes, and we saw how the keyboard was invented by Bach when the electricity was appearing.
Yeah.
And now that is the end of this old environment, the electric environment. It's already like showing the ionic.
You have the new box.
This old environment.
Yeah. Like McLuhan makes a lot out of he and Don Theo, that Pope's Dunciad was a great Menippean satire about the printing press, written in 1741-42. Well, that's when it came out. Then you have 200 years later, 1939, 1940, Phineas Wake comes out, and Phineas Wake completes what Alexander Pope did with the Dunciad. We got the same in music. We can start saying that Bach started it like Pope did, responding to the new potentials of the printed world, the print knowledge, and it ends with Phineas Wake, which is Zappa, who layers many tracks in there just like Phineas Wake is written. It's a total parallel, equal.
Wow. Yeah.
It's A.P. Alexander Pope and J.B. Bach. What's his initials? J.B.?
Johann Sebastian?
Yeah, JSB. So you got AP and JSB ending up with, for Pope, FW, and music, FZ. Frank Zappa. FW, you could probably break down the W. See, that F is 6, so 6 and 23. W is the 23rd letter. Zappa is 6 and 26. Then you have J.S. Bach. You add make that 1, 19, 2, and Alexander Pope 1 and 16. I bet you could fuck around with it and make it equal equations.
Okay.
I'll leave it to some enthusiast. We'll see if Kiggy will do it. Somebody will put it together. I mean, I could do it in 5 seconds, but I'm not going to do it right now. But I totally forgot that Civilization was a play. I mean, I haven't listened to this in years. I bought it 20 years ago, and 22 years ago, and here we are with it, looking at it. And it is so McLuhan-esque. Only I know this, right? I'm the only one who fucking knows about this. Eric might know it. But Eric's not listening to Zappa. I'm the fucking one doing the work, finding out what our culture means, Bert. Nobody fucking knows who did what.
You are doing the revelations.
The new revelations, that's right.
Of the scriptures.
The book of scripture.
It's portraying this, we're in this transition of the end of this old environment and the coming of the new. And we're in this limbo.
What? An limbo?
Which is a piano.
What's that? An limbo?
Limbo.
Limbo.
Oh, limbo. And here's another thing. What you have is Alexander Pope. What the great poets, they translate the guys before them. They cut their teeth on reading the greats, and then they produce a great thing. Well, I did the analysis of the greats, and now I produce the great new thing, Ion. You know, that's what the great artists always are heavy homework doers. You know, they translate things, they study, they promote things, do a lot of work. You know, in the Gutenberg mode. That's what I did. So I naturally write the new poem because I fucking study the old shit.
Listen, you're always talking also of the box of the cold fusion.
Right.
Is the piano is now something else, and this is the new frequency.
Right.
But in the meantime, they're still there in this weird mechanism of strings and hammers and.
Yeah, strings and hammers. You said strings and hammers.
Yes, the inside of a piano.
And you know, you don't do it for anybody. I study what I study because I wanted to. It gave me pleasure. So you create something new out of pleasure. Like Pope did what he did. Alexander Pope, because he enjoyed doing it. Joyce did what he did. Zappa did. You have to do it. It's the only way anything is ever done. You have to fucking be motivated or like it or be into it or be hypnotized by it or exercised. That's how. And so they spend all the time telling people to do this and that. It doesn't work. Education doesn't work. It can only come out of slack. A relax and allow situation. That's how great art is made.
Yes.
Yes, Frank Zappa always said he recorded and put out the things he liked, and if somebody else liked it, it was a bonus. But
yeah, but it wasn't important, and he was trying to find out what it sounded like. You know, Zappa gets into that Paul Buff studio in 62, 63, and he then spent the next 30 years stuck. He just loved doing the editing. That's what he did for 30 years. Just sat in a studio and made these things. He couldn't stop doing the editing. Composing.
Yes, perfecting the replay.
And you know, he actually had the most unique experience. It must be incredible to get out there on stage and play his kind of music with his kind of guitar ability. Can you imagine doing that, Bert? What a powerful experience that would be.
Yes. And each time different. I mean, he never tried to repeat. It's always different. Always different.
No, but I think you can have an idea of what it's like because you do that with speech. Like you can go and improvise and do your Michael Jackson and talk, and sometimes you go like.
And I don't notice it. Like Frank didn't notice how great he was. He just could do it, right? So he didn't sit around and marvel at it. He just did it. And I guess I sit around and talk up a storm and don't think much of it.
Yes, and sometimes you can go at different speeds. You can go also very fast.
Right.
And it's like you have to listen to what you were saying because it's like you go really like at different tempos, like jumping.
Which is a pale approximation of what I can do.
Yeah.
He did one of those rants on the Led Zeppelin song. Remember, he went on near the end. He went on this multiple rant about something.
It's true, but you have to have this ability to improvise with him.
Yes.
And to keep the conversation with him, because sometimes it's quite hard to follow them.
Right.
And to get all the things they're saying.
That's a good point. Like who played together? It's like Miles Davis and John Coltrane. Bob and Ion, the new Miles Davis John Coltrane duo. That's what you're saying, right? Takes a talent to jam with Ion. The fucking guy, he fucking blew up my phone. And then Kyle got caught in the crossfire. You don't see people hanging around Bathar or any of those mediums on YouTube and say, well, the guy blew up my fucking phone. I can't run my radio show. And it didn't get fixed till I played the song, and then Bill called me. He finally occurred to him, I can call Bob. It didn't get fixed until we played the song.
Listen, I was reading an article how, for example, music you like creates different chemistries in your brain that are pleasant.
Right.
And even though it's a type of abstract communication, it's affecting the chemistry, for example, of your brain.
Mm.
And talking, it must have the same effect.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's how Ion changes the world.
As you are
by
talking and playing, and you are also listening, it must have also this type of effect on the chemistries of the brain.
Well, Frank is
maybe
noticing.
That's why I said you're transformed after you speak with Ion.
I'm me or any of us?
Everybody.
Yeah, I agree.
Everybody
that does happen to people. You're not the same person. You're not the same person
you are
after
the one that has most hours with them.
Right. I'm the most mutated. I mean, Ion has said that I don't have a body chemistry like any other human anymore. I've been told, he said, so many RNA drops that I've mutated. I'm fucking not human. I'm probably a fucking cobra snake or something in my body chemistry.
like today, you started dancing.
Well, that's a good point. Music. Maybe my dancing is communicating.
You have been talking non-stop for hours. I mean, that's not normal. I already had to take a big glass of coffee to keep up.
What did she say, Bert?
You said you have to take a big glass of coffee to. What did you say, Roxana?
To stay awake. To play with Bob.
Yeah.
But it just occurred to me, hey, maybe scientists will look at the video of me dancing. They can read what's going on in my body. Maybe there was an important point of me demonstrating myself so people can look at this fucking mutated body. How was I dancing? I probably don't even know how interesting my dancing was. Yeah, maybe there was an agenda. Ion said that Ion knew I was going to do this. So I was talking this morning. I hadn't told him. And he said, Bob, you're going to be celebrating. And he told me what we were celebrating. I mean, we're celebrating something right now. And that might have influenced me to decide to dance. But Ion said, definitely, it's time for you to dance, Bob. You're celebrating. So that's the good news. But I didn't feel, I just thought, hey, we got this camera, let's dance, let's just jump around a bit. I didn't think of it in terms of a massive press conference. Ion says it was a massive press conference. We announced our victory. And Bob didn't see it that way. Bob didn't know why he was doing it. He just did it because he felt like it. Because it could be done. But you know what? Why I did it is a couple of weeks ago.
Disco boy.
Yeah, disco boy. A couple of weeks ago, I liked the songs. I started off with that early rock and roll, early jump music, they call it. No, the jump music, the more, whatever you 40s barrel music, piano stuff. And I was dancing around. I said, hey, this would be fun to demonstrate my dancing ability. So I said, okay. So I got bought the camera, I set it up, and I went back and played songs from a couple of weeks ago. That's what I did. I added some other new ones, but I replayed. I never repeat songs, but I did today just so I could get into the dancing vibe that I got into a couple of weeks ago. That was how I thought I was doing it. But, of course, there were larger other reasons why it was being done that my little chemical body brain had no clue about.
And it's like the butterfly effect that the wings of a butterfly can start.
Yes.
And it was important to this disco boy is provoking.
That's right. Now, here's the timeliness. We could have read Frank Kofsky, Tom to Frank, months ago. We didn't do it till now, and I'd totally forgotten about it all, but it was about Zappa creating the chaos butterfly effect. He influenced the industry all across the board, and we got to read it tonight after I did it in the camera. See the perfect timing of it?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know Frank talked about it that way. I had a memory of it. I knew he knew that he was significant and a big influence, but I didn't know he spelled it out in this interview like that. So, it's if somebody reading that interview would say, this Frank's a megalomaniac. Frank Kofsky got him talking about how he's influencing everything. That's like a Bob interview. And we end up Bob celebrating his great victory over humanity. Starts off as a simple interview. Now, Carolyn does that in medicine. She's always getting interviewed on these new summits. And some woman just is doing some theme, and here's Carolyn, some doctor that she'll talk to anybody. So they bring Carolyn in. Every fucking time, the person gets cured. They've got all kinds of health problems they don't even know they have. Carol starts talking, and they start saying, wait a minute, I've got that, blah, 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 blah. And they all get cured right there. Like she's curing people while they're supposed to be doing this topical interview.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
A lot of it, the woman said today, she's gone to like 200 doctors over the last 20 years or something with all these ridiculous problems. She said, I never learned as much in the hour you talked to me. I never heard anybody say anything you said, and it all makes sense. That was her big epiphany, after they talked for 2.5 hours. That's right. Carol wasn't even going to do a very long one. But this person got so many insights that they were flabbergasted. But they had gone for years to stupid regular therapists. Nothing accomplished. So here's what I want to do is read you the titles of the songs, if they're titled someplace, so we can get an overview of the themes. Look, song number 2, it's called Put a Motor in Yourself. Remember we were talking about that earlier? Now,
yes. Do your thing. That's
right.
how you do your thing.
Yeah, you do. You put a motor, do. So, okay, here's the list. Act 1. And most of these, a lot of them are in quotes. Quotation marks, like somebody saying it. So, there is 19 parts. That's Bob's number, 19. It is Act 1, 19 parts, 56 minutes and 11 seconds. 5 and 6 is 11, and 11 is 11, 22. You go over to Act 2, 22 sections. So you have Act 1 is 19 parts. Act 2 is 22. You put the two together, you get my birthday, 1922. Then, the Act 2, the time is 57:38. It's like a minute or plus longer than Act 1. 5 and 7 is 12. 3 and 8 is 11. You take the 11 and you make that 2, and you take the 1, 2 of 12, you get 122, which is a special 22. So it's symmetrically Dobbstown up the yin-yang. So here are the titles. This is Phaze III. Put a motor in yourself. Oh, they made me eat it. Reagan at Bitburg. That was 1985. A very nice body. Navanax. I guess that's a drug. How the pig's music works. Xmas values or Christmas values. Dark water. Amnerica. A-M-N. Amnerica. Have you heard their band? Religious superstition. Saliva can only take so much. Buffalo voice. Someplace else right now. Get a life. A kayak, in brackets, on snow, which almost looks like ion snow, but it's a bracket. A kayak, in brackets, on snow. Now, it's alternate. You have a quote and then a non-quote. A quote, then a non-quote. And it alternates except for at 4 and 5, Reagan at Bitburg follows another non-quote. It basically alternates. So then you come to 19, and it's called N-light. That's almost like negative pH to me. N-light. 1, negative light. 2, Venice submerged. LaRouche did a whole anti-Venice thing, big LaRouchian theme that is. 3, the New World Order. 4, the lifestyle you deserve. 5, creationism. 6, he is risen. So that's the first 19 acts of Act 1. Act 2, again, no, not so alternating. More quotes than non-quoted. More quotes than thematic things. So here it goes. I wish Motorhead would come back. Secular humanism. Attack, attack, attack. I was in a drum. A different octave. This ain't CNN. The pig's music. A pig with wings. This is all wrong. Hot and putrid. Flowing inside out. I had a dream about that. Gross man. A tunnel into muck. Why not? That was the name of his company when he started developing Russia or offering assistance to Russia. Why not? Number 16. Put a little motor in him. Put a little motor in him. E-M. You're just insulting me, aren't you? You're just insulting me, aren't you? Cold light generation. It's like Coldplay. Cold light generation. Dio-fa. That would be the end of that. Beat the Reaper. Waffenspiel. So what's Waffenspiel mean, Roxy? W-A-F-F-E-N-S-P-I-E-L.
Well, the waffle is like the waffle, and the spiel is like a play, or like a game.
A game, okay. What's Waffen? This is W-A-F-F-E-N. What is that?
Waffen.
Weapon.
Waffen is like guns.
Guns?
Weapons.
Oh, yeah, because it ends with guns. Yeah, they're the Act 2. Yeah, they're shooting in the distance.
Yes. So
Waffen
they're
is
playing
guns.
with their weapons.
Right. Okay, so let's, I'll just read it, like we did with the other place. And sometimes there's long stretches.
I see many things that are quite unique, like I was in a drum instead of I was in a dream.
Oh, yeah. Is that what that says?
This why not, that's a way Ian answers to many questions when you ask whatever, and he says, why not?
What was the name of this?
Cold light generation.
What did you say about I was in a dream? Which one's that? I had a dream about that?
I was in a drum.
Oh.
Before that.
Yeah, I was in a drum. Yeah, the drum is the acoustic part of the visual space. You know, it's eye-ear is the figure. The real ground is tactility. So the eye-ear, the eye is the piano, and the ear is the drum. Look, he's got that there.
Yeah, the acoustic space and the visual space.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so let's, I think I should play, do you want to take a break for a minute? I'll play some music? Play a Zappa song, what do you think? Yeah, sure. I might want to go get a drink. Let's just play a little bit of music. What could we play?
maybe you are what you is, or something from Civilization number 3, Phase.
Right.
Number 3.
Let's see. Maybe play something different. Really different. So I'll go into my Zappa, my 1200 Zappa recordings. Let's see what we got here.
They also have a cover of The Ring of Fire.
Yes, I think so. Let me just check that. Ring of Fire. Ring. Yes. It's only 2 minutes, but you want to hear it?
Yes, it's
2 minutes.
a unique thing with The Ring of Fire.
Right. And then I have another one to play. So I've got to make sure the checking, what is it? Checking, Soundflower. Soundflower audio. Check the Skype. Did I knock that? No, that's okay. I think this starts it. Wow, so...
The following is a recording of a session given by the Evergreens. The Evergreens is the name we have...
Just jumped to another spot. So, did that live up to your expectations, Roxy? Did you like that?
Well, it's funny. It's nice to compare the original versions and his funny covers. His replaying of these songs, he's making this great satire of these very well-known songs. That many of them are also songs that Ivan has played on payday, like Stairway to Heaven and The Ring of Fire.
Okay, Bill, I'm glad you're still up. Are we on?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys remember the title of the other song I was going to play that I first mentioned?
No.
I didn't say it. Okay. So Ring of Fire, have you heard that version before, Roxy, or you just know the theme because of what Ian said?
No, I've heard the greatest band you never heard.
Oh, yeah,
all these covers
right.
by Zappa.
And you like the way they do that?
Yes, because I like to compare both the original and then the Frank Zappa version.
Right.
And
are they?
See how he's interpreting this.
I was on the phone, the Bill connection. It was pretty lousy reception. Is it better for you guys? Is it coming through pretty clear?
Yes, it's pretty clear.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
It's okay.
So what was I going to play? I looked this thing up, and then I got involved with finding that song. I forgot. What is it? You guys don't remember?
No, you didn't say the title. You said you play that, and then you would play another.
Something different.
Right. Okay, so looking for something different. Oh, I think it was in 1986. Well, I don't know what this is. No, it's only 2 minutes. I need longer than that.
You can do Inca Roads or...
You like Inca Roads?
I like how he will talk about the woo-woo and the mystery landscape.
Right.
He was always presented it as something funny. But
right.
He was putting that seed in the people so that they may wonder and maybe research or explore on their own.
Right.
He will not sound like a guru or a New Age fanatic. He was making fun of this Eric von Daniken type of stories.
Okay, so for the dog breath. No, I won't do that. Oh yeah, the chrome. I was going to play the chrome-plated megaphone of destiny. That's what it was. So, let's see what that is. Chrome-plated megaphone, and then because 6 minutes, I'm going to mute you guys.
Yes.
Okay, you've muted. Okay, that's the end of our Zappa interlude. Let's see who's still here. Bert and Roxy are still here.
Zappa did you play, Bob?
Say it again.
You hear me?
I really like the second piece.
Zappa did you play?
The laughing.
Okay, put your guy's mouth closer to your mics.
Yes, we're sitting down now. Okay. I said I really like the second piece with the laughing because Frank Zappa said the universe is a big joke and everything else in the universe is just a subdivision of that joke, and that's why you shouldn't take anything seriously.
Right. Now you say that was the second last song? The oldies thing? Or what one was that?
No, one of the first ones you played that is more like a Forbidden Planet type of...
Oh, yeah, the chrome-plated megaphone of destiny.
That one.
Yeah, start off spooky, serious, scary. And so you like that one, chrome-plated megaphone of destiny. That's on World for the Money. And what do you want to say, Bert?
You played an really old Zappa. Was just like a guitar, bass, had a nice beat, and drums. That was really old Zappa, huh? Was that Zappa?
What was that? Well, it's all Zappa. It wasn't the
really
R&B,
old, really old.
Not the doo-wop. Oh yeah.
It was
that's the Downtown Talent Scout. That's recorded in about the period we're talking about, 1966, with the kids getting beat up in Sunset Strip. That was Zappa complaining about that scene in 1966. Yeah, that was ancient.
Yeah, that's really nice. Nice beat to it. Really nice beat to it, and the lyrics were really funny.
Right. Let me just play a minute of it. This was on You Can't Do That on Stage Anymore, 1995. So it was released. Downtown Talent Scout. They pay him off in acid. He's got a camera. Like, I guess he goes around pretending. That's like the first song Frank ever did. That's like he just arrived from jail in Cucamonga.
And it's about frequency.
Jailbird music, huh?
Yeah, and I think the lyrics were, this guy is pretending to be a music scout for Hollywood, but he's a cop, or a fink or something, right? Busting kids.
Yeah.
And we read about that. We read the card on the map, the Hollywood map, the cop-out card of the fink.
Yeah.
I've never heard this song before. If I did, I heard it once and never listened to it again. Jeez, I never heard it. I don't know it. I don't know the song.
It's freaking out.
Okay, so let's any other songs you want to hear again?
You have another old one like that? I mean, around the same, like the next record after that one?
Well, let's see Yeah. I wonder if we got Reagan, the CIA agent. So, albums. The Mystery Disc has some interesting things on them. Let's find that. Mystery Disc. Where are they? Mystery Disc. Lost Episodes.
Yeah, now, every time I hear Reagan, I think about that video in which Zappa said somebody told him he's being sodomized by a domino.
He said that?
Yeah, but you remember the interview?
You got to talk closer to your mic. You're too far away.
Yes, there is this interview I sent you when he was thinking about being the president, and he talks about a video somebody told him about. He says, I haven't
Vicky
seen
Morgan.
it, but
Vicky Morgan and President Reagan.
But they show Reagan being sodomized, and every time I hear Ronald Reagan, I think about it.
Right. What was he called? Agency Man. Let's see if that's listed. Agency Man. Forget about the album name. Agency Man. I don't seem to have it. The Agency Man. That might be on a bootleg, but I don't have the contents of bootleg. Well, I could Google it. Let's see. Maybe they'll tell us. The Agency. Okay, from Ahead of Their Time. An album called Ahead of Their Time. Still looking. Okay, let's see if this comes through the desired stuff. What it is the video of President Richard Nixon campaigning about 1960 for president. He loses against JFK, and he's on a talk show playing the piano. And that's called Agency Man, so that's not what I was looking for. Is that any others? Here, maybe this will work. Okay.
My dream is that we can have a kind of economics which is humane, which is warm-hearted.
This one's Agency Man. Somebody calls themselves Frank Zappa. Interview with the Trilateral Commission economist Paul Samuelson. So that didn't work. they've got here the album cover. Okay, we now start with the Civilization Phase III performance. You guys are unmuted. I will start with Act 1. Act 1. See, that was Agency Man. Done a long time ago. So, here goes the dialogue. Cut 1, Scene 1, I guess it is. This is Phase 3. So Spider and John introduce the first theme, motors. Spider says, this is Phase 3. This is also... John interrupts. Well, get through Phase 1 and 2 first. Spider, all right, here's Phase 1. And then Frank Zappa comes in. The audience sits inside of a big piano, and they listen to it grow. The audience sits inside of a big piano, and they listen to it grow. Spider says, people are going to sit inside of a piano. They're going to listen to this piano grow. John says, they're going to listen to the piano grow. Spider says, listen. Monica says, this is going to turn into a... Spider interrupts, it's going to turn into another Haight-Ashbury. You remember how we commercialized on that scene? John, that was a really good move. Monica, oh, that was a concession. Spider, right, man. And all it was, like people sitting in doorways freaking out, tourists going merry-go-round, do-do-do. And they called that doing your thing. John, oh yeah, that's what doing your thing is. Spider, the thing is to put a motor in yourself. And then that slides into Scene 2 called Put a Motor in Yourself, where it says, a yuppie precision drill team dresses for work in motorized uniforms, eventually engaging in a dance routine featuring ladder climbing, ass-kissing, karate chopping, self-hugging, eventually leading to politics and murder. No dialogue there. Now, Scene 3 called Lewis, Roy, and Motorhead discover each other. Gilly goes, girl 1. That's how long I've been here. I've been here ever since it got dark. I've been here. Lewis, how'd you get in my home? This is my piano. How'd you get in here? Motorhead, I thought it was my piano. Lewis, it's mine. Roy, since when? Lewis, since about 10 years ago, it's mine. Roy, you sure? Lewis, yes, positively. Roy, no, it was mine. Lewis, this is a small place. You must be blind, you know. Motorhead says, where were you at? And Motorhead, he grew up with Frank in high school. Roy, could have been 19. No, it couldn't have been 190. Lewis, it couldn't have been any more. How about just try G? Roy, how did you happen to get in here? Lewis, my mother said to me, quote, you're a bad boy, Louis the Turkey. You'd better go on E and stay on E, and you'll never see the world. You're a bad boy because you went to the bathroom on the floor, you know. I think E means subway, New York subway, get on E. Motorhead, did they make you clean it up? Lewis, no, they made me eat it. Roy goes, oh. And that's the end of Scene 3. Scene 4, they made me eat it. Girl 1 says, what's it like when they play the piano? Does it hurt your ears? Larry, no, I found a corner. Girl 1, yeah. Larry, yeah. Girl 1, soundproof. Larry, well, not really soundproof, but it doesn't bother you as much as outside. You sneak in. Girl 1, lucky you found such a big piano, you know. Larry, you sneak under the back, see? Way here, way down here. Get way down, here, inside. And when you hide in the corner, nobody can find you. See, they can't hear anything. No, see, they can't hear nothing because it's cushioned. Girl 1 and Larry appear in another area. Scene 5, Reagan at Bitburg. The shopping mall tableau does a quick change, becoming the Bitburg Cemetery. Ronald Reagan appears and lays a wreath on an SS officer's grave. Within moments, the stage is filled with happy dancing Nazi pigs and Nazi ponies. Scene 6, a very nice body. Roy and Lewis reminisce about Reagan's personal attributes. Spider and John pop up to comment. Lewis, yes. Roy, I kind of miss him. Lewis, yeah, me too. Roy, getting on top of him and all. Lewis, he had a very nice body too. Roy, yeah, even though he was oh well. Lewis, a dual personality, you know. Roy, yeah. Lewis, we have to think of what he's doing out there. Roy, what did he go out there for anyway? Lewis, maybe he wanted to get on top of one of those horse ponies. Lewis, yes, maybe he wants to have intercourse with them. Roy goes, what? Lewis, intercourse. Roy, well, if he doesn't get clawed first. Lewis, yes, that's right. But maybe he will find a very nice, kind horse, you know. Roy, a horse, yeah, horse. Or ass, that's WHORE-ASS. No, -SS. WHORE-SSS. Horse. A horse, yeah, horse. Louis, boogeyman or something out there. You might find a nice, kind Roy. Boogeyman? Lewis, well, something, you know. I don't know what it is myself. A horse, because human beings, decent human beings, nice place to live in. Beans, says Roy. Beans? You call them human beings? Beans. Lewis, and then before they turn to be boogeymen, or Roy, that's why they came into the Steinway. Lewis, yes, that's why, because I just couldn't take them anymore, you know. They were vicious, too vicious. So I had to go. I had to come in here. Spider, like we can't understand what they're saying to each other. John, I know. Then a cut called Nabanax. In the corner tableau, representing an old nightclub, a group of dancers dressed as jazzbo pigs pretend to perform something avant-garde, miming in bogus rock video style. Then, scene 8, how the pigs' music works. It says, the first of many pseudo-scientific discussions. Spider says, I think I can explain about how the pigs' music works. Monica, well, this should be interesting. Spider, remember that they make music with a very dense light. John, yeah. Monica, okay. Spider, and remember about the smoke standing still and how they really get uptight when you try to move the smoke, right? Monica, right. John, yeah. Spider, I think the music in that dense light is probably what makes the smoke stand still. As soon as the pony's mane starts to get good in the back, any sort of motion, especially a smoke or gas, begins to make the ends split. Monica, well, don't the splitting ends change the density of the pony's music so it affects the density of the pig's music, which makes the smoke move, which upsets the pigs? Spider says, no, it isn't like that. John, well, how does it work? Spider, well, what it does is when it strikes any sort of energy field or solid object, or even something as ephemeral as smoke, the first thing it does is begin to inactivate the molecular motion so that it slows down and finally stops. That's why the smoke stops. And also, have you ever noticed how the smoke clouds shrink up? That's because the molecules come closer together. The cold light makes it get so small. This is really brittle smoke. John, and that's why the pigs don't want you to touch it. Spider, see? When the smoke gets that brittle, what happens when you try to move it is it disintegrates. John, and the pigs get uptight because, you know, they worship that smoke. They salute it every day. Monica, you know, we've got something here. John says, and that's the basis of all their nationalism. Like if they can't salute the smoke every morning when they get up, Spider says, yeah, it's a vicious circle. You got it. Then, selection number 9, Christmas values. Lights come up on the left and right tableau sets, each featuring a Christmas tree. The left set shows the yuppie dancers mutating into pigs. The right set has them mutating into ponies. As the transformations are completed, the two groups leave home and smash each other in the third tableau, in brackets, shopping mall area. Scene 10, dark water. The center tableau returns to its Venetian configuration. As the piano characters discuss the meaning of this dark matter, Jesus listens nearby. Monica, dark water. Spider, yeah, it's trying to say something. Monica, dark water. Spider, I know, it's not trying to say something to us at all. It's trying to say something to the pig. John says, dark water. Spider, I forget, it's a... Then he goes to another slot, and John says, dark water on top of the muck. was it? First of all, Spider says, I know it's not trying to say something to us at all. It's trying to say something to the pig. John says, Dark Walter. Spider says, I forget. And then John says, Dark Water on top of the muck. Scene 11 is called America. A-M-N-E-R-I-K-A. America. Scene 12. Have you ever heard their band? Monica. Have you ever heard their band? Spider. I don't understand it, though. Their band. I don't understand. Monica. I don't think they understand it either. Spider. What? The smoke? John and Monica. The band. Spider. The band doesn't understand what? Monica. Did you know that? Frank Zappa. The smoke stands still. John. There's some kind of thing that's giving us all these revelations. Read that again. There's some kind of thing that's giving us all these revelations. Spider says, yeah, well, that's the... John says, it's this funny voice. And he keeps telling us all these things. And I just thought... What? Yes. I just thought that before we just thought of these things. You know? Like just off the wall and out of our heads. Spider, no, that's religious superstition. You guys want to say something?
Well, I like it. They say they got into the piano the day it got dark, and in the Genesis it says before there was only light and we fell, day and night were separated. So we got in this box when it got dark. And then...
Okay. All right, yes.
Now, they say there is this thing giving us all these revelations, this funny voice. That's science.
Okay. Well, scene 13, religious superstition. Jesus leans out of the piano and with a few mystical hand movements, that's your hand signal for the blind, causes the sunken buildings of Venice to resurface. Rising with them, we see large, perversely mutated crabs. Motorhead. He's in the wrong piano. Lewis. No, you're in the wrong piano. Roy says, no. Motorhead. This is Steinway. Louis says, you are. Roy. It's not a Baldwin. Motorhead. Yeah. Then Roy says, it's not even a Wurlitzer. Frank Zappa says, saliva can only take so much. That's cut 13. Cut 14. Called Saliva Can Only Take So Much. A heated discussion concerning what kind of a piano this really is. Eventually, a grave is discovered in a distant corner. Spider. Saliva can only take so much. Louis. Well, I got sores. I got my skin burnt and... I got sores, says Louis. I got my skin burnt, cut open a couple times. It felt good. Wow, it felt good. And I really climaxed. Girl 1. In other words, we never even had girl 2. We didn't have a chance, baby. We didn't have a chance, baby. Laugh. These holes are just the right size. Girl 1. They really look like it, yes. Indeed. Girl 2. Right. Girl 1. Indeed. Girl 2. Yeah. Gilly. And here's a grave. Girl 1, yeah. Girl 2, a grave? Jilly, yes, a grave. Scene 15. Buffalo voice. The ghost of some former female piano dweller rises from the grave, dances within the piano structure, leaves it Peter Pan style for a preview visit to the next few tableau sites. Read that again. The ghost of some former female piano dweller rises from the grave, dances within the piano structure, leaves it Peter Pan style for a preview visit to the next few tableau sites, finally returning to her resting spot under the resonation. That was 15. 16. Someplace else right now. Seeing the ghost return, Jilly complains about overcrowding in her part of the piano, but doesn't know where else to go. Julie, I'd like to be someplace else right now. It's much more crooked in here. Where would I like to be? Where would you like to be? Says girl 1. Julie, oh, I don't know. Girl 1, where would you like to be? Julie, I like what? I like strings a whole lot. Did I read that? Where would you like to be? Says girl 1. Julie, oh, I don't know. Girl 1, where would you like to be? Julie, I like strings a whole lot. Girl 1, where would you like to be? Gilly, sigh. Girl 1, huh? Where would you like to be? Gilly says, oh, it's so hard. Girl 1, where would you like to be? Gilly, I can't think of anything else. Girl 1, Gilly, the piano, a drum, strings. Motorhead, these strings are so tempting. Roy, Gilly, that's it exactly. Then, scene 17, Get a Life. Julie does a bad imitation of Martha Graham wrist-to-forehead choreography, hanging from the piano strings and punching back at the hammers as they oppress her. 18, a kayak on some. A kayak on some in brackets. It's now time for Monica to recite bad poetry, leading to a short discussion of worms. Monica, a kayak on snow. Where were we? A kayak. I got disconnected there. A kayak on snow. It is now time for Monica to recite bad poetry, leading to a short discussion of worms. Monica, a kayak on snow, a mountain. Spider, there's a mountain on the beach. Monica, it was under the beach. John, a mountain under the beach? Monica, yeah. John, how did you get to it? One by means of two in deities? How'd you get there? I lost my place again. Where did we didn't?
Let's discuss worms.
Kayak. The kayak.
Right. A kayak on snow. It is now time for Monica to recite bad poetry, leading to a short discussion of worms. Monica, a kayak on snow, a mountain. Spider, there's a mountain on the beach? Monica, it was under the beach. John, a mountain under the beach? Monica, yeah. How did you get to it? Asked John. Monica, we didn't. It found us. Spider, it came up through the beach? Monica, no, it never came up. And the moon was shining on the sand. And we saw the mountain with the snow. So, the medical guy's assistant. That was the last person. Okay, so then we come to the last part of Act 1. Oh man, there's more. I blew it again. So Spider says it came up through the beach. Monica, no, it never came up. And the moon was shining on the sand. And we saw the mountain with the snow. John says underneath. Monica says underneath. Spider, did you see any of those little worms like were in the mud? That ends section 18. Now we come to section 19. First title, End Light. This dance shows the exterior world crushed by evil science, ecological disaster, political failure, justice denied, and religious stupidity. And it has 5 parts of End Light. First one, Negative Light. The left tableau is now a mad scientist's laboratory. He has invented negative light and is murdering an assortment of caged animals with it. Then is Submerged, part 2. The center tableau shows us dancers dressed as Venetian landmark buildings, vanishing beneath waves of childishly grinding stage water. Part 3, the New World Order. The right tableau is a dark city with ragged citizens moving in lines from place to place, supervised by squadrons of uniformed ponies. The Lifestyle You Deserve, Part 4. The left tableau is now a courtroom. Pigs are suing each other and dragging away bags of money. 5. Creationism. The center tableau is now a cubist collage. The center tableau is now a cubist collage of badly imagined Bible stories, including the Garden of Eden, Noah's Ark, Sodom and Gomorrah, etc. Pig and pony dancers reenact these scenes, but interweave them, resulting in an incomprehensible finale. Part 6. He is risen. Jesus pops up in the middle of all this like a baffled jack-in-the-box. The dancers attempt to worship him, but he casts them away. Where was I? After examining the mess they have made of his parables, he diagnoses of them with a holy hand grenade. So we're going to do part 2 after a break. Did I finish the Jesus part? He is risen. Jesus pops up in the middle of all this. What?
I don't remember. I remember you said Jesus pops out, but I don't remember the rest of Jesus.
Yeah, I slipped off again. Jesus pops up in the middle of all this like a baffled jack-in-the-box. The dancers attempt to worship him, but he casts them away. After examining the mess they have made of his parables, he disposes of them with a holy hand grenade and leaps into the piano. So that's what happened in Act 1. It ended with an explosion. Very, very
with the
real.
blasting.
Yes, it ended with a blast. He is risen. Jesus pops up in the middle of all this.
What will Ion say about all this, the chemistry, the molecular dark matter that dissolves when you touch it, and the smoke, and all these things, this music that is made with very dense light, and they salute the smoke, and all these images that he's creating, the negative light that kills animals. I suppose Ian will say that's something, the dark matter, the dark water. Because then he's talking about America. It's like the apocalypse in Babylon, like the things that are coming in the Revelations.
Bert.
No.
Are you there, Bert?
Were there 18 scenes? Yes, I'm here. Were there 18 scenes? Because I noticed, I think it was the first 11 before the buffalo. Each scene was connected, and then it's dropped off, and then it was random scenes, because I think it was the first 11 scenes, there was a word or a set of words that was the title of the next scene, and then it dropped.
Well, we did the 19 themes. I'll just read the last one again. He is risen. Jesus pops up in the middle of all this like a baffled jack-in-the-box. The dancers attempt to worship him, but he casts them away. After examining the mess they have made of his parables, he disposes of them with a holy hand grenade and leaps into the piano. Does that make sense? No.
Well, I was thinking
it started with the piano, ended with the piano.
McLuhan, as he was doing his exegesis of the Gutenberg galaxy, he was making actually sort of a history of the church and how it was sort of made obsolete with the electric environment. But the whole Gutenberg galaxy is actually talking about the effects of the book in the medieval society. And I see this, I don't know, it reminds me of all these things McLuhan were stalling and saying, with Jesus coming and blasting everything with his holy grenade.
Okay, so did I finish the He is risen? He disposes of them with a holy hand grenade and leaps into the piano. Okay. Are we ready for part 2? Act 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Act 2, 1. I wish Motorhead would come back. Now, Motorhead has since died. He died a few years ago. But this was done 20 years ago. 20? Maybe 25 years. Roy and Lewis open with more speculation on motors. Lewis. I wish Motorhead would come back. Oh, wow, Motorhead. Motorhead, where are you, Motorhead? Roy, he's probably getting eaten by one of those ponies. Lewis. Yes. Wasn't that was the guy, there was a Lewis in the first Cab Beefheart versus the Grunt People who was afraid of being eaten by horses, I think. And he had the same name. So, Roy, he's probably getting eaten by one of those ponies. Lewis, yeah. Roy, maybe he's out there playing with motors. Lewis, motors? Motors? No. 2, secular humanism. On the opposite side of the stage, pony-clad dancers pretend to eat a Christian family values dinner. Okay. All right. 3, attack it. What?
It's funny how he talks about the apocalypse with these ponies eating everything, the Christian values dinner.
He managed them all. The attack. Roy and Lewis discuss the crabs. Louis, attack, and attack it on the he's scoping for boogeyman or something. Roy says, sure, aren't you glad I'm not too hairy? Louis, yeah. Roy, too hairy, that beast. So, did I finish that one? No.
I don't know.
You're not paying attention. You don't know whether I finished
it. Of course.
All right.
How can we know?
Lewis says, I wish Motorhead would come back. Oh, wow, Motorhead. Where are you, Motorhead? Roy, he's probably getting eaten by one of those ponies. Lewis, yes. Roy, maybe he's out there playing with motors. Lewis, motors? No. I remember doing that. Secular humanism.
Yes, we did that.
On the opposite side of the stage, pony-clad dancers pretend to eat a Christian family values dinner. There's your satire on culture as food. 3, attack.
Almost like a satire of McLuhan and his Catholic talks about the sacraments and the Pentecost and the Catholic humanism. He's talking about the secular humanism.
Yes. So, Lewis, attack, and get on the each pony or boogie man or something. Roy, sure, aren't you glad I'm not too hairy? Louis, yeah. Roy, too hairy, hey. Louis, that beats, yes. That beats, yes. Louis laughs like a turkey. Roy, that's why they have a lot of crabs. Lewis, yes, and, Roy, a set of crabs? Lewis, crabs are really dangerous, and they were rich as fires, and every once in a while you walk in the streets, and when I heard of these from my home here, my piano, Julie says, my piano is still dark in here. It's the same as it ever was. I'm here. I'm not the same as I ever was. Julie, either you're here and I'm here, or I'm very different. Girl 2 says, then. Okay? We rested enough?
Okay.
Where are we? Do I have to read it out again?
Girl 2 says okay.
Girl 2.
Girl 2 says okay.
I did secular humanism. Then I did attack,
yes.
right? The crabs are really dangerous. Hello.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
Julie goes, my piano. I'm still dark in here. It's the same as it ever was. I remember that, right?
Yes.
Girl 1. Now, wait a minute. Those are my bass strings, and I get the bass strings. If there are going to be 3 of us here, I want the bass strings. That's all there is. Gilly, interrupting. Who are you? Girl 1. Live here. Girl 2. I live here. Gilly, who are you? Girl 2. I live here. I live. Repeats that. I live here. I live here. Gilly sighs. That's my name too. All girls sigh. Gilly, were you ever not long ago? Well, we move on.
Yeah.
I said, I live here. I live here. Did you hear? That's my. Julie says, that's my name too. All girls sigh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just making this interesting. I'm creating involvement. I'm trying to get you guys involved in the interval, the gap.
Okay.
So Julie says,
Right.
Julie sighs, says, that's my name too. All girls sigh. Julie, were you ever not living here? What?
I'm repeating.
Okay. Julie says, were you ever not living here? Girl 1, I don't think so. Girl 2, nah, I was in a drum. Then part 4, scene 4, titled, I was in a drum. All 3 tableau areas become part of a game show set reminiscent of the American gladiators. Pigs and ponies battle each other for exciting cash prizes. Pigs and ponies battle for each other. No, pigs and ponies battle each other for exciting cash prizes. Wow, that's the drum. Can we project anything on that? The American gladiators, exciting cash versus they're the only ones getting money nowadays, right? Flooding into South America. And we did. I was in the drum. All 3 were tableau. All 3 tableau in there. All 3 tableau areas become part of a game show set reminiscent of the American gladiators. Pigs and ponies battle each other for exciting cash prizes. All right, number 5, a different octave. With Jesus watching his head perplexed. With Jesus scratching his head perplexedly nearby, Spider gives his version of the origins. Spider gives his version of the origins of the universe. Spider.
Oh.
We are actually the same note, but John says, but different octave. Spider, right.
Wow.
We are 4,928 octaves below the big note. Monica,
wow.
Are you trying to tell me that this whole universe revolves around one note? Spider, no, it doesn't revolve around it. That's what it is. It's one note. Spider, everybody knows that lights are notes. Light is just a vibration of the note too. Everything is. Monica, that one note makes everything else so insignificant. John, what about negative light? Spider, pigs use it for a tambourine. That's negative light. Pigs use it for a tambourine, which is one of the reasons why their music is so hard to understand. I don't see any Zappa lurking in here. I gotta get back on track.
Well, it's funny because the tambourine is like the easiest thing to play.
Right.
I mean, compared to other instruments, but that's what makes the music hard to understand.
Yeah. So you're saying they go and get the accordion or whatever it is? I don't know. I'm over my head.
I think
I'm not over my head. I never get
in a
over my
way,
head.
he's making also fun about these the theories that we invent to explain the universe. And for example, there's this girl reciting poetry, and after that they had a discussion on worms. Like, he's making fun of this academia and high culture. At the end, it's all nonsense. All these, it's like Baudrillard being so complex that.
It's like what being complex?
Like Baudrillard, it's like
Baudrillard, yes.
High culture get lost in all these discussions about worms and about whatever.
All right, part 6.
It's just making fun.
Yes. Monica, that one note makes everything else so insignificant. John, what about negative light? Spider, pigs use it for a tambourine, which is one of the reasons why their music is so hard to understand. So now, Scene 6. This ain't CNN. Ali, I've been grad in the Kima, and Undu Haba Gisham Das, Stefan, Byron Rouse. Mike, this ain't the UN, man. Daryl, excuse Po, Lo no ha capado caso. Mike, hey, yo, man. Ali. Ali, verste kein Wort. I've been just in dem Klavier Herina and klimt so komisch. Bill, die spreekt green normal taal. Mike says, this ain't CNN. Moon, I am the only girl here. Stefan, Moon, it is dark and I am nervous. Mike, hey, she's with me, champ. Frank answers, and it seems to be driven off by who was I just, what was his name? Driven off by Spider. Is that right? This ain't CNN. We're still doing that. Moon, it is dark and I am nervous. Mike, hey. She's with me, champ. Frank, Turletutu, Chaparral, Pointu, laughter. Daryl, a me non-imported the dove sta and dando. That's Daryl. Ali, that kind mag show rum and desanum clavier gel. Moon, honey, I don't like this. Beside Moon, it says, honey, I don't like this. And Mike says, hey, yo, my man, my fists speak English. Ali, I need, when I read Red Schoolboy Rish. Stefan, oh God. Frank, you think that English is the only East language in the world, more numbing and laughing among themselves. So Marshall gives the dumb person, donates his line to the dumb person. So-called dumb, slow, time delay. What were we doing? Did I say? Each language in the world, more mumbling and laughing among themselves.
Yes.
Did I say that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Savoda, that was Frank. Savoda says, Briver ik hierin gekommen bin, habe ich ein pastrami sandwich gegessen, das war tierisch gut. Bill, this guy wants something to eat, man.
Pastrami sandwich gegessen, das war tierisch gut.
Please go closer to your mic and speak clearly. I don't know what you said.
You're speaking German.
Yeah.
Yes.
Du hast gesagt, dass hat eine Pastrami Sandwich gegessen, das war tierisch gut.
Okay. Wonder what she said, Bert. You know what she said?
Yeah, she before she said in English, but now she just said in German what you just read. About the there had to be guests tonight.
He says he ate a pastrami sandwich that was very good.
Yes.
So, we're doing This Ain't CNN. How far did I get? Oh, yeah, Savoda. Bill, this guy wants something to eat, man. Moon. I understood pastrami sandwich. Ali. Gets him ein pony, gets him duck ein pony. Mike. In the brochure, they said that there was good room service here. I think that was in one of our plays we read, Cat Beaver versus Young People, or the Mud People, what was it? The Grunt People. Moon says they said 24-hour room service. Daryl, did they give you a number? Moon, just dial the operator and they can tell us. Daryl, the right information. Mike, I haven't gotten an operator since I came here. Excuse me. I asked you a couple of... Moon, can you put... Mike, excuse me? Where's the pay phone? Zavoda. Payphone. Mike, payphone. This ain't the CNN. This ain't CNN. Moon, I understand pastrami sandwich. Ali, gets in ein pony, gets in duck ein pony. Mike, in the brochure they said that there was a good room service here. Moon, they said 24-hour room service. Daryl, did they give you a number? Moon, just dial the operator and they can tell us. Daryl, the right information. Mike, I haven't gotten an operator since I came here. Excuse me, I asked you a couple of... Moon says, can you put... Mike says, excuse me, where's the payphone? Savoda says, payphone. Mike, payphone. Moon, we don't need Bill and Ali payphones. Mike, and how are we going to get the room service without the pay piano, without the play phone? Ali says,
what does he say?
Ali says.
Ali. Did I go Ali says?
Yes.
Okay.
That was the last word.
How are we going to get the room service without the payphone?
Translation, please, Bert.
Are we going to get to the payphone?
Okay. Yeah, how do you know about that?
You just said it.
Oh, okay.
You said it before Ali says.
Mike says, I haven't got an operator since I came here. Excuse me. I asked you a couple of... Moon, can you put... Mike, excuse me. Where's the payphone? Savoda, payphone. Mike, payphone. Moon, we don't need Bill and Ali, payphone. Mike, how are we going to get the room service without the payphone? Savoda, payphone. Frank, telephone. That's a different Frank. Frank, telephone de payer. Ali, de payer, telephone. Herman, telephone cart. Quality and Sickert Zeit aus einer Hand. Bill, this guy doesn't even know what a payphone is. Bill, what the hell is he doing here in the first place? So, that was item number 6. Oh my God, it goes on and on. Bill, what the hell is he doing here in the first? What is he doing here in the first place? Herman, wir sind Deutschland Kommunikationsgesellschaft. Ali, gestern where and we're
Kommunikationsgesellschaft.
What? Mitigation. What are you saying?
We are the German Communication Society.
And you know them?
In Deutschland Kommunikationsgesellschaft. No, but you just say that.
I did say it, so I'm referring to something over there, right?
Yes.
All right. Herman.
The Communication Society.
Right. Herman, 3011031146. Qualitative Heiner Hand, Telekommen. Mike, excuse me, we paid money, hey, to be alone with some privacy. Bill, well, that's just too bad. You could be alone someplace else. Mike, hey, don't give me attitude. Daryl, well, I guess we're supposed to move over. Stefan, yeah, okay, let's move over a little bit. Mike, you're in my space, man. Moon, ow. She goes, ow, O-W. Ow, please, this is ridiculous. Daryl, excuse me, no, there was a gun before here. And Moon, who? Did they leave a number we can call? Daryl, before these guys got here, there was Savoda laughs. Mike, excuse me. Yo-yo, you know where the phone is at, man. Daryl, no, there was a gun here and laughter. Mike, yo, I don't want trouble. Frank, if you want trouble, buy a drum, yeah? Moon, I know that this can all be worked out, and Mike, now, we don't gotta go anywhere, sweetheart. Moon, no, but listen, they told us we'd be alone. It seems that everyone is listening to us. Mike, who? This guy over here? Bill, that's right, we're listening. Mike, what are you, a tough guy? Mike says, what are you, a tough guy? I'm tough. Moon, honey. Bill, that's just the way it is. You can get tough all you want. Moon says, okay, that's all. Mike says, well, maybe we should try to work this out together. But I know I want my space, champ. Daryl, what do you mean? You bought this space. Moon, this always happens. I don't understand. Mike, that's right. I bought this space. You got a problem with that? Daryl, well, you know, it sort of feels like my space, don't you? No, have to push it in. Okay, Daryl, well, you know, it sort of feels like my space. I don't know. Moon, you know what this feels like? I mean, yeah, why don't we buy the swampland too? Mike, nobody said nothing when you all bought my people, right? Stefan, who's having this loud voice in this little grand piano? Daryl, a bit out of. Mike, new NWA, rap, hip-hop, the new thing. Yo, MTV raps. Stefan, Sonati, that's music. Mike, so what? Stefan, Mozart, alter. Mozart, Siki, alter. Mike, I like Public Enemy. Stefan, I like Monshine Sonata. Mike, I like Brand Nubians. Big Daddy, what is it? I like Brand Nubians. Big Daddy Kane. Ali, das klingt so grauenhaft. Das möchte sei nimmer hohen. Moon, whatever he said, ditto. I don't understand, but I have to see what happens here. Moon, whatever he said, ditto. I don't understand, but feel that he said something I would probably approve of. That was number 6. Scene 7. The pig's music. The right tableau is reset to the Christmas position. Around it, as if caroling, we see the ghost of the creationists roasted by the holy hand grenade, singing badly. FC, or Frank Zappa. Tonight you guys are going to try and figure out the pig's music. Spider, you see if we understood it. People would stay and make some films that Art could play sound man on. But no, the kids are leaving. It's affecting the budget of something, but I can't remember what my thought was. So Moon says, whatever he said, ditto. I don't understand, but feel that he said something I would probably approve of. Scene 7, the pig's music. The right tableau is reset to the Christmas position. Around it, as if caroling, we see the ghosts of the creationists roasted by the holy hand grenade, singing badly. Frank Zappa. Tonight you guys are going to try and figure out the pig's music. Did we already do this? Sounds familiar.
Yes.
Wait a minute. We're in Act 2. How come I did that?
You just did it.
All right.
You just repeat it.
The pig's music. The right tableau is reset to the Christmas position. Around it, as if caroling.
Again. You already did that.
Yeah. Around it, as if caroling, we see the ghosts of the creationists roasted by the holy hand grenade, singing badly. Frank Zappa. Tonight you guys are going to try and figure out the pigs' music. Spider. You see, if we understood it, maybe we could help the pigs understand. John. Nah, the problem with that is you think the pigs are essentially kind at heart. Spider. I didn't say that. John. But the pigs are essentially pigs. John. If we could either move the smoke or if we turn the coal light on it and shrink it so they can't even salute it. And turn the page. Spider interrupts and goes, it's sort of the opposite event. You see, it was a long time ago when pigs and ponies used to interbreed with people on farms, and they reached a state where like the pigs were communicable. They brought them in and tried to teach things. They're just as likely to live in the ocean as anywhere else. Wouldn't get rid of them, really. It just means that the ocean would be just as unsafe as every other place. That's what happened, you know. They tried to put them palaces. No, that's what happened, you know. They tried to put them places where they wouldn't make it, but they made it anyway. John, they wanted to use yaks, too. Pig with wings. E. Spider, what's that? John, that's the pig with wings. So, that was number 7. Number 8, a pig with wings. While Jesus pretends to produce a guitar-like sound by manually strumming the giant piano strings, the left tableau, also reset to the Christmas position, is lit once again. Emerging from behind the tree like an ornamental angel, we see a large sow-like creature with angel wings, dancing clumsily. That was scene 8. Now we go to scene 9. And it's called This Is All Wrong. Moon, this is all wrong. This is all wrong. Frank Zappa. The pigs run the city. The ponies run the TV station, and you wanted to apply for a job. Spider. Some of them wear these jackets that are made out of polished animal skins. It's called leather. Read that again. Some of them wear these jackets that are made out of polished animal skins. It's called leather. John, leather? Monica, oh, and they're tight black pants? Spider, it's sort of like plastic, only it's made out of animals. Larry, it's sad, ain't it? Monica, yeah. Larry, you can't win them all. There closes number 9. No, more number 9. Moon, oh. And what she said, oh, 2. See what she said, oh, 2.
It was plastic, but made out of animals.
Okay. So Moon goes, oh, Mike, sweetheart, Moon, what? Mike, if we go to the ... we could probably be alone. Moon, yeah. Ali, woo. Moon, could not drink coffee. Ali, gel cafe was such a social guat baba dancing at clavier. Another way would be, yeah. One day I'm just walking along and I walk right by the place and recognize the significance and they had my picture taken. Whoa, could not drink coffee. Jalcaf was a school goat. Abba des a clavier. He says, I want some soul food.
Soul food, yeah.
So we're trying to finish scene 9. Moon. Oh, Mike, sweetheart. Moon, what? Mike, if we go to we could probably be alone. Moon, yeah. Ali, whoa. Moon, could drink coffee. Ali, Jalcafi wore a shogwat. Abba does the flute. I want some soul food. It's a heartbeat, and it feels like a, says Moon. It's a heartbeat, and it feels like a, Mike says, have you seen Jungle Fever? Moon, a big hut. Moon says, a big, ... a big. Ali, Gordon once seen Maya Gittin bin. Mike translates, Jungle Fever. The girl with the big butt. No, it's a question mark. The girl with the big butt. L-E, back. B-A-K. Boo, Payanunan, Isindi, Re-Redden, Mirnan. No. I conked out there. Where were we?
The girl with the big butt.
Oh, yeah. L-E, back.
I conked out,
by
yeah.
Koyan. What? Okay.
I heard
back.
I conked out.
Yes. You did?
Yes.
Okay. No, back.
This is not a valid menu option.
Back. By. No, back. Boo, Piayanonum. Isindi, Never Den, Cinema, Bildung, Send. Moon. This must have been what the brochure was talking about. They said you'd feel a kind of serenity, a feeling of peace, of Mike, hey, why don't you shut up? Ali. Popular, Sage, Satellers, Kavadan, Bersi, Anti blah blah blah, Amabarada, Bunlard, Sacular, Skyraki, Keep Degum, Yegmurda, Buzzalat. What is that, Turkish? Armenian? Moon, entering into a different realm. I can't remember the name of it. Mike, hey, yo, man, I don't like all this waterfall action. Moon, and I guess that's where most of the part of it's. I guess it's all about resolving past crime and everything, and also about Ellie, Bent. Mike, hey, yo, hey. This ain't the Blue Lagoon. What the hell? This ain't I Dream of Genie. Ali, Bai Punum Sinda Beer. Mahani, Gibby, Birsi, Yapmak, Lersam, Yanni. How far did I get?
Blah, 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 blah.
Yersam Lanny. Yersam Lanny. Yersam Lanny.
Lanny. Mike says, hey, why don't you shut up? Ali, Gokula, Satyan, Kavan, Birsi, and Babedla, Bun Lard, Akip, Sacular, Sikala, Olar, Ayip, Ejlidimi, Yagamurda, Basiloye. Moon, entering into a different realm. I think we did this. Entering into a different realm. I can't remember the name of it. Hey, yo, man, says Mike. I don't like all this waterfall action. Moon, I guess that's where most of the part of it is. I guess it's all about resolving past crime and everything. And also about Ellie, Bent. Mike, hey, yo, hey. This ain't the Blue Lagoon. What the hell? This ain't I Dream of Genie. Somebody said, I guess, what about I Dream of Genie? And I said, nope. What? Man, I'm going to close off communication if you don't start speaking the language. So what? Mike says, Ali, what? Man, I'm going to close off communications if you don't start speaking the language. Jack? Okay. That was number 9. That was a long argument. Number 10, hot and putrid. Spider, he says, the hotter the sound is, the more putrid it smells. I discovered that to be true in almost every case that I've experienced. Mike says, what are you talking about? 11, flowing inside out. What?
He says, you said, what are you talking about? And I said jazz because Frank Zappa said, jazz is not dead, but smells funny.
Okay. Flowing inside out.
The harder
Spider.
the noise.
What?
Go on.
I had to read this whole thing. Okay. Move forward here. Number 11, flowing inside out. Spider. Flowing inside out creates neutral energy. Now, that makes the light get thick. Then you've got this converter. And what that does is it takes this really thick light and it rams it into this little compressor, which then sucks the water out so that it envelops the bathtub in this big halo.
But you know, it's like a satire of I am down, because for people who doesn't know what we're talking about, we must sound like that.
Yes.
Like the negative light and the combustion and the smoke.
Negative pH. Negative pH.
This is like, what?
Negative pH, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's try to finish this. Frank Zappa says, a halo of new mesons. Spider, a halo of new mesons. Yes, Frank was telling what to say. And the whole problem here is that all you have to do is take that little modulator out and, John, reverse the phase on it. 12. I had a dream about that. Jilly, I had a dream about that once. Girl 2, you did? Jilly, yeah. Girl 2, then you must be me. Girl 1, yeah, that's right, because, now wait a minute. Now you two are me because I had a dream that the two were here. I heard one person breathing in my right ear, and then I heard somebody cough just like me. Spider. Wait a minute. Sneeze. Wait a minute. I got to find a phone booth, says Spider. Here. Now I have it. I change clothes and suddenly I am Grossman. Grossman Grossman is scene number 13 with no description. Number 14, a tunnel into muck. John reveals a problem which seems to plague him during periods of intense excavation. John, maybe the kayak is just a big worm. Monica, I found that to be a possibility. Spider, the worms stop in the tunnels sometimes. John, where are the tunnels? Spider, they're in the muck. John, in the muck? Spider, yeah, you saw the muck. John, but whenever I try to tunnel into muck, it always collapses on me. Scene 15, why not? John, then we sell them ladders, because they're going to have ladders to get into the piano, right? Spider, yeah, when it starts growing. John, right. We set them down and we turn the lights down and turn on the red ones. Monica, what are you going to do? Stoop to strobe lights or what? Spider, no. Scene 16, put a little motor in them. Frank Zappa, we're going to put a little motor in them. Spider, we're going to put a little motor in them. John, I could have all sorts of different kinds of names for the motors, although the motors would be the same. Spider, there's dry motors and wet motors, right? John, right. Spider, the motor for a bill is a dry motor. So after they put that thing in there for about half an hour, they suddenly can't stand it without having a wet motor too. So if they try to get away with spending only a bill, they end up spending about 5 because they gotta get this 4-bill wet motor. John, good idea. Spider, now we have a damp motor for the ones who aren't sure. Moon, it's about letting go. We're all inside the piano. We're all looking for a place inside the piano, or a place to be alone. Ali, det pianom är synderbär Mayana Aksa, ihr Gava iki Otopada, as he sagt Havla Oina Sagt, that you're gizzle to Gadilmi Abbey.
Genau.
What'd she say? What'd she say? Get now? What is it?
Genau, exactly. Genau is German for exactly.
Oh, okay. Genau. All right. Number 17. You're just insulting me, aren't you? Read that again. You're just insulting me, aren't you? Mike to Ali. You're just insulting me, aren't you? It's not funny, man. Ali. Tabaya. Hey. Mike, it's not funny. It ain't funny. He's just been talking about me for 10 minutes. Moon, be alone with yourself inside a piano or whatever, your piano. It's really a metaphor for that spirit, that feeling of oneness. Mike makes drum machine noises. Ali says, certainly, salabi kanjis barada yani, ertik bikitim birsenden, bi patarab boili berzi. Ali then says, berzi bosak de baz fumidi yemi. Moon, it's fulfillment. Mike, fulfillment. I got something fulfilling, baby. Moon, the sages talk about this. Ali, Sun Solim. Sun, Moon, the sages talk about this. Ali, Sen Solim. Mike, hey, yo, my man. Hey, yo, my man. Word up, man. Word up. I recommend nothing. Let's see. Where did I get to? Hey, yo, my man. Yo, my man. Word up. We heard that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. This is a piano. Ellie, this is a piano. Mike, this is a piano. Ellie, this is a piano. Todd, and why are we in it? Ellie, this is a piano. Mike, a piano. Ellie, a piano. This is a piano. Mike, piano. Ellie, clavier. Todd, oh, I thought it was the men's room. Mike, piano. Moon, piano. Ellie, das kein computer. Mike, this ain't a computer. Ellie, das ist kein computer. I sag this so oft, obedi, the American Verstaged. Let's see. Verstaged. Where was that? Did I lose it? This ain't a computer. You heard that. Moon says, what I'm saying is that Moon. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter how you get here. Julie, that's it exactly, I guess. About Tom, no, but to me, all different. But I guess Tom is a human being with feelings and sorrows and happinesses as everyone else. But Tom would only show me so much. Snork, some noise, noises, and Spider says, but is this a pregnant sow before me? Snork, Spider. By the sound of the snork, I would just say, I find myself turning into a pony. Scene 18, cold light generation. John, you know as well as I do that cold light generation depends on your state of health and energy. Spider, I'm going to turn on a cold light. Moon, don't you get it? Todd, no, not at all. Moon, don't you get it? Okay, Todd, not as often as I'd like to. Get it. Moon, I get it. It's weird. It's like Mike says, oh, yo, I hear music. Ellie, music? Mike, music. Ellie, music? Gross and Gill. Mike, there's a little party going on out here. Ellie, Jella party. Jella party. Da irgen duo a party. Is that a verb? Mike, a party in the piano. Ellie, nah, Needham piano. Mike, yeah, PP. Why, you know what? A party in the piano. Ellie, nerd. Nah, Ned in piano. Mike, yeah, PP. Ellie, nay, Ned in PP. Mike, hey, PP. Ellie, nah. Red on piano is keen party. Read it again. Nah, Ned in piano is a keen party. Mike, hey, listen. Listen. What?
This is kind of party.
I didn't get what you're saying. Something about a party. What'd you say, Bert?
In piano, es gibt keine Party.
Genoa did? The city?
Ich wiederhole, was du sagst.
What's she saying, Bert?
That I'm just repeating what you said.
Okay. All right. We're doing cold light generation. John, you know as well as I do that cold light generation depends on your state of health and energy. Spider, I'm going to turn on the cold light. Moon, don't you get it? Todd, no, not at all. Moon, don't you get it? I read that before, didn't I? Todd, not as often as I'd like to. Moon, I get it. It's weird. It's like, Mike, yo, I hear music. Ali, music? Mike, music. Ali, music? Dressing Gil? Mike says there's a little party. All right, we're still in number 17. Cold light generation, number 18 rather. Todd, not as often as I'd like to. I get it. It's weird. It's like, says Moon. Yo, I hear music, says Mike. Music, says Ellie. Mike, music. Ellie, music? Dosing Gil? Mike, there's a little party going on out here. Ellie, yeah, Jill, a party. De Guanda, a party. Mike, a party in the piano. Ellie, nah, Ned in piano. Mike, yeah, PP. Ellie, nah, Ned in PP. Mike, hey, PP. Ali, nay, Ned in piano. On piano is kinder party. Mike, hey, listen, Walter. Mike, hey, listen, shh. Part scene 19, Diofa. The piano exterior area is now inhabited by dancers as ponies, wearing Catholic religious garments. The big Pope is dead. He is upside down now, and let his artistic side take over. And his wagon is being towed. The new pony Pope in its red. The new pony Pope is being adored. Dancer ponies team up to pull this blended dance. The new pony Pope is being adored. Dancer ponies team up to pull his splendid new wagon toward the audience. 20, scene 20. That would be the end of that. Spider and John realize that they don't even understand their own music. Spider says, we can get our strength up by making some music. John, that's right. Monica, yeah. John, but the thing is, you know what? Says Ed. Spider says, what? John, we don't even understand our own music. Spider, it doesn't matter whether we understand it. At least it'll give us strength. At least it'll give us strength. John, I know, but maybe we could get into it more if we understood it. All right, so we did 20, right? That would be the end of that. Did I get into that?
Did it end with John? Maybe we could get into it more.
Yeah.
The Coldplay, the cold light generator, it's about, I hear the music, the party is going on, and then they're trying to understand the music.
Yeah. All
they're
right.
Trying to understand the frequency.
20, that would be the end of that. Spider and John realize that they don't even understand their own music. Spider, we can get our strength up by making some music. John, that's right. Monica, yeah. John, but the thing is, you know what? What, says Spider? We don't even understand our own music. Spider, it doesn't. Does it matter whether we understand it? At least it'll give us strength. John says, I know, but maybe we could get into it more if we understood it. Spider, we get more strength from it. We'd get more strength from it if we understood it. John, yeah. Spider, no, I don't think so, because see, I think our strength comes from our uncertainty. If we understood it better, we'd be bored with it, and then we couldn't gather enough, and then we couldn't gather any strength from it. John, like if we knew about our music, one of us might talk, and then that would be the end of that. John says, like if we knew about our music, one of us might talk, and then that would be added on last. 2 more points, scenes. 21, Beat the Reaper. With the thunderclap, various types of inexplicable social actions break out all over the piano. Each of the 9 movements within this piece should alternate the focus from piano interior region by region and with the exterior region by region. The action should illustrate the current fetish for the extending or euthering. No. The action should illustrate the current fetish for life extending or youthening trends, including meditation, bizarre diets, pill and algae consumption, violent aerobics, the easy glider, violent aerobics. I'll say it again. Oh, you laugh. Violent aerobics, the easy glider, stair steppers, etc. Scene 22, Waffenspiel. Life goes on outside the piano. More rain, excitable dogs, automatic weapons, fire, traffic, building, demolition, etc. The Reaper, much to the dismay of the dancers in the previous piece, that was Beat the Reaper, arrives. The Reaper arrives. When the car door slams, when the Reaper goes into scene 22, the Reaper, much to the dismay of the dancers in the previous piece, arrives when the car door slams to claim the two dancers. Act 2 ends with a large model of a crop dusting plane spraying the audience with a toxic substance. That's how the play ends. I'll read it again. It's probably not believable. Act 2 ends with a large model of a crop dusting plane. What?
That's audience participation.
Yes.
You spray the audience with a toxic substance.
Mm-hmm. Act 2 ends with a large model of a crop dusting. You have to imagine this little simple model. I'm floating over the parking lot. Act 2 ends with a large model of a crop dusting plane spraying the audience with a toxic substance. He just attacks the audience. Proves my point that you don't like anybody. The Reaper, much to the dismay of the dancers in the previous piece, arrives when the car door slams to claim them. Act 2 ends with a large model of a crop dusting place spraying the audience with a toxic substance. Off with their heads. It's a very bad way to act in the dire straits of the end times. Okay, so I'm packing up this. I did it. Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
Bravo!
Yes.
Yeah, but, it's a very, very nice view of the apocalypse, and it's the play is going to, how the play is going to be and finished, and the pigs and the unicorns and the ionic core light generator.
Yes.
So I'm trying to understand the music.
Let me just
while the
grab
others
something.
are lost in these new age practices of violent aerobics and all types of crazy therapies.
But those were the words, and then there's music playing behind all that. That was good to hear the words. Because we heard, a couple weeks ago, we just heard the
music.
The music with the words, you know, with the conversations, but now we get to see the words, so now get to hear the words. So to hear it again puts a little more emphasis, because there's different sounds that Frank has in each of those scenes.
Right. Now, what was Roxy just saying? What was Roxy just saying just before you made your last point there?
Oh. Well, that it's his view of the apocalypses and the Exodus. Right. While some are practicing these new age therapies and violent aerobics, there is a group trying to understand the music, the frequencies, with this call light generator. And he says, we don't know, because if we knew everything, then it's like the conversation stops. So That's why maybe Ion doesn't tell us everything. It's like
right.
Good point. Good point.
So this is Frank. He's got cancer, getting a little addled. He's trying to point to me, and he comes up with things like cold light. You know, he doesn't get it exactly right.
Yes, but maybe in his delirium, he sort of saw some Ionic dialogue. Like he's trying to imitate the things about the chemistries and the lights and the negative light and the smoke and the pigs saluting the smoke. Because Ion says for combustion there must be oxygen. And then we don't have oxygen, so there are no more pigs saluting the smoke.
Right. Okay, so we got here iTunes, Civilization Phase III. There it is. What was the very last one called? Rappenspiel, 4 minutes. Okay, so did all of my kitchen noises go out over the music?
Yes.
A little commentary by me. I imposed my patterns on Frank's music while the gunfire was going. I was surviving and eating and washing dishes in the kitchen.
You are so creative in this choreographed opera.
Yes, pantomime. Now is that Bert?
Choreographed pantomime.
Hey Bert, is that you, Bert?
Speaking.
What are you doing, Bert? You've been. We thought you dropped out.
No. I had a slight upset in my personal situation, just relocating from Florida to Texas, but I'm getting settled now.
All right. Well, do you have anything you want to talk about?
Well, I was enjoying Civilization Phase III.
Good. Did you like my kitchen noises? Were they very loud, or they?
They were muted or silenced by the gunfire.
Right. So he ends with the gunfire, post-verbal, multi-central synesthesia, gunfire, and then birds chirping. That's how he ends his huge masterpiece.
Yeah, so look at the last 5 sections, beginning with cold light generation. So you have that, and then you have Do Fa, which is 19. That's God makes.
God lies.
And then
God lies. 1990 Milan Soccer World.
Do Fa means God lies.
Yeah, according to Frank, that's what he meant. And he had a big performance plan for that.
I thought it was interesting that he had the Tibetan throat singer, the Tuvan throat singer, perform for that.
You saw it?
Well, no, I'm just looking at the album notes.
Oh, okay.
So just in the order of things, in the order of things, he's got the cold light generation, then Do Fa, which is the throat singing. Then you have that would be the end of that, and then Beat the Reaper and Wappenspiel, which goes through the cold light, the God, that would be the end of that, and then the Reaper, and then like what sounds like a utopia at the end.
Well, you got, I like what you're saying there. You've got cold light generation, Bob and Coldplay. God, the Pope collapses. They have the pig Pope is dead. The fucking Pope dies when we announce our Coldplay. Says the piano exterior area is now inhabited by dancers as ponies, wearing Catholic religious garments. The pig Pope is dead. He's upside down now, and his wagon's being towed away. The new pony Pope is being adored. Dancer ponies team up to pull his splendid new wagon toward the audience. So that's the effect of the Coldplay announcement. And that was the end of that, end of the Pope shit. And then a lot of people die, beat the Reaper, and then a lot of violent aerobics.
The people that can't stand it, the Pope's not there.
Yeah, they can't stand Bob was right. They just can't have a world savior like me. They just say that doesn't suit anybody's image of a world savior. So much, I'm the Donald Trump of world saviors. And then gunfire, the final shootout between the Tertius Subgenius and the Subdenies, and of course it ends up with the bird chirping. What is known for bird chirping? Maui, our little environment. You hear nothing but bird chirping on the private sessions we do and sell, right? Bird chirping. So it ends right here at Dobbstown. That's Zappa's prediction, that Bob wins out overall. Makes total sense, Bart. Thank you for clarifying that.
No, I like that. It's almost like each of the sections could be. I was looking at like Finnegan's Wake. Each section could be a whole unto itself,
right?
And then part of the movement, like Enlight, 19 Disc 1, Enlight Chapter 1 or whatever, has 6 sections in it. Negative Light, Venice Submerged, The New World Order, The Lifestyle You Deserve, Creationism, and He Is Risen.
Yes, that would be in negative pH. So there's like a he got close to it. It's called Enlight, but it should be called negative pH. Venice is the Larouchian oligarchy. LaRouche goes on and on about Venice.
And the New World Order, he goes on.
Yeah. The Venice oligarchy run the New World Order. I'm trying to find where that is in my notes. There it is. Negative pH, Venice Submerged, the New World Order, the Lifestyle You Deserve, Creationism, He Is Risen. Creationism, that's us. We explain the chromosome 14. And He Is Risen, what would that be about?
That would be God's resident on the throne.
Yes, He is risen. Well, it mentions Jesus and the baffled Jack-in-the-Box. The dancing.
That's got to be the literate interpretation.
Yeah. After examining the mess they had made of his parables, he disposes of them with a holy hand grenade and leaps into the piano. So that's Jesus acting out, traumatized, pissed off, and he resorts to violence.
Jesus. It's the Monty Python Jesus.
Yeah, that's Jesus pissed off that Bob said he'd never join his church, and it paid off. I shook his hand and said, I'll never join your church. And actually, he shook my hand for saying that.
He was crucified.
And let go. And he threw a grenade in gratitude.
Yeah, it was a holy grenade. So it was basically a blessing grenade.
Right. And he leaps back into visual space. It ends with him leaping into the piano. Falls back into visual space. That's all he knows. He conquered visual space. He reigned for 2,000 years of visual space. He's sticking with it. It's his game, his mythic stage. He's staying there. And then we go into Act 2, which is the rise of Bob, and Bob wins the end, and we don't even talk about Jesus. He doesn't even come up anymore.
Are you Motorhead?
Yes, Motorhead, wonderful guy. Spent time with him when Frank was playing. When Frank was playing with John Lennon, June 4th, 5th, 1971, at the closing of the Fillmore East, I was in Zappa's backyard watching Motorhead play some game with a dope dealer, a very straight-looking dope dealer, who was actually going to go to court. And you can see the little house I was in the second Grand Wazoo album called Hot Rats. Came out in 1972. You can see the little room, the little cottage behind Zappa's main house and beside the pool. That's where I was on June 4th and 5th, my father's birthday, 1971, while Frank got ripped off by John Lennon.
I was born in 71. Year.
That's how this operation started. Operation Frank.
Yes. Operation Frankness.
Frankness.
Frank the first.
Oh, yeah, King Frank. That's right. Sorry. And it ended up in Hustler magazine, April 1984. That's where Larry Flint laid out, or his substitute laid out, a big display of the props of Them or Us. No, Thingfish. Well, no, Them or Us, Them or Us.
No, Thingfish.
No, in Them or Us, there's bits of Thingfish in there, isn't there? Can't remember.
I think it was Thingfish.
Yes, there was a part of Thingfish going on there. That's right. But where are we at with that? What did we summarize that fine enough? Is there something to say about that play, Them or Us?
Them or Us. So you covered Them or Us in one of the paydays.
Yeah. So you didn't hear it. You're behind Bart.
Oh no, I've been keeping up, but I think I probably didn't know that's what you were citing in that payday.
Why not?
Yes, that story with Rhonda and Harry and
yes, Rhonda.
So the closer you are in France, Yahozna, Charlena.
Right.
Sinister Footwear 2, Truck Driver Divorce, Stevie's Spanking, Baby Take Your Teeth Out, Marquez Son's Chicken, Planet of My Dreams, Be in My Video, Them or Us, Frogs with Dirty Little Lips, and Whipping Post.
Yeah, it's one of his worst albums. Want to hear shit stuff from that album?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's called Them or Us? Is that what it was?
That's right.
Yeah.
October 18, 1984.
Right. Them or Us.
Let's hear some cheapness.
You see, it was good. It was a lousy album because that was right when Bob Marshall was going on CKL, and so we were sowing our oats. We were spreading and creating our spaces in the fall of '84. So I didn't have time to deal with Frank's music. So he put out a lot of crap shit that year. Interesting, but dead or odd or not exciting or something else. Is I will play you an example of the horrible music. Let's see. He's really pissed off I was making my move. That's making my move, and there it is, Them or Us. Okay.
You were doing your thing, man.
Yes, here I'm doing my thing in France. So this is dedicated to King Frank the First. So, not one of Frank's better albums. What do you think? You agree with me?
Not one of his finer works.
It was horrible.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you heard in France, Be in My Video, Planet of My Dreams, which is from Hunch and Toot, and Frogs with Dirty Little Lips. Now that's in '84. That's when he puts out the weird Thingfish, and that's basically he starts going into synclavier. I think he'd run his course of analog music, and then he went into the synclavier in '85.
Well, it sounds like he was learning how to use it, and he was making these whatever sounds.
Okay, please try to make yourself clear. What did she say, Bert?
He was learning to use the synclavier, so he was just making this. whatever songs.
Yeah, he was experimenting.
Right. He's experimenting with the songs.
Yes.
Yeah, but so subject matter is just Stevie spanking and truck driver divorce.
Yeah, I guess Frogs with Dirty Little Lips. I think his son Ahmed wrote something. That's a song for his son, or a song wrote the lyrics, or kept saying Frogs with Dirty Little Lips. He was walking around the home. He would have been 9 or 10 years old, unless he did it earlier in his life. But they do have the awesome Whippin' Post. Okay? Whippin' Post ends the album with this. And this would redeem Frank. But we're agreeing that he's run his course, and he's going to dump this stuff and go to Synclavier. Is that what he's going to do? Is that what you're predicting?
Yes.
Well, the Allman Brothers wrote Whipping Post, right?
What about what? What Bert?
He's playing the song. This is a cover of an Allman Brothers song.
Yes. And this is one of the better redeeming elements of this particular album. So we should indulge. What do you think? Indulge?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think Frank redeemed himself with that piece. What do you think?
Yes.
That's a more conventional, straightforward sort of tune there.
By Frank.
Yeah, by Frank, yeah.
No, I mean, he just, like he does the Stairway to Heaven, he makes it completely awesome, cosmic.
Yes, he puts his own Zappa accent on any cover song, like Stairway to Heaven and Whipping Post, and there was the other one we heard. What was it? What's the other cover song? Oh, yes, the little 4-minute
Ring of Fire.
Ring of Fire.
Oh yeah, Ring of Fire.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's good at it when he wants to. So here's the deal. Oh, somebody's dropping off. I think Bert dropped off. So what do you suggest we do a do line? Finish up the do line we dropped 3-4 months ago.
Hooray!
You want to do the do line?
Oh, yeah, I'm game. Yeah.
All right. Let's see if Bert comes back. So did you like that song, Roxy? Whippin' Post? Zappa's version?
Far out.
What? What does that mean? Don't use that kind of language around here. What?
She's in the piano.
Just give me that action.
I don't know what you said.
She's in the piano, Jack.
Right. Are you saying that song reminds you of hippie sensibilities?
Type of phrase he used.
What?
I'm just
Look at
imitating the type of phrases he uses, like far out and heavy.
Right. But the theme is that sometimes it feels like there's no such thing as dying. That's an ionic emotion. And Frank is trying to arrive at that. So he makes a big dramatic statement. Sometimes it feels like there's no such thing as dying. That's a early ionic, pre-ionic sentiment before you realize you can't die.
What's that
Frank's
from?
motto was, the composer refuses to die.
Yes. What did Bert or Bart said something?
Yeah, what was the lyric from you just read?
Whippin' Post.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
That's the lyric. Look it up. Look up Whippin' Post, the Allman Brothers lyrics, and I think it's about a drug overdose or something. I just read that recently. I never paid attention too much to the lyrics other than that one line, sometimes it feels like there's no such thing as dying.